quaint house for the summer felt like stepping into a different world. Nestled in the countryside, it was everything I'd hoped for, a perfect escape from the chaos of city life. The house had charm, with its ivy-covered walls, creaky wooden floors, and the scent of blooming flowers drifting through the open windows. The days passed in a peaceful rhythm, each one filled with long walks through the surrounding fields, quiet evenings with a good book, and the simple pleasure of solitude. But as the days turned into weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something I was missing, something hidden just beneath the surface of this idyllic retreat. It wasn't long before I discovered it. I first noticed the door in the basement a few days after I moved in. I had been storing some of my things down there, organizing boxes in the dim light cast by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The basement was unfinished, with concrete walls and a damp, musty smell that clung to the air. It was the kind of place that felt like it had secrets, and it wasn't long before I found one. The door was small, almost hidden in the shadows at the far end of the basement. It was made of heavy wood, with an old-fashioned brass handle that gleamed faintly in the dim light. Curious, I reached out to open it, but the handle wouldn't turn. It was locked. When I asked the landlord about it the next day, he was curt. "That room is off limits," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "It's not part of the rental agreement. Just leave it alone." His response only fueled my curiosity. What could possibly be in that room? I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I went down to the basement, my eyes would drift toward the door, my mind spinning with possibilities. What was he hiding? One evening, while cleaning up after dinner, I found the key. It was tucked away in the back of a kitchen drawer, almost as if someone had hidden it there. The moment I saw it, I knew what it was for. The temptation was too strong to resist. My heart raced as I took the key down to the basement, the old stairs creaking underfoot. I hesitated in front of the door, the key cold in my hand. Part of me knew I should leave it alone, respect the landlord's wishes. But my curiosity won out in the end. I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The door opened with a soft click, revealing a room that was unlike anything else in the house. It was pristine, a stark contrast to the rest of the dusty basement. The air was cool and still, as if the room had been sealed off from the world for years. Everything was meticulously arranged: a small table with a chair, shelves lined with old books and trinkets, and a large cabinet against the far wall. But what caught my attention were the photographs. They were everywhere, covering the walls, the shelves, even the floor. Hundreds of them, all in black and white, neatly framed and arranged in rows, and they were all of me. A shiver ran down my spine as I stepped closer, my eyes scanning the images. They were taken from various angles: me walking in the garden, sitting on the porch, reading in the living room. Some were recent, others looked like they had been taken the moment I arrived. The more I looked, the more unsettled I became. Who had taken these? How had I not noticed someone watching me? My breath quickened as I realized that some of the photos were from inside the house. There were pictures of me cooking in the kitchen, lounging in the living room, even sitting at the desk in the study. The angles were strange, almost voyeuristic, as if the photographer had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to capture me. I couldn't bear it any longer. I backed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind me. My hands were shaking as I locked it and hurried back upstairs, the key heavy in my pocket. I shoved it back into the drawer where I had found it, as if returning it to its hiding place could somehow erase what I had seen. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside set my nerves on edge. I kept expecting to hear footsteps in the hallway, the sound of someone sneaking through the house. But the night passed in silence, the house as still as ever. The next morning I tried to convince myself that it had all been a mistake, a misunderstanding. Perhaps the photos had been left by a previous tenant, someone who had an unusual hobby. Maybe the landlord didn't even know about them. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. When I finally worked up the courage to return to the basement, the door to the locked room was just as I had left it. I stood there for a long moment, my hand on the key, debating whether or not to go back inside. Part of me wanted to leave it alone, to pretend I had never found it, but I had to know. I opened the door, and my breath caught in my throat. The room was exactly the same, except for one horrifying detail. The photographs had been replaced. The new ones were in color, the images sharp and clear, and they were all of me, asleep in my bed. My heart pounded in my chest as I looked at the photos, each one taken from a different angle, as if someone had been standing right next to me while I slept. The sheets were the same, the position of my body identical to how I remembered lying the night before. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Someone had been in my room while I slept. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the threshold as I fled the room. The key slipped from my fingers, clattering to the floor, but I didn't care. I bolted up the stairs, my mind racing with fear. I had to get out of there. Within the hour, I had packed my things and was in my car, speeding away from the house as fast as I could. I didn't tell the landlord why I was leaving early, didn't even bother to ask for a refund. All I knew was that I couldn't stay there another night. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the window, watching me leave. But the house remained still and silent, its secrets hidden behind its quaint exterior. I never found out who took those photos or why they were there. But the memory of that room and the feeling of being watched stayed with me long after I left. I learned a valuable lesson that some doors are better left locked. Story 2. At work, everything was routine. I'd been with the company for a few years, settling into the predictable rhythm of my daily tasks. My desk, nestled in a quiet corner of the office, had become a second home, with photos of family and a few plants to liven up the space. I'd never had any reason to feel uneasy there until the notes started appearing. It was a Monday morning when I found the first one. I arrived at my desk, set my coffee down, and opened my drawer to grab a pen. Inside was a small folded piece of paper. My name was scrawled on the front in neat handwriting. At first, I thought it was a harmless joke, maybe a leftover from a team-building exercise I'd forgotten about. But as I unfolded the note, a chill ran down my spine. The message inside was brief but unsettling. I know what you did last summer. My mind raced. What could this mean? I hadn't done anything out of the ordinary the previous summer, no secrets, no scandals. Just a normal vacation with friends. I laughed it off, chalking it up to a prank by a coworker with a strange sense of humor. I crumpled up the note and tossed it in the trash, determined to forget about it. But the notes kept coming. Every few days I'd find a new one waiting for me. They appeared in my desk drawer, slipped between papers, or even tucked under my keyboard. Each note was more personal, containing details that no one else should know. My childhood fears, my anxieties, even things I had never spoken aloud to anyone. The handwriting was always the same, perfectly neat, with a slight slant that was unfamiliar to me. The messages, however, were anything but neat. They hinted at my insecurities, my deepest fears, and always ended with a vague but unsettling statement, like I'm closer than you think or you can't hide from me. By the third note, I started to grow paranoid. I began looking around the office, trying to catch a glimpse of someone watching me or sneaking away from my desk, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Everyone went about their business as usual, oblivious to the turmoil churning inside me. I confided in a close friend at work, Sarah, hoping she might have some insight. She listened intently, her brow furrowed in concern. "Are you sure it's not just someone playing a prank on you?" she asked, trying to reassure me. but the look in her eyes told me she was just as unnerved as I was. "Maybe you should talk to HR," she suggested. So I did. I went to HR feeling a bit foolish but needing to do something to regain control over the situation. The HR manager, a stern woman named Mrs. Dempsey, listened to my concerns with a stony expression. She assured me that they would look into it and asked if I had any idea who might be responsible. But I didn't. I had no enemies at work, no one who would go to such lengths to unnerve me. Days passed after my meeting with HR, and I heard nothing. No updates, no explanations. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Every time I opened my desk drawer, my heart would race, expecting another note. But for a while there were none. Just as I started to convince myself that it was over, that maybe HR had quietly dealt with the issue, the notes returned. This time they were worse. The messages were no longer just cryptic, they were disturbing. One note simply read, "I know you're scared," and another, "You're not safe here." The last straw came one Friday afternoon. It had been a long week, and I was exhausted. As I sat at my desk trying to focus on finishing a report, I opened my drawer to grab a file and found another note. My breath caught in my throat as I read it. "I'm watching you right now." The words sent a jolt of fear through me. I felt a sudden, intense pressure on my chest, like a weight pressing down. My hands trembled as I clutched the note, my mind racing. The room felt suffocating, and the air was thick with tension. I felt it, a gaze on me, heavy and invasive. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly turned around, expecting to find someone standing there, staring at me. But the office was empty. The cubicles were deserted, the usual hum of conversations and ringing phones replaced by an eerie silence. It was late in the afternoon, and most of my colleagues had already left for the weekend. The lights overhead flickered slightly, casting long shadows across the room. I stood up, my legs shaky, and walked around my desk, scanning every corner of the office. I checked behind partitions, peered into empty conference rooms, even looked out the windows, but there was no one. The feeling of being watched lingered, gnawing at me, but I couldn't find a single soul. My rational mind told me it was just my imagination, fueled by the paranoia the notes had stirred up. But a deeper, more primal part of me knew better. Unable to shake the fear, I gathered my things and left the office in a hurry. I didn't look back, afraid of what I might see or not see if I did. That weekend, I barely slept, haunted by the thought that someone out there knew me, knew my fears, and was toying with me. When Monday came, I dreaded returning to work. When I arrived, my desk was just as I had left it. I hesitated before opening the drawer, my heart pounding in my chest. But there was no new note, no sign that anything had been disturbed. For a brief moment, I felt a surge of relief until I noticed something else. The note from Friday was gone. The one that had said, "I'm watching you right now," I had left it in the drawer. But now it was missing. Someone had taken it. A cold dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Whoever was doing this was closer than I had ever imagined. I went back to HR, demanding answers, but Mrs. Dempsey seemed more annoyed than concerned. "We've checked the security footage," she said curtly. "No one has been tampering with your desk. Are you sure you didn't misplace the notes yourself?" Her words stung, and I left the office feeling more alone than ever. The notes had stopped, but the fear remained. I could no longer concentrate at work, always feeling on edge, always looking over my shoulder. I never found out who was behind the notes or how they knew such intimate details about my life, but the experience left a scar, a lingering sense of unease that I could never quite shake. Even now, I sometimes catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me from the shadows. Story 3. The first time the house alarm went off in the middle of the night, I dismissed it as a glitch. I had just moved into the old house a few weeks ago, and though the previous owner assured me that everything was in working order, I figured the alarm system was just showing its age. Groggy and half asleep, I shuffled downstairs to disarm the alarm, my heart pounding in my chest from the sudden jolt. I checked every window and door, making sure they were all locked and secure. Everything seemed fine, so I chalked it up to a technical error and went back to bed. But it didn't stop there. The alarm continued to go off night after night, always at the same time, 2:47 a.m. Every time it happened, I would get up, go through the house, and find nothing out of place. I even called the alarm company, and they sent a technician to inspect the system. He found no issues, no signs of tampering or malfunction. Yet the alarm persisted, as if it had a mind of its own. One night, about a week after the alarm first started acting up, I found myself in the basement, organizing some old boxes left behind by the previous owner. I lost track of time, sorting through dusty memorabilia, when I heard the sound of someone moving around upstairs. The soft creak of floorboards, the faint shuffle of footsteps. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, listening intently. The footsteps were deliberate, not like the random settling of an old house, but the measured tread of someone walking through the rooms. I quickly grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator that there was someone in my house. She told me to stay on the line and remain quiet until the police arrived. I could still hear the footsteps overhead, moving from the kitchen to the living room, then toward the staircase. My mind raced as I crouched behind a stack of boxes, praying that whoever was upstairs wouldn't come down to the basement. The minutes dragged on like hours, the tension in the air so thick it was almost suffocating. Finally, I heard the sound of a car pulling up outside, followed by the slamming of doors. The police were here. Relief washed over me, but the footsteps continued, undisturbed by the arrival of the authorities. I stayed hidden until I heard the officers calling out, announcing their presence. Only then did I emerge from the basement, my hands trembling as I climbed the stairs to meet them. The officers searched the entire house, room by room, but they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been inside. They checked the windows and doors just as I had, and everything was secure. They even reviewed the security footage from the cameras I had installed around the house. But the footage showed nothing, no one entering or leaving, no shadowy figures creeping through the halls. It was as if the sounds I had heard were all in my head. But I knew they weren't. I had heard those footsteps, felt the presence of someone or something moving through my home. The officers tried to reassure me, suggesting that perhaps it was just the house settling, or maybe an animal outside that I had mistaken for an intruder. But I could see the doubt in their eyes. They thought I was overreacting, that maybe I was just spooked from living alone in an unfamiliar place. After the police left, I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself that maybe they were right. Maybe I was just hearing things. But deep down, I knew better. There was something wrong with the house, something I couldn't explain. The alarm kept going off, always at 2:47 a.m., and every time it did, I felt that same cold dread wash over me. A few nights later, I decided to stay up and watch the security footage in real time, determined to catch whatever was triggering the alarm. I sat in front of the monitor, the house dark and silent around me, the only light coming from the screen. 2:47 a.m. came and went, and for a moment I thought maybe the disturbances had stopped. But then, the alarm blared, shattering the silence. I quickly rewound the footage, my eyes scanning the screen for any sign of movement. There was nothing, no intruder, no animal, nothing that could have set off the alarm. But as I listened closely, I heard something that sent a chill down my spine. Faint, almost imperceptible, there were footsteps, muffled, distant, but unmistakably human. They were there, on the recording, yet when I played it back for anyone else, they heard nothing. It was as if the sounds were meant for me alone. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I became obsessed with the alarm and the footsteps, spending hours watching the footage, trying to catch even the smallest anomaly. But no matter how many times I watched, the result was always the same, nothing visible. Only those faint, ghostly footsteps echoing through the house. I started to avoid going to bed, dreading the moment when the alarm would go off again. I'd lie awake, listening, waiting for the footsteps to start. Sometimes I thought I could hear whispers too, just on the edge of hearing, as if someone were trying to speak to me from the other side of the walls. But the words were always just out of reach, leaving me with nothing but a growing sense of unease. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag and left the house, staying with a friend while I tried to figure out what to do. I couldn't live like that, constantly on edge, feeling like I was being watched, haunted by something I couldn't see. I called in another technician, another round of police, but nothing helped. The alarm continued to malfunction, the footsteps continued to echo in the recordings, and I knew that whatever was in the house, it wasn't going to leave me alone. The final night I spent in that house, the alarm went off at 2:47 a.m. as usual. But this time, when I listened to the recording, the footsteps were louder, clearer, as if they were right beside me. And this time I heard something else, too, a low, guttural whisper, just one word, but it was enough to send me fleeing into the night. Leave. Story 4. It had been an ordinary night out with friends, dinner at our favorite restaurant followed by drinks at a local bar. The laughter, the stories, the easy camaraderie, all of it had made the evening one of those perfect nights that left you smiling long after it was over. But that happiness shattered the moment I reached for my wallet the next morning and found it missing. At first I thought I had simply misplaced it. I retraced my steps, searching through my apartment, checking every pocket, every corner, every possible place it could have fallen. I even called the restaurant and the bar, hoping that someone had found it and turned it in. But it was nowhere to be found. As the day wore on, the sinking realization that my wallet was gone for good settled in. I had no choice but to report it stolen. I canceled my credit cards, filed a police report, and began the tedious process of replacing my ID and other important documents. The inconvenience was bad enough, but what truly bothered me was the thought of someone out there having access to my personal information, someone who could be using it for who knows what purpose. A few days later, as I was heading out for work, I noticed an envelope slipped under my front door. It was unmarked, no return address, just a plain white envelope with my name scrawled across the front in messy handwriting. Puzzled, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was my wallet. For a moment, relief washed over me until I opened it and saw that it had been emptied of all its contents. My credit cards, ID, cash, everything was gone, except for a single slip of paper tucked into one of the card slots. I pulled it out, and my heart skipped a beat as I read the message written on it in large, bold letters, "I know where you live." A cold shiver ran down my spine, and my hand shook as I held the note. The words were simple but filled with a menacing certainty that made my blood run cold. Someone had gone through the trouble of stealing my wallet, removing all its contents, and then returning it to me with this chilling message. Whoever it was, they knew where I lived. They had been to my home, close enough to slip the envelope under my door without me noticing. Fear gripped me as I stared at the note, my mind racing with questions. Who had done this? Why would they return the wallet? What did they want? But no matter how hard I tried to piece it together, I couldn't make sense of it. All I knew was that I was no longer safe in my own home. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside made my heart pound. I barely slept, jumping at every little sound, convinced that someone was trying to break in. I decided to take action. The first thing I did was change the locks on my door. The idea that someone might have a key to my apartment filled me with dread, so I had a locksmith come out immediately. I watched as he installed the new locks, double checking to make sure everything was secure, but even that didn't fully ease my fears. Next, I moved some of my belongings to a friend's place. I didn't have the time or resources to relocate entirely, but I thought if I could make it look like I wasn't staying there full time, it might deter whoever was watching me. I packed up some clothes, important documents, and anything of value, and spent a few nights crashing on my friend's couch. But the fear followed me. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched, even when I was away from home. I also installed a security system with cameras, motion detectors, and alarms. The company assured me that my apartment was now one of the safest in the city, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every time I entered my apartment, I checked the footage from the cameras, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever had left that note. But nothing ever showed up. It was as if the person had simply vanished, leaving me in a state of perpetual dread. The days turned into weeks, and gradually the intensity of my fear began to subside, though it never completely disappeared. I started to regain some sense of normalcy, though I remained hyper-vigilant. I avoided going out late at night, kept my curtains drawn, and checked the locks multiple times before going to bed. But the memory of that note haunted me, a constant reminder that someone out there had invaded my life in the most personal way possible. I became obsessed with trying to figure out who had done it. I went over every detail of that night out with friends, trying to remember if anyone had been acting strangely or if I had seen anyone following me. But nothing stood out. I even considered the possibility that it was some kind of sick joke, but the note didn't feel like a prank, it felt like a threat, one that I couldn't ignore. Months passed, and while the fear no longer consumed me, it had left its mark. I was more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, and less trusting of others. The feeling of being watched never completely left me, lurking in the back of my mind like a shadow. I knew I had to move on, but part of me would always be looking over my shoulder, wondering if that anonymous threat would ever come to pass. In the end, I never found out who took my wallet or why they returned it with that ominous note. The mystery remained unsolved, a lingering question with no answer. But the experience changed me. It made me realize how vulnerable we can be, how easily our sense of security can be shattered by a single, anonymous act. And it taught me to be more careful, to never take my safety for granted, because once you've been marked, the fear of what might happen next never truly goes away. Story 5. The first text came on an ordinary Thursday afternoon. I was sitting at my desk finishing up some emails when my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen and saw a message from an unknown number. I almost ignored it, thinking it was another spam message, but something made me pause. I opened it, expecting the usual nonsense, but what I read made my skin crawl. "Nice blue shirt today. You look good in that color." I frowned, looking down at my blue shirt. It wasn't an unusual outfit choice, and it could have been a coincidence, but something about the message felt off. How did this person know what I was wearing? I looked around the office, trying to spot anyone acting suspicious, but everyone was engrossed in their work. I dismissed it as a weird prank and went back to my tasks. But the messages didn't stop. Over the next few days, more texts came in, each one more unsettling than the last. They detailed my routines, places I'd been, and even conversations I'd had. One morning I received a text that read, "Did you enjoy your coffee at the corner cafe? The barista gave you an extra shot. Didn't she? I had indeed stopped at the cafe that morning, and the barista had given me an extra shot of espresso." My heart raced as I reread the message. How did they know that? I hadn't told anyone. At first, I tried to brush it off as a prank. Maybe a friend was playing a joke on me, or perhaps it was someone in the office who'd seen me at the cafe. But as the days passed, the messages grew more specific, more personal. They started predicting things that would happen to me, minor accidents, small misfortunes that, while not life-threatening, were certainly unsettling. One day, as I was leaving for work, I received a text, "Be careful on your way out. You might trip on the last step." I paused at the door, my hand hovering over the handle. The last step of the staircase had always been a bit tricky, but I'd never tripped on it before. I shook my head, telling myself I was being paranoid. But as I descended the stairs, I hesitated at the last step, and in my hesitation I lost my balance. I stumbled, catching myself on the banister just in time. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached the bottom, the words of the text echoing in my mind. I decided to take action. I tried tracing the number, but every attempt led to a dead end. It was as if the number didn't exist, a ghost in the system. I reported the text to the police, but without any real threat, they couldn't do much. They suggested I change my number, but I hesitated. Part of me wanted to know who was behind this. The idea that someone was watching me, knowing so much about my life, was terrifying, but I also needed answers. The text continued, each one a reminder that someone was out there, observing me. "You're running late today. Maybe skip the coffee and catch the earlier train." The text predicted delays, weather changes, and even the arrival of a package I hadn't been expecting. I started feeling like I was losing my grip on reality. How could someone know so much? How could they predict these things with such accuracy? I began to withdraw, avoiding my usual routines, hoping to throw off whoever was watching me. I changed my commute, stopped going to my favorite spots, even started taking different routes home. But the texts followed me, commenting on my new routines, almost as if they were taunting me for trying to escape. "Nice try with a detour, but I still see you." Sleep became elusive. Every time my phone buzzed, my heart would race, and I'd dread what I might read. The constant anxiety wore me down, and I found myself jumping at shadows, seeing threats where there were none. I even considered leaving town for a while, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was sending the text would still find me, no matter where I went. Then, just as abruptly as they had started, the text stopped. I noticed it one day when I realized that I hadn't received a message in over 24 hours. At first, I felt a sense of relief, thinking that maybe, finally, it was over. But the relief was short-lived, replaced by a gnawing sense of unease. Why had they stopped? Had they moved on to someone else, or was this part of some larger plan? The days turned into weeks, and still there were no more texts. I began to relax, though the memory of those weeks of torment lingered. The silence, however, was almost worse than the texts themselves. I found myself constantly on edge, waiting for the next message, the next sign that someone was still watching, but nothing came. As the weeks passed, I tried to return to my normal life, but the knowledge that someone had known so much about me, had predicted so many of my movements, weighed heavily on me. I became more cautious, more guarded, not just with my routines, but with the people around me. The experience had shaken me to my core, leaving a scar that time would never fully heal. One night, months later, I was sitting alone in my apartment, the memory of the texts a distant, but ever-present, shadow in my mind. My phone buzzed on the table, and I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I stared at the screen, the familiar anxiety flooding back in an instant. But when I picked it up, it was just a notification from a friend, nothing more. I let out a shaky breath, trying to calm my racing heart. But as I set the phone down, a single thought lingered, chilling me to the bone. Somewhere out there, someone still knew too much about me. Story 6. When I first moved into my new neighborhood, I was thrilled. The tree-lined streets, well-kept lawns, and friendly faces made it feel like the perfect place to start fresh. My small house at the end of the cul-de-sac felt cozy and inviting, and I quickly settled into a comfortable routine. The neighbors were welcoming, especially the man living next door. He introduced himself as Alan, a middle-aged man with a warm smile and a seemingly genuine interest in helping me get acclimated to the area. At first, I appreciated Alan's friendliness. He offered to help with my yard work, invited me over for coffee, and provided recommendations for local services. It was nice to have someone so willing to lend a hand, especially when you're new to a place. We'd chat occasionally over the fence, and he always seemed eager to learn more about me, where I worked, my hobbies, and even my family background. I found his interest a bit excessive, but I dismissed it as harmless neighborly curiosity. However, as the weeks passed, Alan's behavior began to shift from friendly to unsettling. He started asking increasingly personal questions. He wanted to know the details of my work schedule, the names of my friends, and even why I wasn't dating anyone. His questions were intrusive, and I began to feel uncomfortable with how much he wanted to know about my life. There was something about the way he asked, an intensity in his eyes that made me uneasy. I tried to distance myself, making excuses when he invited me over or tried to engage in long conversations, but Alan was persistent. He always seemed to be outside when I left for work or returned home, waving and calling out to me as if he were watching for my comings and goings. The feeling that he was always there, always watching, became harder to shake. Then one day I found something that made my blood run cold. It was a Sunday morning, and I was tidying up my front porch, arranging the flower pots that lined the steps. As I bent down to move one of the pots, something metallic caught my eye. Hidden behind the leaves was a small black object. I picked it up, and my heart skipped a beat when I realized what it was: a camera. A tiny, discreet camera, positioned perfectly to capture everything happening at my front door. My hands trembled as I held the camera, a sickening feeling of violation washing over me. Someone had been watching me, recording my every move as I entered and left my home. The sense of safety I had once felt in my own space was shattered in an instant. I didn't want to believe it, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Alan's odd behavior, his obsession with my routine, it all pointed to him. But why? What was he hoping to gain by invading my privacy like this? The questions swirled in my mind, each one more disturbing than the last. With a deep breath, I decided I couldn't ignore it. I needed answers. I marched over to Alan's house, camera in hand, and knocked on the door. When he opened it, his expression shifted from surprise to something else, something I couldn't quite place. "I found this," I said, holding up the camera. It was hidden behind a flower pot on my porch. "Care to explain?" For a moment, Alan's face was blank, as if he was processing the situation. Then, he let out a nervous laugh. "Oh, that? It's just for security purposes. You can never be too careful these days, right?" I stared at him, disbelief and anger boiling inside me. "Security purposes? You've been spying on me? That's not normal, Alan. That's not okay." Alan's smile faltered, and his eyes took on a pleading look. "I didn't mean to upset you. I was just trying to look out for you. You're new here, and I thought it would be good to keep an eye on things. You know, in case anything happened." His words did little to ease my anger. If anything, they only made me feel more uneasy. This wasn't about security, this was about control. He wanted to know everything about me, to monitor my every move, and that was something I couldn't tolerate. "I'm not comfortable with this," I said firmly. "You had no right to put a camera on my property without my consent. I want you to remove any other cameras you might have placed and leave me alone. Do you understand?" Alan's face darkened, and for a split second, I saw a flicker of something cold in his eyes. But then he nodded, his expression softening back into that friendly, almost apologetic demeanor. "Of course, I'm sorry. I'll remove the camera. It won't happen again." I didn't trust him. There was something about his quick change in demeanor that felt disingenuous. like he was just telling me what I wanted to hear. But I had made my point, and I hoped that would be the end of it. Over the next few days, I kept a close eye on my surroundings, wary of any further invasions of my privacy. Alan stayed out of sight, and I didn't see him lurking around as he used to. But the sense of unease didn't fade. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even when there was no one around. That's when I decided it was time to move. The thought of staying in a place where someone had violated my privacy so blatantly was too much to bear. I found a new apartment across town and packed my things as quickly as I could. As I drove away from that house for the last time, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Moving was the right choice, but the experience had left a lasting mark. The idea that someone had been watching me so closely, so obsessively, was haunting. Even in my new home, far from Alan's prying eyes, I found myself constantly checking the windows, scanning for hidden cameras, and feeling a chill whenever I thought I saw a shadow move outside. Alan was just a neighbor, a man who had seemed friendly and harmless at first. But beneath that facade was something darker, something that made me question everyone around me, wondering what secrets they might be hiding behind their smiles. Story 7. It started innocently enough, just a small annoyance that I shrugged off without much thought. My phone would ring late at night, always from an unknown number. At first I assumed it was some telemarketer who had managed to slip through my call filters, or perhaps someone dialing the wrong number. When I answered, there was nothing but silence on the other end. I would wait a few seconds, say hello a couple of times, and then hang up when no one responded. It was strange, but I didn't think much of it. The calls persisted, always at odd hours. They came just as I was settling into bed, my eyes heavy with sleep. It wasn't every night, but often enough that I began to dread the sound of my phone ringing. Each time, the same routine played out. My phone would light up, I would answer, and there would be nothing but silence on the other end. After a week of this, I decided to trace the number. I figured it couldn't hurt to know who or what was behind these calls. I used one of those online services that claim to trace unknown numbers, but when the results came back, they showed nothing. No name, no address, not even a location. It was as if the number didn't exist. That should have been my first clue that something was wrong, but I dismissed it as just another glitch in the system. The next night the calls continued, but something had changed. Instead of the usual silence, I started hearing strange noises like breathing or faint whispers just before the line went dead. The first time it happened, I felt a chill run down my spine. The breathing was slow, deliberate, like someone was listening closely, waiting for something. I pulled the phone away from my ear, staring at the screen as if it would somehow reveal the identity of the caller. But it was just the same unknown number. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, even though I was alone in my apartment. I began to check the locks on my doors and windows every night, making sure they were secure. I even started keeping a small lamp on beside my bed, the soft glow comforting me in the darkness. But the calls continued, relentless and unsettling. A few days later, I told my friend Kate about what was happening. We were sitting in a coffee shop, the bustle of the city around us providing a stark contrast to the eerie silence of those late-night calls. "That's creepy," she said, her eyes wide. "Have you thought about changing your number?" "I have, but something's stopping me," I admitted, stirring my coffee absent-mindedly. "It's like, I need to know who's behind these calls. It's getting under my skin." Kate gave me a concerned look. "You should be careful. It might be some kind of prank, but it could also be something more serious." I nodded, but I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't just ignore the calls, not when they were beginning to feel so personal. There was a growing unease in the pit of my stomach, a sense that something was very wrong. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed, my phone in hand, waiting. The clock ticked past midnight, and just as I was about to give up and go to sleep, it rang. My heart jumped in my chest as I saw the familiar unknown number flash on the screen. I hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello," I said, my voice trembling slightly. For a few seconds, there was nothing, just the familiar silence. Then I heard it. The breathing. Slow, steady, and unnervingly close. It sent shivers down my spine, my body tensing as I strained to hear anything else. "Who is this?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why are you calling me?" The breathing continued, unchanging, as if my questions had no effect. I was about to hang up when I heard something else, a faint whisper, too quiet to make out. I pressed the phone closer to my ear, my heart pounding. "What did you say?" I whispered, fear and frustration mixing in my voice. There was a pause, and then the whisper came again, louder this time, clear enough for me to understand. It was my name. Mika. The voice was low, almost a hiss, and it sounded so familiar, but I couldn't place it. My blood ran cold, and I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. The call ended abruptly, the screen going dark as the phone landed on the bed. I sat there, frozen in place, trying to process what had just happened. How did they know my name? I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone had reached into my life and pulled out something deeply personal. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside set my nerves on edge. I kept the lamp on, the light doing little to chase away the fear that had taken root in my mind. I tried to tell myself it was just a cruel prank, that someone was messing with me. But deep down, I knew there was more to it than that. The next day, I went to the police. I told them about the calls, the strange noises, and the voice that whispered my name. The officer I spoke to was polite but dismissive. He suggested that it was probably a prank or a glitch, and that I should block the number and change my phone number if it continued. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something more than a simple prank. I'd block the number as the officer suggested, but a part of me dreaded the silence that might follow. As unsettling as the calls were, the idea of not knowing who was behind them or why they were calling was somehow worse. That night, my phone didn't ring. I sat in bed, staring at the screen, half expecting it to light up with that unknown number, but it remained dark. I should have felt relieved, but instead I was on edge, as if waiting for something to happen. Just as I was starting to drift off to sleep, my phone buzzed with a text message. My heart skipped a beat as I reached for it, my fingers trembling. The message was from an unknown number, but this time, it wasn't the same one as before. The message was short, just 2 words, "Miss me." My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the screen. The message felt like a taunt, a reminder that whoever was behind the calls wasn't finished with me yet. I quickly blocked the number, but it did little to ease my fear. I spent the next few nights on high alert, jumping at every little sound, unable to relax. The calls had stopped, but the unease lingered, a constant presence in the back of my mind. I began to wonder if I would ever feel safe again. A week passed with no further contact. I started to think that maybe it was over, that whoever had been tormenting me had moved on, but the sense of dread never fully left. I kept my phone close, waiting for the next call or message, knowing that it could come at any time. And then, just as I was beginning to let my guard down, my phone rang again. I looked at the screen, my stomach twisting in knots. The number was unknown, but different from the previous ones. With a deep breath, I answered the call. There was silence on the other end, and for a moment I thought it was just another dead line. But then, I heard my name, whispered in that same familiar voice. Mika. I hung up immediately, my heart racing. Whoever it was, they weren't done with me yet. I knew then that this wasn't just a random prank. Someone was watching me, someone who knew my name, my habits, my life. And they weren't going to stop. The calls continued, each one more terrifying than the last. I stopped answering, but they kept coming, relentless and unnerving. The whispers became more frequent, the breathing more labored, as if whoever was on the other end was getting closer and closer. I changed my number, but it didn't help. The calls still found me, no matter what I did. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being hunted, that someone was out there, watching and waiting. I don't know who they are or what they want, but I know one thing for sure: they're not going to stop. Not until they get what they're after. And that's the most terrifying part of all. Story 8. It started on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I had just gotten home from work, soaked from the downpour, when I noticed a package sitting on my doorstep. There was no return address, no tracking information, just my name scrawled in a hurried, almost illegible script. Puzzled, I brought it inside and placed it on the kitchen table. The cardboard was damp from the rain, and I hesitated for a moment before deciding to open it. Inside, nestled among crumpled newspaper, was a doll. It was unlike any doll I had seen before. Its eyes were wide and unblinking, with a fixed, eerie smile that sent a shiver down my spine. The clothes it wore were old-fashioned, a frilly dress that seemed out of place in time. The entire thing gave off an unsettling vibe, but what caught my attention most was the note that accompanied it. "I've been waiting for you." Those 5 words, written in the same hurried script as my name on the box, made my stomach churn. The message was simple but deeply unnerving. I hadn't ordered any doll, and I had no idea who would send such a thing to me, let alone with such a cryptic note. The whole situation felt wrong. I tried to shake off the unease and convince myself it was some kind of prank, but the doll's glassy eyes seemed to follow me as I moved around the apartment. Unable to bear its presence any longer, I decided to throw it away. I wrapped it in the box it came in and walked it down to the dumpster behind my building. The rain had stopped, but the clouds still hung low, making the alley feel dark and foreboding. I returned to my apartment, relieved to be rid of the doll. But that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something out of place. There, sitting on my dresser, was the doll. My heart skipped a beat. I was certain I had thrown it away. Panic gripped me as I approached it cautiously, as if it might suddenly move. The doll's expression hadn't changed, but it felt different now, more menacing, almost alive. I grabbed it, this time driving it to a dumpster several blocks away. I needed to make sure it was gone for good. The next day, I felt a little more at ease, convincing myself that it was just a weird coincidence. But when I returned home from work, my blood ran cold. The doll was back, sitting in the middle of my living room. I couldn't understand how it kept returning. I lived alone, and no one else had a key to my apartment. Was someone breaking in, playing a sick joke on me? My thoughts spiraled as fear and paranoia took hold. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every shadow seemed like a threat. The doll sat in the corner of the room, its unblinking eyes fixed on me. The following morning I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read, "Keep the doll or face the consequences." My hands trembled as I opened it, and the message inside was no less unsettling. "You've been chosen. Keep the doll and you'll be safe. Get rid of it again and you'll regret it." The email was untraceable, no sender information, no IP address, nothing. I felt trapped. Whoever was behind this knew where I lived, how to contact me, and possibly even my daily routine. The thought of someone watching me, knowing every move I made, sent me into a full-blown panic. I tried to ignore the email, but the warning lingered in the back of my mind, making it impossible to think clearly. Over the next few days, more emails followed, each one more threatening than the last. You can't escape one read. Another said, "The doll belongs to you now. Don't defy its will." The messages were relentless, eroding my sense of safety and sanity. I tried blocking the address, but the emails kept coming, always from a different untraceable source. Desperate, I contacted the authorities. I showed them the doll, the emails, and explained everything that had been happening. The officers listened, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They filed a report, but without any concrete evidence or a suspect, there was little they could do. They assured me they would patrol the area more frequently, but it did little to ease my growing paranoia. The feeling of being stalked, of someone or something watching me, became overwhelming. I started noticing odd things around my apartment, objects slightly out of place, doors that I swore I had locked left ajar, and the doll, always the doll, never where I had last left it. It seemed to appear in different rooms as if it moved on its own. Sleep became a distant memory. I was constantly on edge, jumping at every sound, every unexpected movement. The doll's presence was oppressive, its eyes following me no matter where I went. The emails had stopped, but their message was clear: the doll was mine, and there was nothing I could do about it. One night, after another fruitless attempt to sleep, I awoke to the sound of soft whispering. The room was dark, but the whispers were unmistakable, growing louder and more insistent. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and there it was, the doll, sitting on my bedside table, closer than it had ever been before. The whispers stopped the moment I looked at it. In the silence that followed, I realized that I couldn't live like this anymore. Whether it was a curse, a prank, or my own mind playing tricks on me, I had to get rid of the doll for good. I couldn't let it control my life any longer. The next morning, I packed a bag and left my apartment, driving out of town to a remote area. I brought the doll with me, making sure it was securely wrapped and hidden in the trunk. I found an old, abandoned quarry, far from any roads or homes, and buried the doll deep within the earth, covering it with heavy rocks and debris. I hoped that by leaving it in such an isolated place, I could finally break free of whatever hold it had over me. I returned home feeling a mix of relief and fear. The doll was gone, but the memories lingered. For weeks, I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched, that at any moment, I might find the doll waiting for me again. But as time passed, the feeling slowly began to fade. Eventually, I moved to a new apartment, hoping to leave the whole experience behind. But every now and then, I still catch myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see those unblinking eyes staring back at me. Story 9. It all started with the lock on my apartment's front door. For months it had been working fine, a simple twist of the key securing my home. But then, almost imperceptibly at first, it began to malfunction. I'd come home to find the door ajar, despite my clear memory of locking it before I left. At first I thought it might just be a fluke, perhaps a misalignment or a minor glitch. However, as days passed, the problem became more pronounced. The door would randomly unlock itself, leaving me with an unsettling feeling each time I walked into my apartment. Determined to solve the issue, I decided to replace the lock. I purchased a new, high-quality deadbolt from a reputable store, convinced that this would put an end to my troubles. Installing the new lock was straightforward, and I felt a sense of accomplishment once it was in place. The lock clicked smoothly and securely, and I was confident that my apartment was once again safe. But as the days went by, the problem persisted. The new lock seemed to work fine at first, but soon enough, I began noticing the same issue. The door would be open when I returned home, despite my best efforts to ensure it was properly secured. I tried to reassure myself that it was just a coincidence or perhaps my own paranoia. But the nagging feeling that something was wrong grew stronger. One night, as I slept soundly, I was jolted awake by a strange noise. My mind raced, trying to place the sound that had disturbed my sleep. It was a low, repetitive creaking like a door moving on its hinges. My heart began to pound as I sat up in bed, listening intently. The sound was faint but unmistakable. I got up cautiously and walked toward the living room. When I reached the hallway, my breath caught in my throat. The front door was wide open, the darkness of the corridor outside starkly contrasting with the dim light of my apartment. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. I rushed over to close the door, my hands shaking as I locked it securely. Panic surged through me as I took in the scene before me. The living room was a mess. Cushions were thrown off the couch, books were scattered across the floor, and drawers had been pulled open, their contents strewn about. It was as if someone had been rifling through my belongings, searching for something. My pulse raced as I scanned the apartment for any sign of an intruder. Everything else seemed to be in place, but the disarray was unsettling. I spent the rest of the night on edge, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. In the morning, I decided to talk to my neighbors, hoping someone might have seen something unusual. I went door to door, describing the situation and asking if they had noticed anything out of the ordinary. Most of them looked at me with concern but shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't seen or heard anything unusual. One neighbor, an elderly woman who lived 2 floors above me, mentioned hearing strange noises during the night but had thought nothing of it, assuming it was just the building settling. With no answers from my neighbors, I was left with a growing sense of unease. The problem with the door continued. Despite my best efforts to secure it, it would still unlock itself. I began to question my own sanity. Was I missing something? Had I overlooked a detail? I scrutinized the lock mechanism, checked the door frame, and even called a locksmith to ensure everything was functioning correctly. Each time they assured me that everything was in order, but the issue persisted. As weeks went by, the situation grew increasingly unnerving. The feeling of being watched became almost palpable. I started avoiding leaving my apartment for long periods and would often return early to check on things. Each time I would find the door slightly open and my belongings in disarray. The disturbances seemed to happen most often at night, which only added to my anxiety. One particularly unsettling night, I awoke to the sound of someone moving around in my apartment. I could hear footsteps, muffled and hesitant, echoing through the living room. My heart raced as I lay frozen in bed, listening to the noises. I mustered the courage to get up and check, but when I emerged, the apartment was eerily quiet. The door was shut, and everything seemed to be in place. It was as if the disturbances had never happened. I began to feel a growing sense of paranoia. Was someone trying to gain access to my apartment, or was it all in my head? I started to install additional security measures, cameras, a motion sensor, and even a temporary bar to reinforce the door. Despite these precautions, the problem remained. The door would still unlock itself, and my belongings would still be scattered, though nothing was ever stolen. In the end, I decided to move out, unable to bear the constant anxiety and the creeping sense that someone or something was trying to invade my space. My new apartment, with its solid locks and quiet corridors, felt like a sanctuary. The sense of security returned, but I couldn't shake the memory of those unsettling nights. The door, which had once been a simple barrier, had become a symbol of something far more sinister. And though I tried to put it behind me, the echoes of those disturbed nights lingered in the back of my mind, a haunting reminder of the fear that had taken root in my old apartment. Story 10. It started with the little things. I didn't think much of it at first. Who does? It's easy to misplace a set of keys or the remote control. Everyone has those moments of forgetfulness, right? You put something down, get distracted, and then spend half an hour retracing your steps, trying to remember where you left it. But then it kept happening. One evening, I came home from work, tossed my keys onto the kitchen counter, and went about my usual routine, changing out of my work clothes, checking the mail, and settling in to watch some TV. But when I went to grab the remote, it wasn't on the coffee table where I always left it. I checked the couch cushions, the floor, even the kitchen counter where I had just been. It was gone. Frustrated, I searched the entire living room, growing more agitated by the minute. I could have sworn I left the remote right there, in its usual spot, but after nearly an hour of looking, I gave up. The next morning, there it was, sitting neatly on the coffee table, exactly where I'd been sure it wasn't the night before. A sense of unease settled in my chest, but I pushed it aside. I had probably just overlooked it, too tired to notice in the dim light. But that explanation didn't sit right with me. Still, I forced myself to move on. Then it happened again. And again. My keys, the remote, a pair of reading glasses, a book when been in the middle of all of them disappeared, only to reappear later in the most obvious of places, right where I'd already searched. It was maddening. Every time, I felt a little more like I was losing my mind. I started questioning my own memory, wondering if I was really as forgetful as it seemed. But the part that gnawed at me most was the growing feeling that this wasn't just forgetfulness. It was deliberate. It felt as though something was moving my things on purpose, playing with me. The thought made my skin crawl, but I tried to shake it off. What else could it be? I lived alone, after all. Then one day I reached into a kitchen drawer for a pen and found something else instead. A folded piece of paper tucked neatly beneath the silverware tray. My heart skipped a beat as I unfolded it, dreading what I might find. The note was handwritten, in a neat, almost elegant script you'll never find what you're looking for. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. My breath caught in my throat, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This wasn't some prank. This was real. Someone had been in my house. Someone had written this and left it for me to find. The implications hit me all at once. I wasn't just misplacing things. Someone had been moving them, watching me search, and leaving this note to taunt me. I stood frozen in the kitchen, clutching the note, my eyes darting around the room, as if expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But there was no one. The house was as still and silent as ever. But the silence felt different now, heavy, oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. I spent the rest of the day checking every corner of my house, looking for signs of an intruder. I checked windows, doors, even the vents, but found nothing. Everything was locked, secure, just as it had been. Yet the note remained in my hand, an undeniable sign that someone had been here. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the house that night. The thought of staying there, alone, with the possibility of someone watching me, was unbearable. I packed a bag and checked into a hotel, telling myself I just needed some time to think, to figure out what to do next. Over the next few days, I avoided going home as much as possible. I contacted the police, who came by to inspect the house. They found no signs of forced entry, nothing unusual, and certainly no evidence of anyone else being in the house. They suggested I might have misplaced the note myself, or that it could have been left by a previous tenant. But I knew that wasn't the case. I had lived there for years, and that note wasn't there before. The police left, and I was alone again. Alone with the growing sense that I was being watched. I became hyper-aware of every sound, every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside. I jumped at shadows, flinched at my own reflection, and barely slept. Despite my fear, I had to return home eventually. I couldn't stay at the hotel forever. But when I walked through the front door, I was hit with a wave of dread. The house didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like a stranger's, like it belonged to someone or something else. I tried to go back to my normal routine, but nothing felt normal. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the sense that my every move was being observed. The missing items continued to vanish and reappear, always in places I was sure I hadn't left them. It was driving me to the brink of madness. Then one evening, after yet another fruitless search for my missing keys, I found another note. This one was in the same drawer, folded neatly like the first. My hands trembled as I opened it, my heart pounding in my chest. "Stop looking." I dropped the note as if it had burned me, my pulse racing. The message was clear. Whoever or whatever was doing this didn't want me to figure it out. I didn't know what would happen if I did, but I was certain I didn't want to find out. I packed my bags that night. I left the house, unable to live in this suffocating atmosphere any longer. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and thought I saw a shadow moving in one of the upstairs windows. But I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I don't know what was in that house, and I don't want to know. I've moved far away, started fresh, and I've done my best to forget what happened. But sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet, I still feel like I'm being watched. And I can't help but wonder if whatever was in that house followed me, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Story 11. The crisp morning air invigorated me as I set out on my usual jogging route, the rhythmic pounding of my feet on the pavement a comforting routine. It was a beautiful morning, the kind that promised a day full of possibility. The neighborhood was just beginning to stir, with a few early risers tending to their gardens or walking their dogs. I was lost in the simplicity of the moment when I first noticed him. He was a man in a hooded jacket, standing at the edge of the park. At first, I dismissed him as just another passerby, but there was something unsettling about the way he stood there, unmoving and silent. His hood was pulled low over his face, casting his features in shadow. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, but when I glanced back, he simply remained still, his gaze hidden. The next day, the same man appeared again, this time standing near the corner of my usual route. His presence was more pronounced this time, his form stark against the early morning light. He was in the same hooded jacket, and though I couldn't see his face, I could feel his eyes on me. I quickened my pace, trying to push the uneasy feeling away. Maybe it was just my imagination, or perhaps a coincidence. But the pattern was unmistakable each day. He appeared in a different spot along my route, always at the periphery of my vision, always watching. I began to feel a creeping sense of paranoia. Was he following me? Or was I simply becoming overly sensitive to his presence? The fact that he never approached or said anything only added to the eerie feeling. He was like a shadow, always there but never quite engaging. The more I tried to ignore him, the more his presence seemed to loom over my runs. One morning, as I pushed through my routine, I saw him again, but this time he was in my neighborhood. I had ventured miles from my usual jogging route, taking a different path through unfamiliar streets, hoping to shake off the feeling of being followed. And yet there he was, standing on the sidewalk just ahead of me, his hood pulled low and his posture as unnerving as ever. Panic surged through me. My heart raced as I considered the implications. How had he found me here? Did he follow me? Or was it all just an unsettling coincidence? My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them offered any comfort. I reached for my phone, dialing the police as I continued jogging, trying to maintain a steady pace despite the growing anxiety. When I reported the man, I described him as best as I could: a man in a hooded jacket, standing still and watching from a distance. The dispatcher assured me that they would send someone to check the area. I finished my run with a sense of dread, my thoughts consumed by the encounter. When the police arrived, they questioned me further and took down my description, but their search turned up nothing. They couldn't find anyone fitting the description, and the feeling of being followed seemed to dissolve into the morning mist. Relieved but unsettled, I decided to change my jogging route, hoping to escape the shadow that had begun to haunt my mornings. I found a new path through a different park, surrounded by trees and less frequented by others. For a while I felt a sense of reprieve. The man didn't appear, and I began to relax, thinking that perhaps the change had been effective. But the feeling of unease never left me. The constant awareness that someone might be watching me, the paranoia that had seeped into my routines, persisted. Every rustle of the trees, every distant figure that moved just out of my sight, made me jump. My mind replayed the encounters, each day adding to the growing sense of dread. It was as if the man had imprinted himself on my psyche, his presence lingering even in his absence. Days turned into weeks, and though I rarely saw him again, the shadow of his presence remained. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly scanning the periphery of my vision for any sign of him. It was exhausting, this constant state of alertness, and it began to affect other areas of my life. I found myself avoiding places where I might be alone, always on the lookout for the hooded figure that had come to symbolize my fear. One evening, I decided to take a walk around my new route, hoping the change of scenery might help me relax. As I rounded a corner, I saw a familiar figure in the distance. My heart sank as I recognized the hooded jacket. My pace quickened, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I couldn't tell if it was the same man, but the sight was enough to send me into a spiral of anxiety. I went home and debated whether or not to report it again. Part of me felt it was pointless after all. The police had already told me they couldn't find anyone fitting the description. But the fear that had taken root in my mind was too strong to ignore. I decided to call them once more, hoping that this time they might take my concerns more seriously. The police came again, but the man was gone by the time they arrived. They reassured me that they would keep an eye out, but offered no concrete answers or solutions. As I watched them drive away, I felt a deep sense of frustration and helplessness. The hooded man had become more than just an unsettling figure. He had become a symbol of my own vulnerability, a reminder of how powerless I felt in the face of my fears. I continued my new jogging route, but the feeling of being followed remained an unwelcome companion. I tried to push through the anxiety, to reclaim my mornings and my sense of safety, but the shadow of that man lingered in the back of my mind. Despite the changes, the unease never completely faded. Each step I took was a reminder of the silent observer who had once haunted my runs and the lingering impact he had left on my life. Story 12. I woke up to an unsettling sight. My front door was slightly ajar. The morning light filtered through the gap, casting long shadows across the hallway. The sight of the door immediately jolted me awake, my heart racing with a sense of dread. I stumbled out of bed, my mind scrambling to piece together the disconcerting scene before me. The first thing I did was check the door itself. The lock was intact, and the bolt was engaged, but somehow the door had been left open just enough for someone to slip through. I scanned the hallway, looking for any signs of forced entry or anything out of place. That's when I noticed the muddy footprints leading from the door into my living room. I followed the trail, each step of the muddy prints seeming to get larger and more chaotic. They led me into the living room, where the footprints seemed to scatter as if the person had been pacing around. My breath quickened as I looked around, trying to make sense of the disturbance. Everything seemed normal, though furniture was undisturbed. Nothing was missing. I checked every room, peeking into closets and under beds, but there was no sign of an intruder. It was as if whoever had come in had vanished into thin air. I was about to call the police when my phone buzzed with a voicemail notification. My heart sank when I saw that the voicemail was from my own number. I hesitated for a moment, trying to fathom how this could be possible. With trembling fingers, I tapped the play button. The message began with static, but then it was clear the recording was of me sleeping. I could hear the rhythmic sound of my breathing, the occasional rustle of the bed sheets, and even the faint, almost imperceptible sounds of my muffled snores. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Someone had been in my home recording me while I slept. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as the full implications of the voicemail settled in. How had they managed to get my number? How had they made the recording? I tried calling my voicemail again, but the message had disappeared. Panic set in. I called the police and reported the break-in, trying to convey my growing sense of fear and confusion. They sent an officer to take a report and dusted for fingerprints, but they found nothing useful. No clues, no leads. The officer assured me that the best thing to do was to upgrade my home security and keep an eye out for anything suspicious. It was a helpful suggestion, but it did little to ease the turmoil inside me. That day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind seemed amplified. I was on edge, unable to focus on anything. My normally comforting home had become a place of paranoia. I installed extra locks and a security camera, hoping that these measures would restore some sense of safety. The following night was restless. I kept checking the locks, jumping at every sound. I reviewed the security camera footage obsessively, looking for any signs of intrusion. The footage showed nothing unusual, no one entering or leaving, no shadows flitting past the camera. It was as if the person who had been in my home had vanished into thin air. The days turned into weeks, and the intrusion seemed to fade into a distant nightmare. But the fear never fully left. I continued to live in a state of heightened alert, always checking and rechecking my locks, constantly scanning for signs of someone lurking in the shadows. Then, one evening as I was sorting through some old papers, I found something that made my blood run cold. Buried beneath a stack of old documents was a small, folded note. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The message was short, scrawled in a familiar handwriting. "I know where you live. I'm always watching." The note sent me into a spiral of anxiety. The same handwriting from the previous notes, neat, unsettling. The realization that someone had been watching me for longer than I had known was horrifying. I immediately contacted the police again, but they could offer no new solutions. The note was too vague, too insubstantial to provide any concrete leads. My paranoia reached new heights. I became obsessed with my security system, checking it every few hours. I installed motion detectors and additional cameras, turning my home into a fortress of surveillance. I even began to suspect my neighbors, wondering if any of them might be involved or if someone had hired a contractor to help with their plans. One night I was sitting in my living room, the lights dimmed, trying to relax with a book. The silence of the house was oppressive. As I turned a page, a noise came from the hallway, a faint rustling sound, like something being dragged across the floor. I froze, listening intently. The noise stopped abruptly, and for a moment there was only silence. I held my breath and slowly stood up, creeping toward the hallway. The darkness seemed to press in on me, and the silence was almost deafening. I turned on the hallway light and found nothing out of place, no signs of disturbance, no new footprints, no additional notes. I scanned every inch of the hallway, my flashlight darting back and forth, but there was no sign of anyone. Exhausted and on edge, I returned to the living room, trying to calm my racing heart. The intrusion had left me scarred, unable to fully trust even the safety of my own home. The memory of that voicemail haunted me, a constant reminder of my vulnerability. I began to question whether I would ever feel secure again, whether my home would ever return to the sanctuary it once was. In the end, the true identity of the intruder remained a mystery, leaving me with a pervasive sense of unease. My home was now fortified and monitored, but the knowledge that someone had invaded my space, had watched me while I slept, lingered in the back of my mind. The trust I once had in the safety of my own environment was forever shattered. Story 13. It started subtly at first, a faint whisper just barely perceptible in the quiet of my apartment. At night, when the city was asleep and the hum of traffic had faded to a distant murmur, I began hearing it, a voice calling my name from the other side of the wall. I'd lie in bed, straining my ears, trying to decipher the words, but they always seemed just out of reach, like a half-remembered dream slipping through my fingers. I'd sit up, my heart racing, and press my ear against the wall, hoping to catch a clearer sound. Sometimes it was so soft that I questioned if it was my imagination. I'd convince myself it was just the wind or the building settling, but deep down, I knew it was something more. I'd go to my neighbors, knock on their doors, and ask if they'd heard anything unusual. They'd all look at me with blank stares, assuring me that they'd heard nothing out of the ordinary. They seemed unfazed, as though the walls were thick enough to keep out all but the loudest of sounds. The voice continued to grow more insistent, more desperate. It started as a soft murmur, but soon became a repetitive, pleading call. Each night, the urgency in the voice intensified, and it seemed to echo through the apartment, growing louder as though someone or something was trying to break through. I'd try to trace the source, moving from room to room, but there was no visible sign of anything amiss. The walls were solid, the building sturdy, and yet the voice persisted, like an unseen force reaching out for help. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I sat in the living room, unable to focus on anything other than the voice. I was becoming increasingly paranoid, the constant calling gnawing at my sanity. I paced the apartment, checking the windows, the doors, and even the heating ducts, desperate to find where the sound might be coming from. But every inspection yielded the same result, nothing out of the ordinary. As days turned into weeks, the voice grew louder and more desperate. It was as if it was clawing at the walls, trying to reach me. The sound was relentless, and I began to lose sleep. The once comfortable apartment had become a prison, the voice its warden. My work and social life suffered as I became consumed by the need to understand the source of the disembodied calls. I consulted building maintenance and asked them to investigate, but they too found nothing. They assured me that there were no leaks, no hidden pipes or wires that could be causing the noise. I even contacted a local paranormal investigator, hoping for some answers, but their visit brought no relief. They performed a brief inspection and found nothing unusual, dismissing my concerns as the result of stress or imagination. One night, as I sat in the darkness of my living room, the voice reached a crescendo of desperation. It was as though the caller was right next to me, screaming for help through the walls. The intensity was overwhelming, and I felt my sanity fraying at the edges. I had no choice but to confront it directly. I grabbed a flashlight and a hammer and began to tap at the wall, hoping to find a hidden space or a conduit that might explain the source of the sound. The voice, however, seemed to respond to my efforts. It grew louder, more frantic, as if aware that I was trying to locate it. I continued to probe and pound, my frustration mounting, but there was nothing, no hidden cavities, no secret compartments, just solid, unyielding walls. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the voice ceased. The apartment fell into a heavy silence, the kind that presses down on you and makes every small noise your own breathing, the rustle of your clothes, seem amplified. The sudden quiet was almost more unnerving than the voice had been. It was as if the presence that had been calling my name had abruptly vanished, leaving an emptiness that filled the space where the sound had once been. I spent that night in a state of anxious alertness, the silence oppressive and unsettling. Every creak of the building, every distant sound from the street seemed amplified, and the weight of the silence felt like it was closing in on me. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what had happened. Over the following days, the absence of the voice made the apartment feel eerily empty. The silence was so profound that it became its own kind of presence, filling every corner with a heavy, suffocating weight. I tried to return to normalcy, but the shadow of the voice's desperation lingered, a ghost of a memory that haunted my thoughts. I continued to investigate, hoping to find an explanation, but the building remained unchanged, and no further answers emerged. I spoke with more neighbors, but their responses were the same as before, nothing out of the ordinary. The building's history revealed no clues, no previous incidents that could explain the mysterious calls. To this day, I never discovered who or what was behind the voice. The apartment returned to its former state of quiet, but I never felt the same comfort within its walls. The memory of that desperate, haunting call remained with me, a chilling reminder of the unknown. And as I moved on, I could never quite shake the feeling that something had been reaching out from beyond the wall, calling my name in the darkness, and I was left with the unsettling knowledge that some questions are never answered. Story 14. It all began one chilly autumn evening as I was heading home from work. My car had always been dependable, a reliable sedan with a few years on it, but nothing out of the ordinary. That evening, however, as I approached the driver's side door, I noticed something odd. The car's locks clicked open and shut by themselves. I paused, confused, then shrugged it off as a fluke. I slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove off. As I drove, I noticed the radio switching on and off randomly. At first it was just static bursts, but then it began playing snippets of songs and talk shows, abruptly changing channels as if someone or something was fiddling with it. I reached out to adjust the dial, but the moment my hand touched it, the radio went silent. I glanced at the GPS screen, only to see it flashing with unfamiliar locations. The map displayed a route leading to a place I had never heard of, let alone intended to visit. My anxiety grew as I tried to ignore the strange behavior. When I got home, I was relieved to park and shut off the engine. However, as I prepared to leave for work the next day, the car greeted me with more of the same oddities. The doors locked and unlocked repeatedly while I was loading my bag into the trunk. I checked the car's settings, but everything seemed normal. I began to worry that there was a malfunction, so I decided to have it serviced. At the repair shop, the mechanic ran diagnostics but found nothing out of the ordinary. They couldn't replicate the issues I had described, and the car seemed to function fine during their tests. Frustrated, I picked up my car and drove home, trying to shake off the growing unease. That night, as I reviewed the car's data logs on my phone, something I had started doing to track the strange behaviors, I was startled by what I saw. The logs showed numerous unexplained trips to locations I had never visited. My car had apparently been traveling long distances during times I was certain I had been at home or at work. I returned to the mechanic the next day, armed with the data logs and my increasing concerns. The mechanic reviewed the logs and, despite his expertise, found nothing out of the ordinary in the car's electronic system. He suggested it might be a glitch in the software, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. I began to fear for my safety on the road. The car's behavior became more erratic. The headlights flashed on and off. The windshield wipers turned on during dry weather, and the horn blared spontaneously. It felt like someone or something was manipulating the car's systems from afar. The sense of being watched was palpable. I wondered if someone had hacked into the car's electronic systems, though I had no idea how or why. The car's strange behavior continued unabated. One night, while parked outside my apartment, I saw a shadowy figure near the vehicle. I couldn't make out details, but the figure seemed to be tampering with something on the driver's side. My heart raced, and I rushed outside, but the figure was gone. The car, of course, showed no signs of tampering when I checked it. The locks, radio, and GPS continued their erratic performances, but I couldn't find any physical evidence of interference. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to install a dash cam with surveillance capabilities. I wanted to record everything that happened with the car, hoping it might provide some answers. The dash cam's footage was both eerie and puzzling. While the recordings showed my car's bizarre behaviors, there was no sign of an external intruder. There were no shadowy figures or suspicious individuals, just the inexplicable actions of the vehicle itself. As weeks went by, my paranoia deepened. I started to take different routes to work, avoided driving at night, and even considered selling the car, though the thought of parting with it filled me with dread. The idea that someone could have such control over my car was unsettling. I feared for my safety every time I got behind the wheel. One evening I was driving home after a long day at work, my nerves frayed and my mind exhausted. The car's GPS suddenly recalibrated itself and began guiding me to an unfamiliar, remote location. My heart pounded as I followed the instructions, unable to shake the feeling that I was being led somewhere dangerous. When I finally arrived at the location, a deserted warehouse on the outskirts of town, I hesitated before getting out. The place was eerily silent, its dark, foreboding structure illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights. I approached the building cautiously, my senses on high alert. The warehouse was abandoned, its windows boarded up and its doors rusted shut. Just as I was about to turn back, I heard a faint noise behind me, a sound like a door creaking open. I spun around, but there was nothing there. I quickly got back into my car and drove away, my mind racing with thoughts of who or what might have led me to that place. The experience left me shaken, but it also drove me to take drastic measures. I sought help from a cybersecurity expert who specialized in automotive technology. He conducted a thorough investigation and found that my car had been compromised by a sophisticated hacking device, one that allowed an external party to manipulate the vehicle's systems. The hacker's motives remained unclear, but the expert assured me that the device had been removed and my car's systems were now secure. With the immediate threat removed, I felt a sense of relief. I still didn't fully understand why I had been targeted or who had done it, but the knowledge that my car was no longer being tampered with eased my fears. I continued to drive with caution, always wary of any strange behavior, but the experience had taught me to be more vigilant about my personal safety and the security of my possessions. In the end, the mystery of the phantom car remained unsolved, but I had learned an important lesson. Sometimes the greatest dangers come from the places we least expect, and vigilance is the key to staying one step ahead. Story 15. The postcard arrived on an ordinary Tuesday, its arrival almost imperceptible amid the routine of my day. I was sorting through my mail, half listening to the news on the radio, when I came across it. The postcard was simple enough, an unremarkable piece of cardstock with a glossy image of my house on the front. The image was taken from a distance, capturing the front facade and the neatly trimmed lawn, but what struck me was the message scrawled on the back in an uneven, almost shaky handwriting. I know your secret. There was no return address, only a generic postmark from a location I couldn't place. The address written on the postcard was fictitious, a jumble of numbers and letters that led nowhere. I turned the postcard over in my hand, my heart pounding. My house looked the same as always in the picture, but the message was a chilling reminder that someone knew something about me, something they shouldn't. My initial reaction was disbelief. It had to be a prank, a misguided attempt at intimidation, or a misguided joke. I tossed the postcard aside, trying to push it from my mind, but as the hours passed, an uneasy feeling settled over me, growing with each tick of the clock. That evening, I decided to take action. The message was vague, but the implication was clear. Someone had been watching me, or at least my house, and they knew something about me that made me uneasy. I had to make sure my home was secure. I went through every room, checking windows and doors and scrutinizing every corner for any sign of tampering. Nothing seemed out of place. Everything was as it should be. Despite my thorough check, the feeling of vulnerability lingered. The postcard had been a disturbing reminder of how exposed I felt. The fact that someone knew my address, had access to a photo of my house, and was able to send such a menacing message filled me with dread. I considered contacting the police, but without more concrete evidence or a clear threat, there wasn't much they could do. I had already reported the texts I'd received earlier, and with little to show for it, I doubted they would offer much help this time. The days that followed were marked by a heightened sense of paranoia. I avoided leaving the house alone, often asking friends to accompany me if I had to run errands or go out. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, jumpy at every sound. Even the slightest rustle outside made me freeze, my mind racing with all sorts of unsettling possibilities. I began to pay more attention to my surroundings, watching for anyone who seemed out of place. My neighbors, who had always been friendly and familiar, now seemed like potential suspects. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was lurking, watching my every move. I even started to wonder if the postcard was just the beginning, a warning of something more sinister to come. One night, unable to sleep, I sat by the window, staring out into the darkness. The house was silent, the only sounds coming from the occasional car passing by on the street. My thoughts kept drifting back to the postcard, to the eerie message and the unsettling knowledge that someone had been watching me. As the weeks went by, the fear became a part of my daily life. I began to obsess over every detail, trying to find something, anything, that might explain who could have sent the postcard. I went through old photographs, searched through every document related to my house, and even contacted previous owners to see if they had experienced anything unusual. But there were no leads, no answers. The postcard remained on my desk, a constant reminder of the unknown threat. It was as if the message was engraved into my mind, a haunting mantra that kept me on edge. I tried to go about my life as normal, but the fear was always there, lurking in the back of my mind. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a knock at the door. My heart raced as I approached it, peeking through the peephole. I saw a stranger standing on the other side, holding a large envelope. I hesitated, my mind racing with thoughts of what might be inside. When I opened the door cautiously, the stranger handed me the envelope without a word and quickly left. I closed the door behind me and turned the envelope over. It was unmarked, with no return address, just like the postcard. I tore it open with trembling hands, hoping for some clue, some explanation. Inside, I found another postcard, this time with a different image, a close-up of the front door of my house. The message on the back was even more unsettling than the first. I'm always watching. You can't hide from me. The words sent a chill down my spine. It was clear now that the sender was not only aware of my location, but was also actively monitoring my every move. The postcard had become a sinister game, and I was the unwilling participant. I took the new postcard to the police, but with no additional evidence, they could do little more than advise me to remain vigilant. They increased patrols in the area, but the reassurance felt hollow. The sense of being watched was all-consuming, and the postcard seemed to be a way to taunt me, to remind me of my helplessness. As the months went by, the postcards stopped arriving. The silence was almost as unnerving as the messages had been. I remained on edge, constantly aware of my surroundings, and took extra precautions to secure my home. The knowledge that someone had once known so much about me and had intruded into my private space lingered, a haunting reminder of how vulnerable I had felt. In the end, the postcards had not only disturbed me but had changed the way I lived my life. I had become more cautious, more aware, and less trusting. The haunting messages were a stark reminder of the fear and anxiety that can accompany the unknown, leaving an indelible mark on my sense of security. Story 16. The excitement of moving into a new apartment quickly gave way to an unsettling sense of dread. My new place was supposed to be a fresh start, a place where I could leave behind the stresses of my old life and find some semblance of peace. The building was old but well maintained, with spacious rooms and charming features that I had fallen in love with at first sight. Little did I know, the peace I sought would be quickly overshadowed by a mounting sense of fear. It began with the first note. I came home one evening to find a small, folded piece of paper slipped under my door. The note was neatly written in black ink, but the message was anything but friendly. "I know what you didn't read, and I'm watching you." There was no signature, no indication of who might have sent it. I brushed it off as a prank or a misunderstanding, though the ominous tone left me feeling uneasy. Over the next few days, more notes appeared. Each one was different, but carried a similar theme of accusation and intimidation. "You think you can hide one note, read, but I see everything another threatened. You're not safe here. I know all about your past." The details were chilling specifics about my job, my daily routines, even my family members. It was as if the writer knew me intimately, yet I had no idea who they could be. The mounting paranoia began to affect every aspect of my life. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, following me, even when I was out in public. My nerves were on edge, and every small sound in the apartment seemed amplified. I would check the locks on my doors multiple times each night, and I began avoiding leaving the apartment alone, fearful of what might happen if I did. Desperate for answers, I contacted the landlord. Mr. Collins was a gruff but well-meaning man in his late 60s. When I explained the situation, he seemed genuinely concerned and promised to look into it. However, after a few days of investigation, he returned with little progress. "We've checked the security footage and spoken with the staff," he said, "but no one has seen anything unusual. The building's surveillance doesn't show anyone coming and going who shouldn't be." I was frustrated and disheartened. It felt as though I was fighting an invisible enemy, one who knew every detail of my life but left no trace of their presence. With no leads and no way to identify the source of the notes, I decided I needed to take matters into my own hands. That weekend, I installed a comprehensive security system in the apartment. I invested in high-quality cameras for the exterior, motion detectors for the hallways, and a sophisticated alarm system that would alert me to any movement inside the apartment. The installation process was intrusive and expensive, but the peace of mind it promised was worth it. Once everything was set up, I felt a slight reprieve. The cameras provided a sense of security, and the knowledge that my movements were being recorded gave me some comfort. I hoped that the visibility of the cameras would deter whoever was responsible for the notes and bring an end to the harassment. But the notes didn't stop. If anything, they became more frequent and more personal. The new messages included details that only someone very close to me would know: my preferences for certain foods, my work schedule, and even the names of friends I had mentioned in passing. "You think a few cameras will keep me away?" one note taunted. "I'm always closer than you think." The constant fear of an unseen threat began to erode my sense of normalcy. I would review the security footage obsessively, hoping for some clue or sign of who might be behind the harassment. Each night, as I watched the recorded footage, I scanned for any unusual movements or people lingering near my apartment, but there were no clear answers. The situation reached a boiling point when I received a note that detailed a specific event from my past, a painful experience that I had rarely spoken about. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" it said. "Your past is catching up with you." I was horrified. How could someone know about such personal and private aspects of my life? It felt as though my entire existence was under scrutiny. Feeling trapped and exhausted, I reached out to the police for assistance. They conducted a thorough investigation, but despite their efforts, they couldn't find any evidence or trace of the stalker. "We'll keep an eye out for anything unusual," Officer Martinez said, "but without more information, it's challenging to pinpoint who might be behind this." I felt helpless and isolated, trapped in a cycle of fear and anxiety. The security system, while providing some peace of mind, did little to quell the growing sense of paranoia. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, always on edge and constantly looking over my shoulder. The once charming apartment had turned into a prison, with each day feeling like a battle to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Despite the ongoing harassment, I eventually found some solace in the routine of the security measures. I continued to document every note and detail of the incidents, hoping that one day it would lead to a breakthrough. The police remained involved, though the case seemed to stall. It was only when I decided to move out of the apartment that the harassment abruptly stopped. As I packed my belongings, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief mingled with lingering fear. The apartment that had once been my sanctuary had become a place of constant dread, and leaving it behind was both a victory and a concession. The new place, though not without its own challenges, offered a fresh start. I had learned to be more cautious and aware, and I vowed to never let my guard down again. The notes and the fear that had consumed me were behind me, but the experience had left a mark. Even now, as I settle into my new home, I remain vigilant, aware that the shadows of the past can sometimes follow you, even when you think you've escaped them. Story 17. I was alone in my apartment, relishing the solitude after a long week of work. The place was modest but comfortable, a sanctuary where I could unwind without interruption. My evenings were usually spent relaxing with a good book or catching up on my favorite shows. But lately something had been disturbing my peace. It started subtly. I began to feel a sense of unease whenever I was alone at night, an inexplicable feeling that I was being watched. At first I chalked it up to stress or maybe just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then, one evening I noticed a figure outside my window. I was in the living room, absorbed in a book, when I happened to glance up. There, just beyond the glass, was a dark silhouette. It was featureless, an indistinct shape that seemed to blend into the darkness outside. My heart skipped a beat as I squinted, trying to make out any details, but the figure remained a shadowy outline, unmoving. I stood up and moved closer to the window. My curiosity piqued despite the growing sense of dread. The figure didn't move, but I felt an intense gaze upon me. It was as if the person or whatever it was observing me with a chilling intensity. I tried to shake off the fear and considered calling the police, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. I checked the street outside, but there was no sign of anyone lingering. I assumed it was probably just someone passing by, a trick of the light or my own overactive imagination. Still, the incident left me unsettled. The next night, the same thing happened. I was sitting in the same spot, reading when I saw the silhouette again, watching me through the window. This time I felt a deep, unsettling chill. The figure was always in the same place, just beyond the reach of the streetlight, cloaked in darkness. I decided to confront whatever or whoever it was. I approached the window cautiously, pulling back the curtain just enough to get a better look. But as soon as I got close, the figure vanished into the night, leaving me staring at an empty street. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I started to take more precautions. I installed heavy curtains and blinds on all my windows, hoping they would provide some privacy and keep the figure at bay. I also started locking my windows and checking the locks obsessively before going to bed. But even with these measures in place, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I began to keep a small flashlight on my nightstand, just in case I needed to check outside in the middle of the night. I also started keeping my phone close, ready to call for help if necessary. But the figure never reappeared while I was actively looking for it. It was as if it knew exactly when to disappear. The anxiety began to take its toll on me. I found myself jumping at every sound, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was always lurking just out of sight. My sleep became fitful, plagued by dreams of dark silhouettes and shadowy figures. I started avoiding the living room at night, preferring to stay in the safety of my bedroom with the door locked. One evening, after a particularly long day, I was determined to relax. I prepared a nice dinner, set up a cozy spot on the couch, and tried to unwind. I was almost successful in forgetting the eerie feeling that had plagued me, until I happened to glance towards the window. There was again the silhouette, watching me from the darkness. This time, I felt a surge of frustration. I grabbed my flashlight and headed for the window. I yanked the curtains open and shone the light outside, but the figure was gone. My hands were trembling and I felt a mix of anger and fear. I stood there for a few minutes, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever had been tormenting me, but there was nothing. I decided it was time to take more drastic measures. The next morning I contacted a local security company and had cameras installed around my apartment. I also requested a consultation with a security expert to ensure that my home was as secure as possible. They were very professional, offering advice on improving my security and ensuring that I felt safe in my own home. That night, I sat in the living room, the new security cameras blinking softly in the dim light. I tried to ignore the nervous anticipation building inside me. I had hoped that the presence of the cameras would dissuade whatever had been watching me, but I couldn't shake the sense of dread that still lingered. As the night wore on, I watched the live feed from the cameras on my laptop. The footage was clear and showed every angle of the perimeter around my apartment. I reviewed the footage periodically, looking for any sign of movement or disturbance. The cameras showed no unusual activity, and the streets outside remained empty. Despite the added security, I found it hard to relax. I kept the lights on, and the constant hum of the camera system provided a false sense of comfort. I eventually managed to fall asleep, though my dreams were filled with dark shapes and lurking shadows. The next morning I reviewed the footage again, looking for any sign of the figure. The cameras had captured everything from the previous night, but there was no trace of the silhouette I had seen. It was as if the figure had vanished completely, leaving no evidence of its presence. I felt a mix of relief and frustration. On one hand, I was grateful that the cameras hadn't captured anything alarming. On the other hand, I was troubled by the fact that I still felt watched, despite all the measures I had taken. The calls from my security company confirmed that the cameras were functioning correctly and no unusual activity had been reported. They assured me that my apartment was secure and that the feeling of being watched might be a result of heightened anxiety rather than an actual threat. I tried to take their advice to heart, but the sense of unease persisted. The figure had stopped appearing, but I remained on edge, constantly checking the cameras and peering out the windows. It was as if the sense of being watched had become a part of my everyday life, an invisible presence that I couldn't shake. Despite the absence of the figure, the experience had left a lasting impact on me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, always on the lookout for any sign of intrusion or threat. I continued to keep the cameras active and maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, even as the nights grew quieter. In the end, I learned to live with the lingering anxiety, adapting to a new normal where the sense of being watched was a constant, if unwelcome, companion. The figure never returned, and I hoped it never would. But the feeling of being observed had changed me, leaving me more cautious and aware of the shadows that lurked just beyond the edges of my vision. Story 18. It was a crisp autumn morning when I first noticed the box on my doorstep. The day had started like any other, with the usual routine of grabbing coffee and heading to work. I almost overlooked the package, a small, unremarkable cardboard box with no return address or markings. It was only when I saw the label with my name that I hesitated and decided to investigate further. Inside the box was something that made my blood run cold, a pair of my own used shoes. They were scuffed and worn, the laces slightly frayed. I recognized them immediately, a pair of old sneakers I had discarded weeks ago. Alongside the shoes was a note, written in an unfamiliar, slightly uneven handwriting. "I'm following your every step." My heart raced as I stared at the shoes. How had someone gotten their hands on them? More importantly, who was behind this unnerving message? I tried to calm myself and consider the possibilities. Maybe it was a prank from a friend, though none of my friends had ever been this intrusive or sinister. To be sure, I decided to check my home security cameras. The cameras covered every angle of my front porch, and I was confident they would have recorded any unusual activity. I pulled up the footage from the previous night and began to watch. What I saw only deepened my unease. There was no footage of anyone dropping off the package. The timestamp showed the box had appeared out of nowhere, without any person or vehicle in sight. My mind raced through the implications. Someone had been able to get close to my house without leaving a trace on the cameras. The realization that someone might have been watching me, tracking my movements, made me feel vulnerable and exposed. My daily routines, the places I visited, everything suddenly felt compromised. As the days passed, the message in the note haunted me. I began to scrutinize every detail of my life. I noticed how often I followed the same routes to work, the same paths during my evening walks. The predictability of my routine suddenly seemed dangerous, like a map someone could use to track my movements. I started varying my routes, taking different paths to work and exploring new coffee shops and parks. Every time I saw someone on the street who seemed out of place, my heart would race. I avoided making eye contact with anyone who appeared to be watching too closely, and I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. Despite these precautions, the anxiety of being watched never fully left me. Each time I returned home, I found myself checking the perimeter of my property, peering into the darkness for any sign of someone lurking nearby. The box and the note had left a lingering fear that gnawed at my sense of security. One evening, as I returned from a new grocery store I had started frequenting, I noticed a figure standing on the opposite side of the street. The person was wearing a dark coat and hat, their face obscured by the shadows. The sight of them made my pulse quicken, and I instinctively took a longer route home, circling the block to avoid any potential confrontation. I arrived in my apartment, the unsettling figure still on my mind. I decided to take more proactive measures. I installed additional security cameras around my property, focusing on blind spots that the previous system might have missed. I also began to keep a detailed log of my daily activities, noting every place I visited and every person I encountered. The thought of someone tracking me made me increasingly paranoid, but I hoped that by documenting everything, I might uncover some pattern or clue. Weeks went by with no new developments, but the fear remained. I tried to keep up with my new routines and habits, hoping to throw off whoever was watching me. Still, the feeling of being followed persisted. I avoided staying out too late, and always ensured that I wasn't being followed by taking circuitous routes home. The constant vigilance was exhausting, and the tension made it difficult to focus on anything else. One night, as I was reviewing my security footage, I noticed something unusual. There was a brief moment where the footage seemed to glitch, a few frames where the image distorted and flickered. In those moments, I could make out a shadowy figure moving near my front door. It was barely perceptible, but it was enough to reignite my fear. I decided to show the footage to the police, hoping they could provide some assistance. They were concerned but found the evidence inconclusive. They advised me to continue monitoring the situation and assured me they would increase patrols in the area. The lack of concrete evidence and the inability to identify the shadowy figure left me feeling frustrated and helpless. As the months passed, the intensity of the fear gradually diminished, but it never fully disappeared. I continued to live cautiously, maintaining my vigilance and alternating my routines. The thought of the shoes and the cryptic note became a haunting memory, a reminder of the unsettling reality that someone had been close enough to invade my privacy and unsettle my life. Despite the absence of further contact, I couldn't shake the feeling that the person behind the note was still out there, watching from the shadows. The fear of being followed had become a part of my life, a constant, unnerving presence that had forever altered my sense of safety. Every now and then, when I notice something unusual or catch a glimpse of someone watching from afar, the anxiety flares up again. The memory of the shoes and the note serves as a chilling reminder that, even in the most familiar of places, danger can be closer than we think. Story 19. It started as an ordinary evening. I was cleaning the bathroom, something I found soothing after a long day. The bathroom mirror was my focus, its surface fogged up with steam from a hot shower. As I wiped away the condensation with a soft cloth, I noticed something odd. My reflection didn't quite match my movements. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. Maybe the steam had created some sort of optical illusion. I shrugged it off and continued scrubbing the mirror, but the feeling of unease persisted. My reflection seemed to lag slightly behind my actual movements, as if there was a brief delay in synchronization. I paused and stared at the mirror, trying to see if I was imagining things. My reflection remained frozen in a smile while my real self frowned in confusion. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. Perhaps fatigue was playing tricks on me. I wiped the mirror again, hoping to dispel whatever strange effect was occurring. But the distortions only grew more unsettling. My reflection began to twist and warp, displaying a series of unsettling expressions, frowns, sneers, and even looks of terror, while my own face remained neutral. It was as if the mirror was showing me the emotions of someone else, someone I didn't recognize. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I watched my reflection contort into shapes that were almost grotesque. Desperate to understand what was happening, I tried to wipe the mirror clean again. I even used a different cloth, scrubbing with more force. But no matter how much I cleaned, the distortions remained. Each time I looked away and then back, the reflection would change, as if it were mimicking someone or something else. I felt a growing sense of dread as the expressions became increasingly distorted and unsettling. My reflection's eyes would widen in fear, or it would make a face as if screaming silently. I tried to calm myself, convincing myself that it was just a trick of the mirror, or perhaps a psychological phenomenon. But every time I looked away and then back, the reflection seemed to be more insistent, more animated, as if trying to communicate something. The situation reached a crescendo one night when I was brushing my teeth before bed. As usual, I glanced at the mirror while brushing, and for a moment, everything seemed normal. But then I noticed a subtle shift. My reflection's eyes were following me with an intensity that was both unsettling and unnerving. I spat out the toothpaste and leaned closer to the mirror, trying to understand what was happening. That's when the reflection did something that made my blood run cold. It began to mimic my movements with a lag, but then started to do things that I wasn't doing at all. It turned its head slowly, as if examining me with curiosity. It raised its hand and traced a path across the mirror, leaving a smudge that didn't align with my own hand. The movements were deliberate, almost mocking. I pulled back in shock, dropping my toothbrush. The reflection followed my every move, mimicking my startled reaction but with an eerie delay. My reflection's eyes widened in a way that suggested it was looking at something behind me, even though I was alone in the room. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I turned to see if anyone was there, but the room remained empty. Each subsequent night, the distortions grew more intense. My reflection seemed to take on a life of its own, showing me different scenes, sometimes even mirroring actions that I wasn't performing. Once it appeared as though my reflection was engaged in a silent conversation with an invisible entity, its lips moving in a way that suggested words without sound. I began to fear looking into the mirror, avoiding the bathroom as much as possible. When I did have to use it, I would keep my eyes averted, focusing on other tasks to avoid the growing terror. I installed a curtain over the mirror, hoping to block out whatever malevolent force seemed to be taking hold. Despite these precautions, the sense of unease never left me. Even with the curtain drawn, I could feel the presence of something watching me. The distortions in the mirror had left me feeling like a prisoner in my own home, trapped by an unknown force that was trying to communicate or perhaps torment me. In a final attempt to understand the phenomenon, I reached out to a local historian who specialized in the supernatural. After explaining my experiences, he suggested that old mirrors sometimes hold on to residual energies or entities. He recommended having the mirror blessed and then disposed of, claiming that it might rid the space of any lingering presence. With no other options left, I followed his advice. I arranged for a local priest to bless the mirror, and then carefully wrapped it in cloth before disposing of it. I replaced it with a new mirror, hoping that the issue had been resolved. The new mirror did not exhibit any strange behavior. My reflection was now normal, and the distortions had ceased. However, the experience left a lasting impression on me. I could no longer look at a mirror without feeling a twinge of apprehension, and the echoes of that unsettling night haunted me. The mirror had been a gateway to something inexplicable, a reminder of the shadows that linger just out of sight, waiting for the chance to reveal themselves. Story 20. The morning started like any other. I woke up, groggy from a night of restless sleep, and stumbled out of bed. As I shuffled into the living room, still wrapped in my blanket, I froze. There, sitting comfortably on my couch, was a stranger, deeply engrossed in a book. The sight was so surreal it took a moment for my brain to register what was happening. The man was in his mid-30s, wearing a light blue shirt and jeans. His posture was relaxed, and he appeared completely at ease, flipping through the pages of the book with a calm, deliberate pace. The sun streaming in through the windows cast a warm glow on the scene, but it did nothing to dispel the cold fear that gripped me. For a few seconds I stood there, frozen in place, my mind racing. How had he gotten in? My doors were locked, and I had no idea who this person was or what his intentions might be. I finally managed to muster enough courage to speak. "Who are you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What are you doing in my house?" The man looked up from his book, his expression softening into a benign smile. "I was waiting for you," he said, his voice calm and unhurried. My heart pounded in my chest. The way he spoke, as if this were a perfectly normal situation, only heightened my sense of unease. I quickly reached for my phone, my hands shaking, and dialed 911. I tried to maintain my composure as I explained the situation to the operator, though my voice wavered with fear. As I spoke, I kept my eyes on the intruder, who continued to sit there, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. He didn't make any move to leave or approach me, just sat there, as if waiting for some invisible cue. The police arrived within minutes, their footsteps echoing through the house. I led them to the living room, but to my shock and growing anxiety, the man was gone. The room was empty, save for the book lying on the couch. My stomach churned as I noticed the book's cover. It was a classic novel, one I had never seen before, and it was now resting on my furniture, an eerie reminder of the stranger's presence. The officers conducted a thorough search of the house, but found no signs of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been there recently other than the book on the couch. They checked all the windows and doors, finding them securely locked. The intruder had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only that unsettling book. As the officers questioned me, I felt a rising sense of dread. The thought that someone had been in my home while I was asleep, reading quietly in my living room, was deeply disturbing. They took a statement and promised to patrol the area more frequently, but their reassurances did little to ease my anxiety. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, my mind replaying the events over and over. I couldn't shake the feeling of violation, of having been watched while I slept. The house, once a place of comfort, now felt like a cage. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside seemed amplified, as if mocking my sense of safety. As night fell, I found myself unable to relax. I checked all the doors and windows once more, making sure everything was securely locked. The book remained on the couch, its presence a constant reminder of the stranger's visit. I wanted to throw it away, but part of me was too afraid to touch it, as if handling it might invite something sinister into my life. I decided to stay awake, armed with a baseball bat and a heightened sense of vigilance. I sat in the living room, the book sitting innocuously on the couch, its presence almost taunting me. The house was silent, save for the occasional creak of the settling structure. Hours passed, and though I was exhausted, I couldn't bring myself to sleep. The fear of another unexpected visitor kept me on edge. Eventually, the exhaustion took its toll, and I succumbed to sleep in fits and starts, the baseball bat still clutched in my hand. I dreamed of shadowy figures and whispered voices, nightmares that left me drenched in sweat. The next day, I contacted a locksmith to change all the locks in my house. I wanted to ensure that no one could get in without my knowledge. I also invested in a security system with cameras, hoping to provide some measure of protection and peace of mind. The intrusion had shaken me to my core, and I was determined not to let it happen again. Days turned into weeks, and though the sense of vulnerability never fully left me, I gradually began to feel more secure. I tried to avoid thinking about that unsettling morning and the strange man who had appeared out of nowhere. I kept the book hidden away in a box, convinced that it held some dark significance that I wasn't ready to understand. Life began to return to normal, but the fear lingered. I avoided staying alone in the house for extended periods and became hyper-vigilant about security. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was always watching, waiting for another opportunity to intrude. Though the police never found any leads or identified the man, I remained vigilant, hoping that the security measures I had put in place would keep me safe. The memory of that morning haunted me, a chilling reminder of how quickly a sense of security can be shattered and how easily someone can intrude upon the sanctuary of one's home. Story 21. The photo album had been a fixture on my bookshelf for as long as I could remember. It was a modest leather-bound volume, its once crisp edges softened by years of use. Inside were snapshots of my life, family gatherings, vacations, candid moments. Each photo was a fragment of my past, a tangible reminder of the people and experiences that had shaped me. I often flipped through it, finding comfort in the familiar faces and memories. One evening, as I was tidying up my living room, I noticed the album was missing. I searched the entire room, checking under cushions, behind furniture, and in every nook and cranny, but it was nowhere to be found. I shrugged it off, thinking perhaps I had misplaced it or left it in another room. Days went by and I started to worry that it might have been accidentally thrown out or misplaced during a cleaning spree. Then, almost as if by magic, the album reappeared. It was back on the shelf in its original spot, exactly where it had been before. I was relieved but puzzled. I hadn't found it, nor had I seen anyone else in the house who might have returned it. My curiosity was piqued, and I picked it up, expecting to see the familiar faces from my past. However, when I opened the album, a chill ran down my spine. The photos had been rearranged, and the images were unlike any I had seen before. The familiar snapshots were gone, replaced by disturbing and unfamiliar faces. Each page was filled with strangers, their expressions ranging from serene to unsettlingly intense. They stared out from the pages, their eyes seeming to follow me as I flipped through the album. The rearrangement was meticulous. The photos were ordered in a way that felt intentional, almost as if they were telling a story. But the story was foreign and disconcerting. The faces were not just random, they seemed to be watching me with a disturbing awareness. There were no captions or identifying marks, just the eerie, unfamiliar faces, one after another. I tried to make sense of the situation. Had someone broken into my home and tampered with the album? It seemed improbable, but the thought that someone had been in my personal space without my knowledge was deeply unsettling. I searched the rest of the house for signs of tampering, but everything else appeared untouched. There were no signs of forced entry or disturbance. The more I examined the album, the more the images seemed to affect me. Some of the faces had an almost spectral quality, their features blurred or distorted in a way that made them appear unnatural. I felt as though they were not just photographs but something more sinister. The way the eyes seemed to follow me made it hard to look away. Every time I turned the page, I half expected to see one of the figures reaching out, or worse, emerging from the photo. I reached out to friends and family, hoping to get some perspective. I showed them the album and described the situation, but they were equally puzzled. None of them recognized the faces in the photos, and no one could offer an explanation for their appearance. They suggested that I might have dreamt about the album, or that it was a result of some obscure prank. But the more I thought about it, the more the sense of intrusion grew. The photos were not just disturbing, they were a violation of my privacy. It felt as if someone had deliberately invaded my personal space and rearranged my memories to unsettle me. The album, once a cherished collection of moments from my life, had become a source of anxiety and fear. I decided to take the album to a local photo expert, hoping they could provide some insight. The expert examined the photos and confirmed that they were genuine prints, not digitally altered. However, they couldn't identify the subjects or explain how they had ended up in my album. Their inability to provide answers only added to my unease. As days turned into weeks, the album remained a constant source of dread. I tried to avoid looking at it, but it was hard to ignore the presence of those unsettling faces. I considered disposing of it, but the thought of throwing away something that had been in my possession for so long felt wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that getting rid of it might be admitting defeat, or worse, acknowledging that the intrusion had won. I began to notice other subtle changes around the house. Small objects would be out of place, or I would find things in locations I was sure I hadn't left them. It was as if the house itself was conspiring to reinforce the feeling of unease that the album had introduced. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle of the curtains made me jump, and I became increasingly paranoid about my surroundings. I even began to wonder if the album was somehow connected to these occurrences. Had it somehow opened a door to something sinister, or was it merely a catalyst for my own growing anxiety? The constant presence of those unsettling faces made it hard to think clearly. Eventually, I decided to lock the album away in a box and store it in the attic, hoping that removing it from my immediate environment might help me regain a sense of normalcy. The attic was a dark, dusty space, rarely visited, and I hoped that by keeping it there I could distance myself from the feeling of intrusion it had brought. Despite my efforts, the unease remained. The faces from the album lingered in my mind, and the feeling of being watched persisted. The album had transformed from a simple collection of memories into a symbol of violation and fear. It was a constant reminder that even the most familiar and comforting things could be turned into sources of dread. Story 22. It was a quiet evening when my phone rang with an anonymous number. I was in the middle of cooking dinner, the aroma of garlic and herbs filling the kitchen. I glanced at the screen, puzzled by the unknown caller. The phone rang again, and despite my better judgment, I answered. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was no response at first, just a disconcerting silence on the other end. Then, I heard it heavy breathing, labored and uneven, like someone struggling to catch their breath. The sound was unnervingly close, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I waited, expecting the caller to speak, but instead there was a series of strange noises, muffled thumps, indistinct murmurs, and a low, unsettling hum. "Hello," I repeated, more urgently this time. But there was no reply. The call ended abruptly, leaving me with a lingering sense of dread. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was a wrong number or a prank. Over the next few days, the calls didn't stop. They came at all hours, early in the morning, late at night, and even during work hours. Each call was the same heavy breathing and strange noises. I tried to block the number, hoping it would stop the harassment. But instead of decreasing, the calls began to come from different numbers, each one more disturbing than the last. The anonymity of the calls only added to my growing sense of fear. One night, the phone rang just as I was about to go to bed. I hesitated but answered, hoping to confront the caller directly. The same heavy breathing greeted me, accompanied by an eerie, rhythmic scratching sound that seemed to echo through the phone line. I could barely make out a faint, almost imperceptible whisper in the background, but the message was too garbled to understand. By now, the calls were affecting my sleep and work. I found myself constantly checking my phone, anxious about the next call and unable to focus on anything else. My stress levels soared as I began to suspect that whoever was making these calls had sinister intentions. The constant barrage of calls became a relentless torment, leaving me feeling paranoid and isolated. Desperate for relief, I contacted my phone service provider and reported the issue. They assured me they would investigate and advised me to change my number, which seemed like a drastic but necessary step. I followed their advice and switched to a new number, hoping this would put an end to the disturbing calls. For a few days there was peace. I started to relax, feeling a semblance of normalcy returning to my life. But then, the calls started up again. This time they came from yet another set of new numbers. The cycle seemed endless, and the fear that someone was deliberately targeting me became overwhelming. Realizing that my attempts to handle the situation on my own were futile, I decided to seek help from the authorities. I contacted the local police and explained the situation, including the heavy breathing and strange noises I had heard, as well as the persistent nature of the calls. I was met with a mix of sympathy and skepticism. The officer took my report and promised to investigate, but warned me that tracking anonymous calls could be challenging and time-consuming. Despite the police's assurances, the calls continued, now more sporadic but still unsettling. I began to feel as if I was trapped in a nightmare, unable to escape the eerie presence that seemed to be lurking just out of sight. The authorities' investigation did not yield any results, leaving me feeling helpless and frustrated. I felt like a pawn in a cruel game, with no idea of who was orchestrating it or why. The relentless calls began to take a toll on my mental health. I avoided answering the phone whenever possible, fearing the unsettling sounds and whispers that had come to define my experiences. I started isolating myself, avoiding social events and even keeping the lights on at all times, hoping that visibility might somehow offer protection. The constant anxiety made it difficult for me to concentrate on everyday tasks, and I became increasingly withdrawn and irritable. In an attempt to regain control, I started documenting each call meticulously. I noted the time, date, and any distinguishing features of the noises I heard. I hoped that this detailed record might provide the authorities with something useful. I also began exploring personal security measures, installing additional locks and a security camera at my home. I hoped that increased vigilance might help me feel safer, even if it didn't stop the calls. Despite my efforts, the calls continued intermittently, and the mystery of their origin remained unsolved. The weight of the unknown was the most disturbing part, as I could not figure out why I was being targeted or who was behind the harassment. The sense of violation and intrusion into my private space left me feeling perpetually on edge. Eventually, the calls began to taper off, though they never entirely ceased. I continued to receive the occasional call from unknown numbers, but the frequency diminished. I remained vigilant, always wary of the next call, but I also tried to reclaim some sense of normalcy in my life. The experience left a lasting impact on me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings and more cautious about my privacy. The fear of being watched or followed became a constant undercurrent in my daily life. Despite the passage of time, the unsettling memory of those calls remained with me, a chilling reminder of the vulnerability we all face in an increasingly connected world. Story 23. It was a typical Wednesday evening, and I had just returned home from a long day at work. I was looking forward to a quiet night, so I tossed my keys on the kitchen counter and headed to my bedroom to change into something more comfortable. As I was undressing, I noticed something odd, an unfamiliar glint of metal catching the light from the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just a misplaced object or a trick of the light. But as I investigated further, I discovered a small, inconspicuous camera hidden behind a loose panel in the bedroom wall. It was tiny, barely noticeable, but it was there, positioned in a way that suggested it had been deliberately placed to monitor my movements. My blood ran cold as I realized what I had found. My heart raced as I pulled the camera out and examined it closely. It was a modern device with a lens so small that it could easily be overlooked. The realization that someone had been watching me, possibly for weeks or even months, sent shivers down my spine. I felt a surge of panic and anger. How had this gone unnoticed? And more importantly, who had done this? Without wasting any time, I picked up my phone and dialed 911. I explained the situation to the operator, trying to keep my voice steady despite the rising tide of fear. Within minutes, the police arrived, and I showed them the camera I had found. They took it into evidence and began an investigation. The officers were professional and courteous, but I could tell from their expressions that they were as disturbed by the discovery as I was. They conducted a thorough search of my home, checking for other hidden devices or signs of tampering. They interviewed me about any recent strange occurrences or suspicious individuals I might have noticed. I told them about the occasional strange noises and the feeling of being watched, but I hadn't suspected anything as sinister as this. The police took the camera for forensic analysis, hoping to find any clues about its origin or the person who had placed it. They promised to keep me updated on their progress, but as days turned into weeks, their updates were few and far between. The forensic results were inconclusive. There were no fingerprints, no identifying marks, and the camera's data didn't lead to any concrete leads. It seemed to be a dead end. The violation of my privacy had a profound effect on me. I found myself constantly on edge, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched even when I was alone. The safety and comfort of my home was shattered, and every small noise or movement seemed magnified, a reminder of the intrusion I had experienced. I took it upon myself to conduct a more exhaustive search of my home, looking for any other hidden cameras or recording devices. I checked every nook and cranny, examining electrical outlets, vents, and any potential hiding spots. I even hired a professional to conduct a sweep of the property, but they found nothing. It was both a relief and a source of frustration. Relief that there were no more hidden devices, but frustration that I could not understand why someone had targeted me. The days turned into months, and life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. I tried to rebuild my sense of security, but the experience had left a lasting impact. I installed additional security measures, including surveillance cameras around the exterior of my home and motion detectors, hoping to regain some control over my environment. Despite these precautions, the psychological impact lingered. I became hyper-vigilant, constantly checking and rechecking locks and alarms. I avoided being alone in certain parts of my home, especially the bedroom where the camera had been found. Every unexpected sound or movement made my heart race, and I found it difficult to relax. I reached out to a counselor to help me process the trauma of the invasion. Through therapy, I began to understand the depth of my feelings and the ways in which the violation had affected my sense of safety and trust. It was a slow and difficult process, but I gradually began to feel more in control of my emotions. The mystery of the hidden camera remained unsolved, but I tried to focus on the things I could control. I kept in touch with the police, hoping for any updates, but none ever came. The investigation seemed to have gone cold, leaving me with unanswered questions and an unsettling sense of uncertainty. In time, I learned to live with the lingering unease, accepting that some answers might never come. I made efforts to reclaim my sense of safety, both physically and emotionally. I found solace in routines, in spending time with loved ones, and in rebuilding my trust in the security of my home. The hidden camera was a dark chapter in my life, a reminder of how fragile our sense of safety can be. But it also taught me about resilience and the importance of seeking help and support when faced with unsettling experiences. The shadow of that unknown observer may never fully disappear, but I learned to face it with strength and resolve, striving to live my life with the courage to move forward, despite the lingering echoes of fear. Story 24. It was a crisp October evening when I received an email that would change my sense of security forever. I had been home alone all day, catching up on work and enjoying the quiet. My only contact with the outside world was my laptop, which I used to keep in touch with friends, manage my schedule, and occasionally watch videos. But on that particular evening, an email arrived that sent a chill down my spine. The email was simple, devoid of any sender information or subject line. I almost deleted it out of habit, assuming it was just another spam message, but something about it made me pause. I hesitated for a moment before opening it. Inside was a video file attachment. Curiosity and a sense of foreboding combined as I clicked on the file and waited for it to load. The video began playing, and my blood ran cold. The footage showed various rooms of my house captured from angles I hadn't noticed. It was clear that the video had been taken from hidden cameras or other discreet locations. I saw my living room, my kitchen, even my bedroom, all displayed with unsettling clarity. The most disturbing part was seeing myself move about my day, oblivious to the fact that I was being watched. The video seemed to be recorded over several hours. It showed me making coffee, working at my desk, and even lounging on the couch while reading a book. It was as though I had been under constant surveillance. The footage was edited together seamlessly, and there were no signs of tampering or glitches, just a chilling, omnipresent gaze, As the video ended, a single line of text appeared on the screen. I'm always watching. The message was stark and simple, but it was enough to send my mind racing. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The invasion of privacy was not just unsettling, it was terrifying. I immediately tried to trace the source of the email, but my attempts led to dead ends. The email address was untraceable, and the IP address of the sender was masked, offering no clues as to who might be behind this disturbing act. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of heightened anxiety. I reviewed every corner of my home, searching for hidden cameras or signs of intrusion. I even climbed into the attic and checked behind the walls, but found nothing out of the ordinary. It was as though the footage had been captured by some invisible, all-seeing eye. I called the police, hoping they might be able to help. They assured me they would investigate, but the lack of concrete evidence made it difficult for them to act swiftly. They suggested installing security cameras around my home and being vigilant, but their advice offered little solace. The feeling of being watched persisted, gnawing at my sense of safety. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was lurking just out of sight, observing my every move. I became hyper-vigilant, checking the locks on my doors and windows repeatedly and avoiding being alone in the house whenever possible. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. I installed a series of security cameras both inside and outside my house. The installation was thorough, covering every angle, every potential entry point. I also upgraded my home security system and enlisted the help of a private investigator, hoping that a professional might be able to uncover something the police had missed. Despite these measures, I remained on edge. The sense of being followed extended beyond the walls of my home. I became increasingly wary of strangers, avoided dark alleys, and even changed my daily routines. I started carrying pepper spray and kept my phone within reach at all times, fearing that someone might be waiting for the right moment to confront me. One evening, as I reviewed the footage from the newly installed security cameras, I noticed something alarming. There was a brief flicker of movement in one of the camera feeds, a shadowy figure appearing and disappearing in the corner of the screen. I rewound the footage and saw the figure again, but it was too fleeting to make out any details. The figure seemed to be lurking outside my home, watching from a distance. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. I reported the sighting to the police and the private investigator, but the shadowy figure remained elusive. They suggested it might be someone monitoring the cameras or using them to intimidate me further. The uncertainty of not knowing who or what was behind this torment was almost worse than the direct threats. As the weeks went by, the initial terror slowly morphed into a persistent anxiety. I became consumed by the need to feel safe and regain control over my life. I changed the locks on my doors again, upgraded my home security system, and took additional precautions to protect myself. I even started taking self-defense classes, hoping to build confidence and learn how to handle potential threats. Despite my efforts, the experience left a lasting impact. The invasion of my privacy and the haunting message of the video had shattered my sense of security. The constant vigilance had taken a toll on my mental and emotional well-being. I became more withdrawn, avoiding social interactions and focusing solely on maintaining my safety. The identity of the person behind the email and the video remained a mystery, and the feeling of being watched never completely faded. Although the security measures I implemented helped me regain a sense of control, the experience served as a harsh reminder of how vulnerable we can be in our own homes. The fear of the unseen observer lingered, a ghostly presence that kept me on edge, always questioning who might be watching from the shadows. Story 25. It started on an otherwise uneventful evening. I was settling into my favorite armchair with a book, the soft hum of the refrigerator providing a comforting background noise. As I turned the page, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from somewhere within the walls. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling or perhaps a loose wire. It wasn't uncommon for old homes to make peculiar noises. But as the days went by, the scratching grew more frequent and persistent. It wasn't a random sound, it was rhythmic and deliberate, as if someone or something was trying to communicate. The scratching seemed to follow me around the house. When I was in the living room, it would come from the walls behind me. When I moved to the kitchen, the sound would shift to the walls there. It was as if whatever was making the noise was shadowing my every move. The sound was unsettling, a constant reminder of an invisible presence. I began to feel like I was being watched, the scratching serving as a haunting, ever-present soundtrack to my daily life. My initial thoughts were that it might be pests, mice, or rats perhaps, but when the noises didn't subside, I decided to call an exterminator to get a professional opinion. The exterminator arrived on a cool autumn morning, carrying his toolkit and a confident air. He started by inspecting the usual places where pests might be found under the sink, behind the refrigerator, and in the attic. He set up traps and placed bait stations in strategic locations, confident that he would find the source of the scratching. I tried to explain how the scratching seemed to follow me and how it intensified when I attempted to locate it. He nodded, though I could see he was skeptical. Old houses can have all sorts of quirks, he said. We'll get it sorted out. Hours passed as he worked, checking every nook and cranny. When he finished, he looked at me with a puzzled expression. I didn't find anything unusual, he said. No droppings, no nests, not even any signs of gnawing. It's all clean. I felt a pang of frustration. If it wasn't pests, then what was causing the scratching? I thanked him for his time and paid him for his services, but as he left, I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. The scratching continued, and if anything, it seemed to grow louder. It was no longer a faint noise, but a persistent, almost frantic sound. It seemed to echo through the walls, a maddening rhythm that I could never quite pinpoint. Whenever I would go to investigate, it was as if the scratching would relocate, always just out of reach. I began to document the occurrences, noting the times and places where the scratching was most intense. It was a desperate attempt to find a pattern or a clue that might explain the phenomenon. I tried to listen closely, hoping to catch any other sounds that might provide a hint. But the scratching remained the dominant noise, its presence inescapable. One night, after weeks of enduring the relentless scratching, I decided to confront it head-on. Armed with a flashlight and a hammer, I carefully removed a section of the drywall in the area where the scratching seemed to be the loudest. My heart pounded as I peeled back the wall, revealing a hollow space behind it. I shone the flashlight into the cavity, but there was nothing, just empty space and insulation. Disappointed but not deterred, I continued to investigate, convinced that there had to be an explanation. I looked for signs of a hidden room or an old conduit that might explain the noises, but the walls remained empty and silent once I finished my work. The scratching persisted, now more insistent and invasive. It seemed to come from the very heart of the house, a relentless reminder that something was wrong. I began to feel a creeping sense of dread, the scratching serving as a constant, oppressive presence. I tried to ignore it, but the noise became a part of my daily life, an inescapable soundtrack to my existence. I considered calling a contractor to investigate further, but every time I thought about it, the idea seemed more and more absurd. What if there was no explanation, no logical reason for the scratching? What if it was just my imagination running wild? The thought of being labeled as irrational or paranoid kept me from taking that step. As the scratching continued, I found myself growing increasingly isolated. I avoided inviting friends over, not wanting to explain the strange noises that plagued my home. I spent more time outside, seeking solace in the fresh air and the quiet of the outside world. But even then, the scratching seemed to follow me, a lingering reminder that my home was no longer a place of comfort. One particularly stormy night, as the wind howled outside and rain battered against the windows, the scratching reached a fever pitch. It was as if the walls themselves were alive, writhing with a desperate, frantic energy. I could no longer ignore it. The sound was too intense, too pervasive. I sat in the darkened living room, the only light coming from the occasional flash of lightning. The scratching was louder than ever, a maddening cacophony that seemed to envelop the house. I felt a deep, primal fear, a sense that whatever was causing the scratching was not merely an annoyance but a true threat. In a moment of sheer desperation, I reached out to a friend who was a paranormal investigator, hoping for a different kind of insight. She agreed to come over, intrigued by the peculiar nature of the noises. That night she arrived with her equipment, ready to conduct an investigation. We spent hours in the house, her tools picking up nothing unusual. She conducted EVP electronic voice phenomena sessions and used various sensors, but there was no evidence of anything supernatural or abnormal. She was as perplexed as I was, unable to provide any answers. As dawn approached, she left, promising to follow up with any findings. I was left alone with the scratching, which for the first time seemed to quiet down as if acknowledging the end of the investigation. I felt a mixture of relief and despair, realizing that the mystery of the scratching might never be fully resolved. The following days were marked by a tentative peace, the scratching reduced to a faint whisper. Yet the experience had left a lasting impact. The house, once a place of comfort, now held a shadow of unease. I remained vigilant, always listening for the telltale signs that the scratching might return. Despite the quiet, the sense of dread lingered. The scratching had been a haunting reminder of the unknown, a phenomenon that defied explanation and left me questioning the boundaries between reality and fear. The house had become a symbol of the mysteries that can lurk just beyond our understanding, a reminder that sometimes the true source of our fears may never be fully revealed. Story 26. The day started like any other. I woke up early, made coffee, and began my usual routine. The apartment was quiet, a peaceful sanctuary that had become my haven from the world outside. But as I checked my mail that morning, I noticed a package waiting for me. It was small and unremarkable, wrapped in plain brown paper with no return address. My name was scrawled in neat, handwritten letters, but there was no clue as to who might have sent it. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to open it. I carefully peeled away the wrapping and found a book inside. It was an old leather-bound volume, its cover worn and dusty. The title was barely legible, obscured by age and grime. I flipped it over, but there were no identifying marks or clues about the sender. I was intrigued but didn't think much of it at first. I set the book on my kitchen table and went about my day, my mind occasionally drifting back to the mysterious package. After finishing my work, I decided to sit down and examine the book more closely. As I opened it, I discovered a folded note tucked between the pages. My heart skipped a beat as I unfolded it, revealing a handwritten message. "You don't know me, but I know you." The note sent a shiver down my spine. It was unsettling, a cryptic statement that left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. Who could have sent this, and why? The fact that the sender was anonymous only added to my growing sense of unease. I took a deep breath and flipped through the pages of the book, hoping for some context or explanation. What I found inside was even more disturbing. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, observations, and comments about my life. There were details about my daily routine, my work schedule, and even my recent activities. It was as if the book had been meticulously crafted to document my every move. The notes were disjointed and sometimes incoherent, but the underlying message was clear. Someone had been watching me, tracking my movements, and compiling a disturbing record of my life. There were references to personal conversations I'd had with friends, descriptions of places I'd recently visited, and even mentions of my family members. It felt like an invasion of privacy, a violation that left me feeling exposed and anxious. The more I read, the more I felt the weight of the book's contents bearing down on me. The book wasn't just a collection of observations, it was a chilling reminder that someone out there knew intimate details about my life, details that should have been private. My pulse quickened as I realized how vulnerable I truly was. Determined to find out more, I contacted the police. I explained the situation, showing them the book and the note. Officer Ramirez, who took my report, seemed concerned but also cautious. "We'll look into it," she said, "but without any identifying information, it's difficult to trace the sender." I agreed, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. The police assured me they would investigate, but I knew from experience that cases like these often took time, and the chances of finding the perpetrator were slim. In the meantime, I needed to take precautions to protect myself. I started by installing additional security measures in my apartment. I upgraded my alarm system, adding motion detectors and cameras to cover every possible angle. I also changed the locks on my doors and windows, ensuring that no one could gain entry without my knowledge. Every sound, every movement outside my apartment became a source of anxiety. I felt like I was living in a constant state of alert, always on edge, waiting for the next unsettling event. I also took steps to modify my daily routine. I began varying my schedule, avoiding predictable patterns that might make it easier for someone to track my movements. I avoided discussing my plans or activities with anyone, even friends and family, for fear that someone might be listening in or monitoring my conversations. The fear of being watched became an all-consuming part of my life. Despite these efforts, the sense of being stalked never fully faded. The book had left an indelible mark on my psyche, and every day felt like a new test of my sanity. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was always lurking just out of sight, watching and waiting. In the following weeks, I noticed an increase in the number of strange incidents. There were times when I thought I saw shadows moving outside my windows, or when I heard unfamiliar noises in the hallway. The paranoia began to affect my relationships, as I became increasingly isolated, unable to trust even those closest to me. The book and the note remained a constant reminder of the threat that loomed over me. I kept them locked away in a safe, but the fear they represented was ever present. The constant anxiety took a toll on my mental health, and I found myself grappling with sleepless nights and relentless worry. Eventually, the police provided an update. They had identified a few leads, but nothing conclusive. They advised me to continue with my security measures and to remain vigilant. Their assurances did little to ease my fears, but I took comfort in knowing that they were doing what they could to help. As time passed, the notes and the book remained a chilling reminder of the invasion of my privacy. Although the physical threats seemed to diminish, the psychological impact lingered. The apartment, once a place of refuge, had become a battleground for my peace of mind. Despite the ongoing fear, I tried to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. I resumed my social activities and attempted to rebuild my sense of security, though the shadow of the book still loomed large. The experience had left me more cautious and aware, forever changed by the unsettling reminder that there are people in the world who will go to great lengths to invade your privacy and control your life. The book and the notes served as a constant reminder of the fragility of security and the power of fear. Even as I moved forward and tried to put the experience behind me, the knowledge that someone had been watching, documenting, and intruding into my life would always remain a haunting memory. Story 27. It started with something small, a necklace I'd had since high school. I remembered taking it off and placing it on my dresser, but when I went to retrieve it the next day, it was gone. I searched the entire room, checking under furniture, behind dressers, and even inside drawers, but it was as if the necklace had vanished into thin air. At first, I thought I might have misplaced it, so I let it go, assuming it would turn up eventually. But then it happened again. This time, it was a pair of expensive earrings I'd recently bought. I had placed them in a jewelry box on my nightstand. A week later, they were nowhere to be found. I retraced my steps, checked every possible hiding place, and even asked friends if they had seen them, but no one had any idea where they might be. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but I pushed the worry aside and decided it was just bad luck. When I replaced the missing items, I hoped that it was just a string of coincidences. I bought a new necklace and another pair of earrings, thinking that maybe I'd lost them during a hectic week or misplaced them while cleaning. But to my dismay, the new items disappeared just like the old ones. It was becoming a pattern, and the frequency of these losses started to worry me. The first few times I tried to convince myself that I was just being careless. Maybe I was forgetting where I'd put things or misplacing them in my cluttered apartment. But as the losses continued, the sense of unease grew. I began to feel like someone was deliberately taking my possessions, and the more items that went missing, the more paranoid I became. The situation escalated one evening when my laptop went missing. I had left it on the kitchen table while I went to take a shower. When I came back, it was gone. I searched the apartment thoroughly, checking every nook and cranny, but the laptop was nowhere to be found. I felt a pang of panic. It wasn't just a matter of replacing a piece of jewelry anymore. My laptop contained important work documents and personal files. I considered the possibility of a break-in, but found no signs of forced entry. The locks on the doors were intact, and nothing else in the apartment seemed disturbed. It was as if someone had taken only the items they wanted and left everything else untouched. I felt a growing sense of vulnerability, as if my home had become a target for someone who knew exactly what to take. I decided to install a few security cameras to keep an eye on things. I set them up around the apartment, hoping they would catch any suspicious activity. The cameras were discreet, hidden among everyday objects like picture frames and decorative items, so they wouldn't draw attention. The first night with the cameras was filled with anticipation. I watched the footage carefully, expecting to see someone sneaking around, but the cameras showed nothing unusual, no one entering or leaving the apartment, no strange movements. Everything appeared normal, and yet my belongings continued to disappear. One morning, after a particularly restless night, I was making coffee when I noticed that my favorite watch had vanished. I had left it on the kitchen counter the previous evening, but now it was gone. I felt a surge of frustration. I reviewed the security footage again, hoping that I had missed something. The video showed me making coffee and then leaving the kitchen, but there was no sign of anyone else entering the room. I began to think I was losing my mind. The constant disappearance of my possessions was taking a toll on me. I started double-checking every corner of my apartment, convinced that there was some hidden compartment or secret passage where my belongings were being stashed. I even contacted a locksmith to inspect the locks and ensure there were no hidden vulnerabilities, but they found nothing unusual. The next few weeks were marked by a growing sense of dread. The losses continued: my camera, a set of expensive headphones, even a small box of sentimental trinkets. I started keeping a journal to track the missing items and any patterns that might emerge. The journal revealed no discernible pattern, except for the fact that the items seemed to disappear with increasing frequency. One night, after a particularly unsettling day, I sat down in the living room, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I had recently replaced a few more items, and I was anxiously waiting to see if they would disappear too. As I sat there, a strange noise caught my attention, a soft rustling sound coming from the hallway. My heart raced as I approached the source of the sound. I turned on the hallway light and saw nothing unusual. I checked the security footage, but the camera showed no movement or signs of intrusion. I felt a growing sense of paranoia, convinced that someone was still watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I decided to set up a trap. I placed a few small, inexpensive items in plain sight, things that were easy to notice but not of great value. I wired a small, silent alarm to these items, hoping that if someone did take them, the alarm would alert me. I also made sure to keep a close watch on the cameras, monitoring them more frequently. The trap worked. One night, while I was awake, I heard the alarm go off. I rushed to the source of the sound and found a small, hidden compartment behind a loose panel in the wall. Inside, there were several of my missing items, jewelry, electronics, and other belongings that had disappeared over the past few weeks. It was as if someone had been hiding them there all along. I felt a mixture of relief and anger. The discovery confirmed that someone had been taking my possessions and stashing them away in this hidden space. But the question remained, who was behind this? I called the police, who investigated the compartment and took the recovered items for fingerprints and further analysis. In the meantime, I decided to take additional measures to secure my home. I installed a more comprehensive security system, including motion detectors and additional cameras. I also changed all the locks and made sure that my apartment was as secure as possible. The police investigation revealed no clear suspects or motives. They found no evidence pointing to anyone specific, and the case remained unsolved. The feeling of being targeted persisted, but with the new security measures in place, the disappearances ceased. As time went on, I tried to move past the experience, but the memory of those missing items in the hidden compartment lingered. I became more vigilant and cautious, always keeping an eye on my belongings and ensuring that my home was secure. Though the mystery of the vanishing items remained unsolved, I found some solace in knowing that my home was now a safer place. The experience had left me more aware of my surroundings and more determined to protect what was mine. Story 28. It started on an overcast Tuesday, the kind of day where the sky seems permanently shrouded in gray and the world feels damp and cold. I had just returned home from work, eager to escape the dreary weather, when I noticed an unusual, rancid smell wafting through my apartment. It was a sickening, putrid odor that seemed to cling to the air and make my stomach churn. Initially, I thought it might be a temporary issue, perhaps related to the weather or something that had gone unnoticed. I began a thorough inspection, checking every corner of my small apartment. I looked for signs of mold, dead animals, or anything else that might cause such a foul stench. I examined the pipes under the sink, the space behind the refrigerator, and even the vents and air conditioning units. I moved furniture, poked around in the closets, and scrutinized every possible source of the odor. Despite my exhaustive search, I found nothing. The apartment was clean, with no signs of decay or damage. The smell was persistent, though, and seemed to grow stronger each time I was alone. My attempts to pinpoint its source proved fruitless, leaving me increasingly frustrated and unsettled. As the days went by, the odor continued to plague me. It would appear suddenly, filling the room with its revolting stench, only to fade away when I had company or when I was busy with other tasks. It was as if the smell had a will of its own, surfacing only when I was alone and vulnerable. The foul odor wasn't the only thing that disturbed me. Each time it became unbearable, an eerie feeling would accompany it, an unsettling sensation that something was lurking just out of sight, watching me from the shadows. It was a feeling of being observed, of having my every move scrutinized by an unseen presence. One evening, as I sat in the living room trying to relax, the smell returned with a vengeance. It was so overpowering that it made my eyes water and my throat tighten. I decided to take action and try to mask the odor, hoping that strong scented candles or air fresheners might help. I lit several candles and placed them strategically around the apartment, but the smell persisted, cutting through the fragrance of vanilla and lavender. That night, as I lay in bed trying to ignore the smell, the feeling of being watched intensified. I heard faint rustlings and whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. My heart raced as I turned on the lights, searching the apartment for any sign of intrusion. The whispers ceased as soon as the lights were on, and I found nothing out of place. Yet the sensation of being watched lingered, making it impossible for me to relax or sleep. The next morning, I decided to call a professional to investigate. An exterminator came by and inspected the apartment, searching for any signs of pests or hidden problems. He checked the insulation, the walls, and the floors, but found nothing unusual. He suggested that it might be a problem with the plumbing or the building's ventilation system, but he assured me there was no immediate cause for concern. Despite his reassurances, the smell persisted. It continued to make appearances, always when I was alone, and always accompanied by the eerie sensation of being watched. I began to feel like a prisoner in my own home, unable to escape the oppressive stench and the unsettling feeling of being observed. One day, as I sat at my desk working from home, the smell grew particularly intense. I was on the verge of tears, my patience wearing thin. I decided to take a break and stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. As I stood there trying to calm myself, I noticed something strange, a series of small, dark stains on the wall of the building directly adjacent to mine. They appeared to be smeared, as if something had been dragged or pressed against the wall. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The stains seemed to have no logical explanation, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were somehow connected to the strange occurrences in my apartment. I took a photo of the stains and went back inside, hoping that they might provide a clue. When I examined the photo closely, I noticed that the stains formed a pattern almost like a message, though it was difficult to decipher. I couldn't make sense of it, but the pattern looked deliberate, as if someone had been trying to communicate something. Determined to find answers, I decided to investigate further. I reached out to my neighbors, asking if they had noticed anything unusual. Most of them hadn't, but one elderly woman who lived a few floors down mentioned that she had seen someone moving in and out of the building late at night. She hadn't paid much attention at the time, but her comments made me wonder if someone had been secretly entering the building. The following night, I set up a camera on the balcony to monitor any unusual activity. I hoped that by capturing footage, I might be able to identify the source of the smell and the unsettling feeling of being watched. I reviewed the footage the next morning, but it revealed nothing out of the ordinary. No one had entered or exited the building in a suspicious manner. Days turned into weeks, and the smell remained a constant, disturbing presence in my life. The scent would appear and disappear without warning, and the feeling of being watched never quite went away. I became increasingly anxious and exhausted, my daily routines disrupted by the constant fear and discomfort. In a final attempt to rid myself of the smell, I decided to have the apartment thoroughly cleaned by a professional service. They deep cleaned every surface, sanitized the vents, and even used ozone generators to remove odors. The smell seemed to diminish, but the eerie feeling of being watched persisted. Months later, I still can't fully explain the source of the odor or the sense of being observed. The smell is mostly gone, but every so often I catch a faint whiff of it, and the unsettling feeling returns. The experience left me with a lingering sense of unease, a reminder that sometimes the inexplicable can intrude into our lives in ways we can't always understand or control. Story 29. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. I first noticed the fingerprints on my living room windows one morning as I was preparing my coffee. The sun was streaming in, casting a warm glow over the room, and it was then that I saw them faint, smudgy fingerprints on the glass, not my own. They were not large or intrusive, just a few smudges scattered across the lower panes. I assumed they must have come from an earlier visitor, or perhaps a bird had perched on the ledge and left a mark. I wiped them off, dismissing the incident as an anomaly. However, the next day, the fingerprints were back, but in different places. I rubbed them off again, thinking it was a coincidence, but the pattern persisted. Each time I cleaned the windows, the fingerprints would reappear, always in new spots, as if mocking my efforts. The fingerprints were unsettling. They were not particularly distinct, just general shapes and sizes, but they carried an unnerving presence. Each time I saw them, a chill would run down my spine. The thought of someone tampering with my windows, or worse, watching me through them, made me feel deeply uncomfortable and unsafe. I decided to pay closer attention. I began to document the patterns of the fingerprints, noting their locations and how they changed from day to day. It became a routine: clean the windows, watch for new fingerprints, and try to determine if there was a pattern to their appearance. But no matter how vigilant I was, the prints continued to reappear randomly, with no discernible logic. One night, after a particularly long day, I was exhausted. I fell asleep early, hoping that the fingerprints would be a distant memory by morning. But in the dead of night, I was jolted awake by a noise. It sounded like a faint scratching or tapping against the glass. My heart pounded as I sat up, straining to hear. The noise stopped and the apartment fell silent again. I lay back down, trying to shake off the unease, but the noise returned, more persistent this time. I got out of bed and walked cautiously to the living room. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint light of the street lamps outside. I approached the windows, my breath fogging up the cold glass as I peered out into the night. There was no one in sight. The street was quiet, with no sign of activity. I checked the windows for any signs of tampering, but found nothing. The fingerprints had vanished, leaving only the clean glass behind. I returned to bed, though sleep was elusive. My mind raced with thoughts of intruders and eerie encounters. Over the following days, the frequency of the fingerprints increased. They seemed to appear almost overnight, as if someone was deliberately leaving them behind. I became more paranoid, double-checking the locks on my windows and doors. I even installed motion sensor lights around the perimeter of my apartment, hoping that they would deter any potential intruders. The paranoia began to affect my daily life. I avoided sitting near the windows, convinced that someone might be watching me. I would frequently look outside, scanning the area for any signs of movement, but found nothing. My friends noticed my increasing agitation and asked if everything was all right. I brushed off their concerns, trying to act normal while internally battling my growing fear. One evening, I was sitting at my desk, working late on a project. The room was dimly lit by my desk lamp, and I was focused on my work when I saw it again, a faint silhouette against the window. I froze, my eyes widening as I saw the outline of a handprint slowly forming on the glass. It was as if someone was pressing their hand against the window from the outside, leaving an imprint. I immediately jumped up, grabbed a flashlight, and raced to the window. As I approached, the silhouette faded, and the print disappeared, leaving no trace behind. My heart was racing, and my hands were trembling. I checked the window locks once again, ensuring they were securely fastened, but found no signs of forced entry. Desperate for answers, I reached out to a local security company. They installed additional cameras and a more sophisticated alarm system. The cameras provided a sense of security, but the fingerprints continued to appear. The security footage showed nothing unusual, no people, no suspicious activity. It was as if the fingerprints materialized out of nowhere, leaving me more frustrated and fearful than ever. The situation reached a breaking point one night when I returned home to find a message scrawled on the living room window. It was written in what appeared to be smudged dirt or grime: "Help Maine." My blood ran cold as I read the message, my mind racing with thoughts of someone being trapped or seeking assistance. I immediately called the police, but they found no evidence of an intruder or any unusual activity. The fingerprints and the message persisted, driving me to the brink of my sanity. The apartment that had once been a sanctuary now felt like a prison. I decided to move out, unable to bear the constant anxiety and the unsettling presence that seemed to haunt the windows. The new apartment, with its clean, untouched windows, brought a sense of relief, but the memory of the fingerprints and the cryptic message lingered in my mind. I had hoped that moving away would end the terror, but the experience left me with a profound sense of unease. The fingerprints had been more than just a nuisance. They were a reminder of the vulnerability we all face and the eerie things that sometimes lurk just beyond our understanding. Story 30. It was a chilly autumn afternoon when I decided to tackle the attic. The task was long overdue. Years of accumulated junk, forgotten boxes, and dusty memories awaited me. The house had been in my family for generations, and I was determined to clear out some of the clutter that had built up over the years. With a deep breath and a sturdy box cutter, I began the laborious process of sorting through the piles. Among the cobweb-covered boxes and stacks of old photographs, I discovered a small, unassuming leather-bound diary. It was wedged between a stack of old magazines and a box of my grandmother's costume jewelry. The diary's leather cover was worn and cracked, and it had a delicate brass latch that creaked as I opened it. I hesitated for a moment, feeling a shiver of curiosity mixed with unease. The diary had clearly seen better days, but something about it intrigued me. I flipped through the pages, revealing entries written in a meticulous, old-fashioned script. The handwriting was elegant, almost artistic, and the ink had faded to a deep sepia tone. The diary belonged to someone named Eleanor Martin. As I read through the entries, I realized that the diary was filled with personal reflections, everyday observations, and events from Eleanor's life. But what truly caught my attention were the entries that described events that seemed to align eerily with my own experiences. One entry, dated June 5th, 1985, read, "Today was a hot day. Little Sarah fell off her bike and scraped her knee. It's a good thing I was there to help her clean up." My heart raced as I recalled a day in my childhood when my younger sister Sarah had a similar accident. I remembered my own mother helping her clean up, but Eleanor's diary entry had been written years before I was even born. Another entry described a family gathering with an unsettling accuracy. "The Thompson family came over for dinner tonight. Little Michael made a fuss over the mashed potatoes, but after a few minutes he was fine. It was lovely to see everyone together." Michael was my cousin, and I remembered the exact dinner party Eleanor described. It was a memory that had always seemed ordinary, but now it felt oddly significant. The diary's entries became increasingly detailed about events that had happened in my life and my family's lives. It mentioned birthdays, anniversaries, and even mundane details like the new curtains we had put up in the living room. There was no way that Eleanor could have known these things unless she had somehow been part of our lives. With each new entry, my sense of disbelief grew. How could this woman, from decades before my birth, know so much about me and my family? It was impossible to ignore the creeping suspicion that someone had been tracking us, observing our lives in ways that defied explanation. Desperate for answers, I continued to read, hoping to find some clue or explanation within the pages of the diary. The final entries, however, took a darker turn. Eleanor wrote about a sense of foreboding and unease, mentioning strange occurrences around her home and unsettling feelings that she couldn't quite explain. One entry was particularly chilling. "I fear that someone is watching me. Every night I hear footsteps outside my window, but when I look, no one is there. I started to feel like I'm not alone in my own home." I couldn't shake the connection between her experiences and my own recent sense of being watched. It was as if Eleanor's fears had somehow seeped into my own life, creating a thread that connected our experiences across time. The entries grew more erratic, with Eleanor expressing paranoia and anxiety about being followed, her handwriting becoming jagged and uneven. I decided to investigate further. I started by researching Eleanor Martin. It was difficult to find much information, but I managed to uncover that she had been a resident of the area in the 1980s and had lived in a house not far from my own. She had been known in the community as a reclusive woman who kept to herself, but there were no records of any incidents or strange occurrences connected to her. My investigation led me to Eleanor's old home, which had since become an abandoned property. The house was a dilapidated structure, with broken windows and overgrown weeds. It felt eerie, and as I walked through the creaking front door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was stepping into a place that held secrets. In the dust-covered rooms, I found remnants of Eleanor's life, old furniture, faded photographs, and even a few scraps of paper with more of her handwriting. But there was no indication of anything that could explain her connection to my family or the diary's contents. Returning home, I felt a deep sense of unease. The diary had left me with more questions than answers. Who was Eleanor Martin, and how did she know so much about my life? Had she been involved in some way with my family's history? And what did her final entries mean? Had she truly been watched, or was it a manifestation of her own fears? Despite my efforts to understand the mystery, the diary's presence had left a lingering chill in my home. I couldn't shake the feeling that Eleanor's sense of being watched had somehow transferred to me, that her experiences had bled into my own life. The diary now rests in a box in my attic, where I found it, and I've avoided opening it again. I've taken extra precautions to secure my home, and while I try to go about my daily life, the sense of unease lingers. I can't escape the thought that there might be a connection between Eleanor's experiences and my own, and the mystery of her diary remains an unsettling enigma in my life. Story 31. The photo albums had always been a cherished part of my life, a way to relive the memories of time spent with friends and family. Each album was a carefully curated collection of moments that marked the passage of time: birthdays, holidays, family vacations. They were a visual diary of my life, a repository of nostalgia that I could always turn to for comfort and connection. One rainy afternoon, as I was cleaning out the attic, I came across my old photo albums. I hadn't looked at them in years, and I felt a surge of fondness as I dusted off the covers and began to flip through the pages. The images were familiar smiling faces, shared moments of joy, snapshots of days long past. I was lost in the sea of memories when something strange caught my eye. At first it was subtle. A photograph in one of the albums seemed slightly out of place. I leaned in closer, squinting at the unfamiliar face that stared back at me. The photograph was of a man I didn't recognize, dressed in clothes that were definitely not from any family gathering or event I remembered. Puzzled, I turned the page, only to find more of the same pictures of strangers interspersed among the cherished images of my loved ones. I tried to dismiss it as a mistake, maybe a mix-up from when the photos were developed or a misfiled picture that had somehow ended up in the wrong album. But the more I looked, the more unsettling the realization became. Pictures of friends and family had been replaced with images of strangers. It was not just a single album. Each one I checked had been tampered with in the same disturbing way. I took a deep breath and tried to calm my racing thoughts. Who would do something like this? Why would anyone want to invade my personal history so deliberately? The feeling of violation was overwhelming. It was as if someone had reached into my private space, not just to take something but to alter and manipulate my memories. I started to look through the albums more closely, trying to make sense of the changes. The strangers' faces seemed to follow a pattern, though I couldn't quite decipher what it was. Some of the photos depicted what appeared to be ordinary scenes, parks, streets, and rooms, yet they felt strangely out of context with the rest of my life's narrative. The details in the photographs were too specific to be random, which made the intrusion feel even more personal. The more I examined the albums, the more unnerving the experience became. I began to notice other small, disconcerting details. Some of the replaced images showed the strangers in positions that mirrored the original photos of my friends and family. It was as if the unknown faces had been inserted into scenes where they didn't belong, creating a dissonance that left me feeling deeply unsettled. I decided to confront the situation head-on. I contacted the police, hoping that they could provide some insight or at least investigate the matter. I explained the situation, showing them the albums and describing the unsettling changes. The officers took the albums for evidence, but their response was less than reassuring. They told me it might be a prank or a case of mistaken identity, but without more evidence or a suspect, there was little they could do. Returning home, I felt a growing sense of paranoia. It was difficult to shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that the intrusion into my personal history was only the beginning. I found myself constantly checking locks, peering out the windows, and even questioning the safety of my own home. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle of the curtains seemed to amplify my anxiety. In the days that followed, the feeling of being watched became inescapable. I tried to distract myself with everyday activities, but the sense of intrusion lingered in the back of my mind. I began to avoid the attic altogether, and the albums were packed away in a box that I kept hidden in the corner of my closet. The photographs that had once brought me comfort now served as a constant reminder of the invasion of my personal space. One evening, as I was sitting in the living room, I received an anonymous letter slipped under my door. The handwriting was unfamiliar, and the message was brief but chilling. It read, "You can't escape your past." The note was unsigned, and there were no clues as to who might have sent it. The vague threat only intensified my feelings of paranoia and fear. I considered reaching out to a private investigator, hoping that they might uncover some clues or provide a different perspective on the situation. However, the fear of further intrusion and the potential for escalating the situation held me back. I was caught in a cycle of anxiety, unable to find peace or resolution. As the weeks passed, the feeling of being watched began to ebb, though the memory of the intrusion remained. I still had the albums packed away, their unsettling changes a constant reminder of the violation. Despite the passage of time, the images of strangers continued to haunt my thoughts, and the feeling of paranoia lingered in my daily life. In the end, the intrusion into my personal history had left an indelible mark on my psyche. The photo albums, once a source of comfort, had become symbols of an unsettling and unexplained violation. The faces of strangers, the anonymous note, and the pervasive feeling of being watched were reminders that even the most personal and cherished aspects of life could be disrupted by forces beyond our control. Story 32. For weeks, my life was disrupted by an erratic, malfunctioning security alarm system. It began with occasional false alarms, waking me in the dead of night with a blaring siren and flashing lights. Each time, I would stumble out of bed, groggy and disoriented, only to find that nothing was amiss. The house was always silent, the doors and windows secure, and the alarm system's status indicators showed everything was normal. Initially, I chalked it up to a minor glitch. I checked the system's manual and ran diagnostic tests, but everything seemed to be functioning correctly. I contacted the alarm company's customer service, but their troubleshooting steps didn't resolve the issue. They assured me they would send a technician to inspect the system, but the appointments were always weeks out. Meanwhile, the false alarms persisted, growing more frequent and more disruptive. The alarms typically went off at odd hours, -2 a.m., 4 a.m., sometimes even in the middle of the day. The unpredictability made it difficult to adjust, and I found myself in a constant state of agitation. The sound of the alarm, piercing through the stillness of the night, left me with a lingering sense of dread, even after it had been silenced. Each time I would double-check the locks and windows, feeling as though my home was no longer a sanctuary. One particularly unsettling night, the alarm blared at 3 a.m., its shrill sound tearing me from a restless sleep. I fumbled for my phone to turn off the alarm, cursing the system under my breath. As I reached the control panel, the noise abruptly stopped, and I felt an eerie silence settle over the house. My heart raced as I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way through the darkened rooms. The beam of the flashlight swept across the empty room's living room, kitchen, bedrooms, finding nothing out of place. I checked every door and window, running my hands along the locks to ensure they were secure. The house was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. It was as if the alarm had been a figment of my imagination. I returned to the control panel, noting that the system showed no errors. The logs indicated a breach, but there were no details on what triggered it. The technician's visit was still days away, and the continued malfunctioning of the system was driving me to the brink of exhaustion. The constant disruptions began to take a toll on my mental state. I couldn't concentrate at work, and I was increasingly irritable at home. The sense of paranoia was palpable, as though the false alarms were a cruel reminder of some unseen threat. The following week, the situation worsened. The alarms went off multiple times a day, often at unpredictable intervals. I began to fear the sound of the alarm itself. A noise that had once been a symbol of security now became an ominous signal of impending chaos. I tried to keep a journal of the incidents, noting the times and any unusual occurrences around them, hoping to find a pattern or clue that might explain the malfunctions. One night, as I sat at the kitchen table, trying to catch up on paperwork, the alarm went off again. This time it was different. Instead of the usual blaring siren, the alarm emitted a low, pulsating tone that seemed to resonate with a menacing undertone. I rushed to the control panel, my hands trembling as I entered the disarm code. The tone stopped abruptly, and a chilling silence followed. I investigated the house, feeling a growing sense of unease. As I moved through each room, I noticed something peculiar, small, almost imperceptible changes. A picture frame slightly askew, a cushion on the couch shifted. They seemed insignificant on their own, but together they painted a disturbing picture of intrusion. I checked every corner, every closet, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The next morning I contacted the alarm company again, expressing my frustration and urgency. They promised to escalate the issue and scheduled an earlier appointment with a technician. When the technician arrived, he spent several hours inspecting the system, replacing components and reconfiguring settings. Despite his assurances that everything was now in order, the false alarms continued, albeit less frequently. The persistent malfunctions left me feeling more vulnerable than ever. The paranoia that had been creeping in now fully consumed me. I started to question whether the problems with the alarm system were a mere coincidence, or if there was something more sinister at play. The idea that someone might be tampering with the system, or worse, using it to mess with my mind, took root in my thoughts. I began taking extra precautions, checking the locks on doors and windows more frequently, installing additional security measures such as motion detectors and outdoor cameras. Despite these efforts, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The constant disruptions had turned my home into a place of anxiety rather than comfort. One evening, as I sat in my living room, trying to relax with a book, the alarm went off again. The familiar, disorienting noise filled the house, and my heart sank. I went through the same routine, turning off the alarm, checking the rooms, ensuring everything was secure. But this time, as I walked through the living room, I noticed a new detail, a faint, fresh smudge of mud on the floor near the door. The discovery sent a chill down my spine. The smudge was small, but it was enough to confirm that something or someone had been in my home. My paranoia reached new heights. The sense of intrusion was no longer confined to the realm of the abstract. It was tangible, evident in the small, unsettling detail. In the end, despite all my efforts, the exact cause of the alarm malfunctions remained a mystery. The feeling of being constantly on edge persisted, leaving me with a pervasive sense of unease. My home, once a place of refuge, had become a source of fear and anxiety. The relentless disruptions of the security alarm system had shattered my sense of security, leaving me to grapple with the unsettling reality of my own vulnerability. Story 33. It started on a quiet Monday evening. I had just finished dinner and was unwinding on the couch, scrolling through social media when I noticed something strange. My phone's GPS app, which I had set to track my daily routes for convenience, began displaying a location that didn't match where I was sitting. At first, I thought it was a glitch, maybe just a temporary issue with the app. I checked the map again, and to my bewilderment, it showed my location moving in real time, as if I were traveling to places I had never been. I tried to brush it off as a mere technical hiccup. I closed the app and reopened it, but the problem persisted. The GPS continued to show me moving along unfamiliar routes through neighborhoods I didn't recognize and past landmarks I had never seen. The more I watched, the more unsettled I became. The locations were eerily accurate, depicting precise streets and turns as though I were actually driving through them. It felt like someone was watching my every move, tracking my location with unnerving precision. I decided to investigate further. I went into the app's settings and performed a factory reset, hoping to clear any potential issues. I also rebooted my phone and updated the app, thinking that might fix the problem. Yet, when I reopened the GPS, it was still showing my location moving, now further afield. It was as though my phone was in two places at once, my real-world location and some phantom journey taking place simultaneously. My anxiety began to escalate. The idea that someone might be tracking me through my GPS was disconcerting. I considered the possibility of a hacked app or a malicious software issue. I ran a virus scan on my phone and checked for any suspicious apps or software, but everything appeared normal. No unusual applications were installed, and my antivirus software found nothing amiss. Yet the GPS issue persisted. The following day, I reached out to the phone's customer support and explained the situation. The representative on the other end of the line was sympathetic, but seemed baffled by the problem. They suggested a series of troubleshooting steps, reinstalling the GPS app, clearing the app cache, and even performing a hard reset of the phone. I followed their instructions, but nothing seemed to resolve the issue. The GPS continued to track me through phantom locations, moving through places I had never been. My sense of privacy and safety was deeply affected. I began to question whether my phone was compromised in some way, or if someone had managed to gain unauthorized access to my location data. I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking my phone to see if the erratic GPS tracking had stopped. The sense of being watched or followed was unnerving, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being surveilled. To add to my growing anxiety, I began receiving strange notifications on my phone, unsolicited messages and alerts from unfamiliar sources. They appeared to be automated and vaguely threatening, with cryptic messages that hinted at knowledge of my daily routines and personal details. I reported these messages to my phone carrier and the authorities, but they were unable to trace the source or offer any concrete solutions. Desperate for answers, I sought advice from a cybersecurity expert. They conducted a thorough examination of my phone, looking for any signs of tampering or security breaches. The expert assured me that my device was secure and that there were no indications of hacking or malware. However, the GPS issue remained unresolved. The expert suggested that the problem could be due to a rare bug or an underlying issue with the app itself. The days dragged on, each one filled with a growing sense of unease. The phantom GPS tracking continued, showing me traveling to places I had never been, always with the same eerie accuracy. It felt as if someone was playing a cruel game, manipulating my sense of security and privacy. I began to avoid using my phone's GPS entirely, relying on traditional maps and landmarks to navigate. As weeks passed, the GPS issue began to wane, gradually returning to normal. The phantom tracking stopped and the app once again displayed accurate information about my real-world location. It was as though the problem had simply vanished, leaving me with more questions than answers. Even though the GPS issue was resolved, the experience left a lasting impact. I remained wary of potential privacy breaches and remained cautious about my phone's security. I became more vigilant about monitoring my digital footprint and took additional steps to safeguard my personal information. The phantom GPS had been a reminder of how vulnerable our digital lives can be and how crucial it is to stay vigilant in the face of technological uncertainties. Despite the resolution of the issue, I never fully recovered from the anxiety it caused. The sense of being watched and tracked lingered, casting a shadow over my sense of security. It was a chilling reminder of the fine line between the convenience of modern technology and the potential threats it can pose to our privacy. Story 34. It was a typical Thursday evening when I returned home from work, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. I had spent the day immersed in meetings and paperwork, and the thought of relaxing in my own space was a welcome relief. My home office, a cozy nook with warm lighting and a comfortable chair, was my sanctuary, a place where I could retreat and focus on my tasks without interruption. The office desk, a sturdy wooden piece with a polished finish, was my pride and joy. It housed all my important documents, office supplies, and personal mementos. For added security, I had installed a small lock on one of the desk drawers, where I kept sensitive documents and private notes. I trusted that this measure would safeguard my belongings from prying eyes, though in reality the risk seemed minimal. As I entered the office that evening, something felt off. The drawer that I had meticulously locked was slightly ajar. My heart skipped a beat. I approached the desk with trepidation, my mind racing with thoughts of possible intrusions. I pulled open the drawer fully, my anxiety growing as I took in the scene before me. Everything inside the drawer had been moved. My neatly organized folders were scattered haphazardly, and my personal notes, which I had carefully stacked, were now strewn about. Despite the disarray, nothing appeared to be missing. My sensitive documents were still there, untouched. But the sight of my private space being invaded made me feel a profound sense of violation. I immediately checked the rest of the office and the house for any signs of forced entry. I examined the window locks, door hinges, and the security system. Everything seemed intact, with no indications of tampering or break-ins. The lock on the drawer itself appeared to be functioning properly. It was as though someone had managed to access the drawer without leaving a trace. The unsettling feeling of being watched lingered as I struggled to make sense of the situation. My first instinct was to change the lock on the drawer. I quickly found a new lock and replaced the old one, hoping it would provide some measure of reassurance. I also began to keep a closer eye on my belongings, frequently checking the drawer and the surrounding area for any further signs of tampering. The following days were marked by a heightened sense of paranoia. I began to meticulously document the state of my office, taking note of the arrangement of items and ensuring everything was in its place. I also invested in a small camera system to monitor the room, hoping it might provide some insight into the strange occurrences. Despite these precautions, the sense of intrusion persisted. Every time I entered my office, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, rifling through my things. I became increasingly cautious, avoiding leaving the office unattended and double-checking the locks whenever I left the house. One evening, while reviewing footage from the newly installed cameras, I noticed something that sent a shiver down my spine. There was a brief moment on the video where the camera's view shifted slightly, as if someone had tampered with it. The footage then showed a shadowy figure entering the room, but the figure remained obscured and indistinct. The figure seemed to approach the desk, but the camera's view was distorted and unclear. The sight of the shadowy figure was both eerie and perplexing. I replayed the footage several times, but the image remained too vague to identify any details. I showed the footage to a friend, who suggested that the figure might be a result of interference or a glitch. But the feeling that someone was invading my private space persisted. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to consult a professional. I contacted a security expert who specialized in home intrusions and surveillance. The expert conducted a thorough inspection of my office, checking the cameras, the locks, and the security system for any vulnerabilities. They found no evidence of external tampering or unauthorized access. The expert's assessment provided some relief, but did little to assuage my growing sense of unease. The feeling of being violated remained, and the knowledge that someone had accessed my private space without leaving any trace continued to haunt me. I felt a profound loss of control and privacy, as if my home had become a stage for an unsettling drama I could neither understand nor escape. In an attempt to regain a sense of normalcy, I focused on creating a new routine. I adjusted the placement of my desk and rearranged my office, hoping that changing the environment might help alleviate some of the anxiety. I also took steps to improve my overall security, including installing additional locks and reinforcing windows and doors. Despite these efforts, the sense of intrusion never fully dissipated. The drawer lock had been changed, and the security system had been upgraded, but the psychological impact of the violation lingered. I found myself constantly on edge, scrutinizing every detail and second-guessing every noise. The experience had left an indelible mark on my sense of security. The once trusted sanctuary of my home office had become a reminder of the fragility of privacy and the unsettling reality that someone had managed to breach my personal space. I continued to live with a heightened awareness of my surroundings, forever changed by the knowledge that even the most secure environments could be compromised by unseen forces. In the end, the mystery of the intruder remained unsolved, and the feeling of being watched never fully faded. The drawer, now securely locked, stood as a testament to the invasion of my private space, a constant reminder of the boundary that had been crossed and the trust that had been shattered. Story 35. It was a crisp autumn morning when I first noticed the muddy footprints on my front porch. I had just returned from a quick grocery run, the bags in my hands making a soft rustling sound as I approached my front door. The sun was shining brightly, casting long shadows on the ground, but as I reached the porch, something caught my eye: muddy footprints, distinct and deep, leading right up to my front door. I froze for a moment, my heart racing. The footprints were recent, the mud still fresh and dark against the concrete. They were large, heavy, and seemed to come from a single pair of shoes. There was a strange quality to them. They looked deliberate, as if someone had carefully walked up to my door with purpose. I set the grocery bags down and bent over to inspect the prints more closely. They were irregular, as if the person had walked slowly, with each step leaving a deep impression. But what unsettled me the most was the fact that the footprints stopped abruptly at the edge of the porch. There were no signs of them continuing beyond the doorstep. It was as if the person had simply vanished into thin air. I took a deep breath and decided to check the security footage to see if the cameras had captured anything unusual. My security system was relatively new, equipped with multiple cameras around the perimeter of the house. I went inside and accessed the footage on my laptop, hoping to find an explanation for the mysterious footprints. The footage was time-stamped and organized by camera angles. I started with the camera facing the front yard, which gave a clear view of the porch and the path leading up to it. I scrolled through the video, watching carefully for any unusual activity. As I reviewed the footage from the past few hours, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. There were no cars pulling up, no people walking by, and certainly no one approaching my front door. I rewound the footage, checking multiple times and from different angles. Each time the result was the same, a peaceful, uneventful view of my yard, with no sign of anyone leaving or arriving. The footprints remained a ghostly mystery, appearing and disappearing without any trace. My sense of unease grew with each passing minute. I went back outside to examine the footprints again, hoping that a second look might reveal something I had missed. I scrutinized the area around the porch, checking for any additional signs of disturbance or clues that might explain the sudden appearance of the prints. There was nothing, just the muddy footprints leading up to the door, and then an eerie emptiness where they ceased. As the day wore on, the unsettling feeling in the pit of my stomach grew stronger. I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows or moving about in the yard. The footprints seemed to have left an invisible mark on my sense of security, a constant reminder that something was not quite right. That evening, as darkness settled over the neighborhood, I decided to take extra precautions. I locked all the doors and windows and checked the security system to make sure everything was functioning correctly. I also placed a few outdoor lights around the yard, hoping that any movement would be visible in the well-lit areas. The night passed in uneasy silence. I lay awake in bed, listening to the creaks and groans of the old house. The sound of the wind outside, combined with the occasional rustling of leaves, seemed to amplify the feeling of paranoia. Every little noise made me jump, and I found myself constantly checking the window, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The following morning, I found the footprints were still there, the mud having dried but leaving the prints clearly visible. I tried to shake off the lingering sense of dread and went about my day, but the thought of the footprints haunted me. I made another round of the house, checking every nook and cranny, and even contacted a neighbor to see if they had noticed anything unusual. My neighbor, an elderly woman named Mrs. Thompson, listened patiently as I described the situation. Her expression turned from curiosity to concern as I spoke. "That's very strange," she said, her voice low. "You know, there have been a few odd things happening around here lately. Maybe you should be extra cautious." Her words did little to reassure me, but did add to the growing list of unsettling occurrences. I decided to take further measures, installing additional security cameras and motion detectors around the property. I hoped that these precautions would provide some peace of mind and offer answers if the strange occurrences continued. The days turned into weeks, and the muddy footprints became a distant memory, overshadowed by a series of minor disturbances. My security system recorded the occasional false alarm branches swaying in the wind, small animals scurrying about, but there were no further unexplained incidents. The mystery of the footprints remained unsolved, and the unsettling presence I had felt lingered in my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been close, that my privacy had been breached in a way that defied explanation. The incident had left a mark on my sense of safety, a reminder of how easily our sense of security can be shattered by the inexplicable. Though the footprints were never explained, the experience had taught me to be more vigilant and to trust my instincts. The house, once a haven, had become a reminder of the thin line between safety and vulnerability. And while I continued to live in the same home, the memory of the muddy footprints served as a haunting reminder of the mysteries that sometimes walk silently alongside us, just beyond the reach of understanding. Story 36. It began with a peculiar discovery, a small, folded note tucked beneath the leg of my living room couch. The note was simple, with a cryptic message that read, "You're not as alone as you think." I was perplexed, assuming it was a misplaced note from a previous tenant, or perhaps a prank. I tossed it aside, thinking little of it. But then it happened again. The second note was hidden between the pages of a book on my bookshelf. Its message was more disturbing. "I see you every day." It was unsigned, and the handwriting was unfamiliar. The discovery left me uneasy, but I tried to brush it off as a coincidence. The old apartment building was known for its eccentric past, so I figured it might be related to that. As days went by, the notes became a regular occurrence. They would appear in the most unexpected places, underneath kitchen cabinets, inside my mail, and even slipped between the pages of my daily planner. Each note carried a cryptic message that hinted at personal details about my life. "I know what you're afraid of," one read. "You can't hide from me," said another. The sense of invasion was profound. These messages, which seemed to come from an unknown source, were unsettling because they revealed knowledge about my daily routines and personal fears. I had never shared these fears with anyone, so the idea that someone could know them was deeply disturbing. The paranoia began to set in, making me question everything. I took precautions, trying to understand who might be behind the notes. I installed new locks on all my doors and windows and set up additional security cameras around my apartment. I meticulously searched every nook and cranny, hoping to find some clue that might lead me to the person responsible. But despite my efforts, the notes kept appearing. One evening, while doing laundry, I found a note hidden inside the dryer lint trap. It was a chilling reminder that no matter how careful I was, the intruder seemed to be always one step ahead. The message was different from the others: "You're running out of time." The threat was vague, but it added to the growing sense of urgency and dread. I reached out to the police, sharing my findings and concerns. Officer Collins, who took my report, seemed sympathetic but cautious. "It's difficult to trace anonymous messages like these," he explained, "but we'll keep an eye out for anything suspicious. In the meantime, continue with your security measures and try to stay vigilant." Despite the police's efforts, the notes continued to appear, and the fear began to consume me. My daily routine was overshadowed by the constant worry of finding the next message. Each note seemed to taunt me, as if the sender enjoyed watching my growing paranoia. In an attempt to regain some control, I started documenting each note's discovery. I created a detailed log, noting the location, date, and content of each message. I hoped that by analyzing the patterns, I might find a clue about the sender's identity or motive. But the more I analyzed, the more it seemed that the notes were randomly placed, with no discernible pattern or logic. The situation began to affect my relationships. I grew increasingly isolated, reluctant to invite friends or family over for fear that they might be involved, or that their presence might somehow trigger another note. My social life dwindled, and I became consumed by the mystery of the hidden messages. One night, after a particularly distressing day, I found a new note on my bedside table. It was handwritten in the same cryptic style as the others. "The truth is closer than you think." The message felt ominous, and the fact that it was left in such a personal space heightened my anxiety. I felt as though my entire life had been turned upside down, with every aspect scrutinized by an unseen observer. In an attempt to regain my sense of security, I sought help from a private investigator. Detective Harris, a seasoned professional with a reputation for solving complex cases, took on the challenge. She reviewed the notes, interviewed neighbors, and conducted a thorough investigation. Despite her expertise, she struggled to find any concrete leads. As weeks turned into months, the notes became a constant source of tension. The cryptic messages continued to intrude into my life, leaving me feeling trapped and paranoid. Each new note seemed to strip away a layer of my sanity, and the relentless nature of the harassment left me emotionally exhausted. It wasn't until Detective Harris uncovered a potential lead that there was a glimmer of hope. She discovered that previous tenants of my apartment had reported similar incidents. It appeared that the building had a history of strange occurrences, and some tenants had experienced similar anonymous threats. The realization that I wasn't the only one affected provided a small measure of relief. It meant that the issue was not entirely personal, though it did little to alleviate the fear and anxiety that had become a constant companion. The knowledge that others had experienced similar disturbances suggested a pattern, but it also meant that the problem was deeply rooted in the building's history. With Detective Harris's help, I began to take additional measures to protect myself and seek a resolution. I continued to document every message and maintain an open line of communication with the authorities. The situation remained unresolved, but the support and guidance I received provided some solace. As time went on, the frequency of the notes diminished, though they never entirely ceased. The experience left a lasting impact on my sense of security and trust. Even after moving to a new location, I found myself wary of unexpected surprises and hidden messages. The hidden notes had been a haunting reminder of the fragile line between safety and invasion, and they served as a constant reminder of the vigilance required to protect oneself from unseen threats. Story 37. It started on a quiet Tuesday evening. I was preparing for bed, a nightly ritual I found comforting. As I brushed my teeth, I glanced at the bathroom mirror and noticed something odd. The reflection seemed slightly off, darker around the edges, with a faint distortion that made the reflection appear warped. I dismissed it as a trick of the lighting, or maybe a bit of residue on the mirror, so I cleaned it thoroughly, adjusting the light fixtures to ensure even illumination. The next morning, the distortion was still there, though less noticeable. I thought it might be due to the old age of the mirror, or perhaps an issue with the glass itself. I continued with my daily routine, but the feeling of unease lingered. I decided to inspect the mirror more closely. As I examined it, I noticed a subtle shimmer in the glass, almost as if it was alive. The distortion became more pronounced over the following days. It wasn't just the warping, it was as if the mirror was playing tricks on me. Sometimes, while brushing my teeth or washing my face, I would catch glimpses of people standing behind me in the reflection. They were indistinct, shadowy figures that vanished the moment I turned around. My heart would race, and a cold shiver would run down my spine, but whenever I looked behind me, there was no one there. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The more I tried to ignore it, the more intense the experience became. I started avoiding the bathroom whenever possible, dreading the moments when I had to face that eerie reflection. The mirror became a source of constant anxiety, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. One night I was in the bathroom, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I was washing my hands when I caught sight of a figure standing behind me in the mirror. It was a tall, shadowy silhouette, and though I couldn't make out any distinct features, I could feel its presence intensely. I spun around, but the room was empty. My heart pounded as I turned back to the mirror, only to find the reflection normal, with no sign of the figure. Desperate for answers, I tried adjusting the lighting again. I replaced the bulbs with brighter ones and repositioned the fixtures, hoping that better illumination would solve the problem. But the distortions persisted. The mirror seemed to warp and bend light in strange ways, creating unsettling patterns and shapes that defied explanation. I decided to seek professional help. I contacted a local glass specialist who came to examine the mirror. He inspected it thoroughly but found no flaws or defects. He suggested that the issue might be related to the positioning of the mirror or the structure of the bathroom itself. but he couldn't offer any definitive answers. His professional opinion was that the mirror was fine, but he couldn't explain the distortions or the unsettling reflections. Feeling frustrated and confused, I turned to online forums and communities for advice. I described the strange occurrences and asked if anyone had experienced similar issues. To my surprise, I received several responses from people who had encountered similar phenomena. Some suggested that the mirror might be a portal or that it could be harboring some residual energy. Others recommended performing a cleansing ritual to rid the space of any negative influences. Skeptical but desperate, I decided to try some of the suggested rituals. I gathered sage and other cleansing herbs and performed a ritual in the bathroom, hoping to clear away any lingering energy that might be causing the disturbances. I also placed protective charms around the mirror, hoping that they would offer some measure of security and peace. Despite my efforts, the reflections continued to plague me. I felt a growing sense of dread every time I entered the bathroom, and the distorted images seemed to become more frequent. It was as if the mirror had taken on a life of its own, showing me glimpses of a world I couldn't understand or escape. One particularly unsettling night, I was alone in the apartment when I decided to confront the mirror once and for all. I stood in front of it, staring at my reflection and trying to steady my nerves. I challenged whatever presence was behind the distortions, demanding that it reveal itself. As I did, the reflection in the mirror shifted and changed, showing fleeting images of figures and scenes that I couldn't comprehend. The air grew heavy, and a cold draft swept through the room. In that moment, I felt a deep sense of fear and vulnerability. The mirror seemed to be a window into something beyond my understanding, a gateway to a world where reality and illusion blurred together. I took a step back, my heart racing, and decided to cover the mirror with a heavy cloth. I needed to block out the reflections that had become a constant source of terror and confusion. The cloth obscured the mirror, and the bathroom finally felt less oppressive. I avoided looking at it, trying to focus on other aspects of my life. The distortions and shadowy figures were no longer visible, but the memory of those unsettling experiences remained. As time went on, I learned to live with the covered mirror, finding some measure of peace in the absence of its haunting reflections. I continued to seek answers, but the mirror remained an enigma, a reminder of the strange and inexplicable events that had transpired. The experience had left me more cautious and aware of the mysteries that might lie hidden in everyday objects. Though I never found a definitive explanation for the mirror's distortions, I learned to trust my instincts and remain vigilant in the face of the unknown. The mirror, once a source of fear and uncertainty, became a symbol of the strange and often unsettling nature of reality, a reminder that some things are beyond our understanding and control. Story 38. It began on a dreary Wednesday evening. I was alone in my house, curled up with a book and a cup of tea when I first heard a faint, almost imperceptible voice calling my name. At first, I thought it was a figment of my imagination, a trick of the mind after a long day. But as I listened more closely, I realized it was real. The voice was soft, barely audible, and seemed to drift through the house like a whisper carried on a breeze. I set my book aside and listened carefully, trying to determine where the voice was coming from. It sounded distant, as if coming from another room, but there was no one else in the house. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" But the voice did not respond. The room fell silent, and I was left with a disconcerting sense of unease. Determined to investigate, I moved through the house, checking each room and calling out in an attempt to locate the source of the voice. As I moved from room to room, the voice seemed to follow me, growing louder and more insistent with each step. Yet, whenever I reached the room where I thought the voice was coming from, it would fade away, leaving me in eerie silence. I tried to reason with myself, thinking it might be a sound from outside a neighbor's voice, perhaps, or something carried in on the wind. But the voice sounded too close, too specific. It was as if someone was calling for me, deliberately and with a purpose. The voice continued its haunting pattern over the following days. Each night, as soon as I was alone in the house, it would begin again, soft, distant, and persistent. The sound was always the same, a gentle whisper calling my name, just barely audible. I would get up, search the house, and find nothing, only to return to my room feeling increasingly unsettled. I decided to install a few cameras around the house, hoping that capturing footage might provide some clue. I placed them strategically in the rooms where I'd heard the voice most often. When I reviewed the footage, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. There were no figures, no movement, just the stillness of my empty home. The voice grew more pronounced over time, almost as if it was trying to convey a sense of urgency. It would call my name in the middle of the night, disrupting my sleep and leaving me in a state of constant anxiety. I would wake up heart racing and find myself tiptoeing through the darkened house, trying to locate the source of the disembodied voice. I tried to keep my fear in check, reasoning that there must be a rational explanation. Perhaps the voice was a product of stress or exhaustion, a psychological trick played by my overactive mind. But the voice felt so real, so persistent, that it was impossible to dismiss. One night, as I lay in bed, the voice seemed to become more insistent than ever. It called my name repeatedly, growing louder and more desperate. I decided to follow it, determined to confront whatever was causing the disturbance. The voice led me through the house, from room to room, until it seemed to be coming from the basement. I hesitated at the basement door, my heart pounding. The basement was rarely used and had always felt a bit eerie to me. I took a deep breath and opened the door, descending the stairs into the dimly lit space. The voice was almost deafening now, echoing off the walls, but I couldn't see anyone or anything. I reached the bottom of the stairs and scanned the basement with a flashlight. The voice grew louder, but still, there was no sign of anyone. The basement was filled with old furniture, boxes, and cobwebs, nothing out of the ordinary. I felt a chill run down my spine as I explored the basement, the voice echoing eerily in the confined space. After what felt like an eternity, the voice suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood there in the darkness, my breath visible in the cold air, feeling a profound sense of isolation. The voice had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving me alone in the basement with only my racing thoughts. I retreated upstairs, feeling shaken and unnerved. The voice had stopped for the moment, but the sense of dread lingered. I tried to rationalize the experience, but the fear remained. The voice had seemed so real, so urgent, that it was impossible to ignore. Over the next few weeks, the voice became less frequent, though it never completely disappeared. I continued to hear it on occasion, but the intensity and urgency had diminished. The experience left me with a lingering sense of unease, a feeling that something was not quite right in my home. Despite my best efforts to dismiss the voice as a trick of the mind or a product of stress, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. The voice had been persistent, elusive, and inexplicable, leaving me with a deep sense of vulnerability and fear. I began to take extra precautions, ensuring that the house was secure and that no one could enter without my knowledge. I also sought advice from a therapist, hoping that talking about the experience might help me make sense of it. The voice never fully disappeared, but its calls became less frequent over time. I learned to live with the lingering unease, a reminder of the inexplicable and unsettling experience that had intruded into my life. The voice became a part of my history, a haunting memory of something that was never fully understood or explained. And though the calls have lessened, the feeling of being watched, of something lingering just out of sight, remains with me. The voice serves as a reminder that some mysteries are never fully solved, and that sometimes the inexplicable can intrude into our lives in ways we can't always comprehend or control. Story 39. It began on an ordinary Monday morning. I had just returned from my morning jog, and as I walked through the door of my apartment, I noticed something odd. My car key, which I usually kept in a small bowl on the entryway table, was nowhere to be found. I searched the apartment high and low, checking every nook and cranny, but the key was missing. Eventually, I resigned myself to the possibility that I had misplaced it and drove to work using a spare key. Later that evening, after a long day, I returned home to find my car key sitting neatly on the kitchen counter. Relieved, I picked it up, wondering if it had just been misplaced earlier. I made a mental note to be more careful with my belongings, thinking perhaps I had simply forgotten where I put it. But the next day, the situation took a bizarre turn. I came home to find the key once again missing. I searched the apartment thoroughly under the couch cushions, in the bathroom, even in the laundry basket, but it was nowhere to be found. After a frantic half hour of searching, I gave up and used the spare key again. To my astonishment, the very next day I found the missing key in the fridge. It was sitting on a shelf beside the milk, as if someone had casually placed it there. I laughed it off as a peculiar joke, perhaps something my roommates were playing on me. But when I asked them, they looked just as puzzled as I was. None of them had touched the key or moved it. As the days went by, the car key began to appear in increasingly strange locations. One evening, I found it tucked under the couch, hidden away in a corner. Another time, it was lying in my bed, tucked under the pillow. I even discovered it once in the pantry, wedged between cans of soup. Each time, the key seemed to show up in the most unexpected places, defying any logical explanation. The bizarre occurrences began to take a toll on my peace of mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was playing a cruel game with me, deliberately moving my key around to unsettle me. I grew anxious and frustrated, constantly on edge as I tried to track down the elusive key. I began to double-check every location, fearing that if I didn't find it in time, I would be stuck without a way to get to my car. I installed a small camera in the living room, hoping to catch whoever or whatever was responsible for the mysterious relocations. The footage revealed nothing unusual. The key would simply disappear and reappear without any sign of movement or intrusion. It was as if the key was vanishing and reappearing on its own. The situation reached a point where I began to question my sanity. I became increasingly paranoid, checking and rechecking my apartment for hidden cameras or recording devices. I even consulted a psychologist who assured me that the stress of daily life could sometimes lead to unusual perceptions. He suggested that I might be experiencing anxiety-induced delusions. Despite his reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I decided to take a step back and reevaluate the situation. I took a short vacation, hoping that a change of scenery would help me clear my head and reduce the anxiety that had been consuming me. I left my apartment with the key securely in my possession, locked up, and went away for a week. When I returned, I hoped that the break would have reset whatever strange phenomenon had been occurring. But as soon as I walked in the door, I noticed the same unsettling pattern. The key was missing again. I searched the apartment once more, feeling the weight of frustration and fear press down on me. Finally, I found it hidden in a drawer I rarely used, a location so obscure that I couldn't fathom how it had ended up there. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to involve the local authorities. I filed a report explaining the bizarre occurrences and my growing concern. The police were skeptical but agreed to conduct a brief investigation. They checked the apartment for signs of forced entry or tampering but found nothing unusual. They even interviewed my neighbors to see if anyone had witnessed anything out of the ordinary. A week later, a detective arrived at my apartment holding a small envelope. Inside was a note with no return address. It read, "I'm sorry for the confusion. It was just a prank. I thought it would be funny." The detective informed me that the note had been found at a local post office, and it appeared to be a prank from someone who knew me or was familiar with my routine. The revelation was a mix of relief and anger. The prank had gone too far, affecting my peace of mind and causing unnecessary stress. I learned that the perpetrator had been a former acquaintance who had apparently enjoyed watching my reaction to the bizarre game. With the mystery resolved, I took steps to safeguard my home and restore my sense of security. I changed my locks, installed additional security measures, and took a break from my routine to recover from the ordeal. The key continued to find its place in the small bowl on the entryway table, a symbol of the strange and unsettling experience that had tested my sanity. In the end, I gained a deeper appreciation for the simple, predictable aspects of life and the importance of maintaining a sense of security. Though the prank was unsettling, it served as a reminder of the fragility of our comfort and the resilience needed to reclaim it. Story 40. The phone rang every day at precisely 3:15 p.m. At first I thought it was just a wrong number or a telemarketer, but the calls became a routine, arriving like clockwork, with no voicemail left and no message delivered. The number displayed on my phone was unfamiliar and untraceable, and each call was marked by an eerie, oppressive silence. It started as a minor irritation. I answered the first few times, hoping to discover who was behind the calls, but each time I was met with nothing but dead air. The absence of sound was more unsettling than if there had been a voice on the other end. I tried calling the number back, but each attempt was met with a number not in service message. It was as if the caller had vanished into thin air after making their daily intrusion. After a week, I decided to block the number. I hoped that this would put an end to the disturbing routine, but to my dismay, the calls continued. Each day, a new number appeared, always arriving at the same time. The consistent schedule made it clear that this wasn't just random harassment, but something more deliberate. It felt like someone was meticulously monitoring my daily routine, waiting for the precise moment to intrude. The calls were always silent. No static, no breathing, no hint of a human presence. It was as if the person on the other end was simply listening, observing. Each time I answered, the phone remained eerily quiet, the silence stretching out until I hung up, my heart pounding with anxiety. The repetitive nature of the calls created a sense of dread and paranoia that I couldn't shake. I tried everything to get rid of them. I changed my phone number, hoping that a fresh start would end the intrusion. But within days, the calls started again, from a new number, still at the same time. It was clear that the caller was relentless and had somehow tracked me even after the change. My anxiety grew with each passing day. The calls were no longer just an annoyance, they were a source of deep, creeping fear. I began to question whether someone was watching me, following my every move, and it gnawed at my sense of security. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. The relentless calls made me feel like a prisoner in my own life, subjected to an unknown observer's whims. I reached out to my phone carrier, hoping they could trace the calls or offer some assistance. They assured me that they would look into it, but their efforts yielded no results. They couldn't trace the numbers or identify the caller, and their inability to provide answers only deepened my sense of helplessness. Desperate for relief, I contacted local law enforcement. The police took my report seriously and conducted their own investigation, but despite their efforts, they found no leads. The calls continued, and my sense of isolation grew. It felt like a cruel game, with me as the unwitting participant, trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty. I began to alter my daily routine in an attempt to break the pattern. I started leaving my house at different times, taking different routes, and avoiding predictable behavior. I hoped that by changing my schedule I could outsmart the caller and regain some control over my life. But no matter what I did, the calls persisted, always arriving at 3:15 p.m., as if mocking my attempts to escape. One particularly unsettling day, I decided to answer the call with a voice recorder running, hoping to capture any sound or clue that might help identify the caller. As I listened to the recording later, all I could hear was a faint, rhythmic tapping, like someone tapping their fingers on the phone's receiver. It was a small clue, but it only deepened the mystery. What did the tapping mean? Was it a signal, a code, or simply a part of the caller's psychological game? The relentless nature of the calls took a toll on my mental health. I struggled with insomnia, unable to escape the feeling that someone was always watching. The sense of paranoia became a constant companion, infiltrating my thoughts and actions. I avoided being alone, fearing that the caller's silence might be a prelude to something more sinister. Months passed, and the calls showed no sign of stopping. I had become a shell of my former self, living in a constant state of anxiety. The daily ritual of answering the phone only to be met with silence had become a source of constant dread. The uncertainty of not knowing who was behind the calls or why they were targeting me was unbearable. One afternoon, while sitting in my living room, I noticed something strange. A small envelope had been slipped under my front door. My heart raced as I picked it up, noting that it was addressed to me with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a message typed in bold, black letters you can't hide forever. We're always watching. The note sent chills down my spine. It confirmed my worst fears that someone had been tracking me, observing my every move. The words were a chilling reminder that the calls were part of a larger, more disturbing pattern. The message left me feeling vulnerable and exposed, knowing that my attempts to escape or hide had been futile. Determined to regain some sense of control, I sought the help of a private investigator. The investigator was able to dig into the origins of the calls and found that the numbers used were linked to a series of similar cases across different areas, all involving silent, persistent callers. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort by an unknown group or individual with access to sophisticated technology. While the investigation offered some clarity, it did little to alleviate my fear. The knowledge that I was part of a larger pattern of harassment only deepened my sense of vulnerability. The calls continued, their silence a constant reminder of the unseen presence that loomed over my life. As time went on, I learned to live with the daily intrusion. The calls became a fixture of my routine, an unsettling constant that I had come to accept, even as it continued to gnaw at my sense of security. The mystery of the persistent caller remained unsolved, a dark shadow that lingered over my life, reminding me of the fragility of privacy and the relentless nature of fear. Story 41. The discovery of the old, dusty book on my bookshelf was an unsettling surprise. I was rearranging my books one evening, clearing space for some new reads, when my hand brushed against an unfamiliar spine. It was a leather-bound volume, its cover worn and creased, with no title or author to identify it. The book seemed oddly out of place among my collection of well-thumbed novels and reference guides. Curiosity piqued. I pulled the book from the shelf and opened it carefully. The pages were yellowed with age, and a musty scent wafted up as I flipped through them. What struck me immediately was the handwriting. It was densely packed, filling every inch of the pages with neat, meticulous script. The notes described mundane details of my daily life, things I had never mentioned to anyone, details that were far too specific to be random. The first entry was dated just a few weeks prior. It began with a description of my morning routine woke up to the sound of the alarm clock, groggy from a late night of work. The kitchen smelled faintly of coffee. It went on to describe in unsettling detail my breakfast habits, including the exact brand of cereal I preferred and how I liked my coffee. It was as if someone had been shadowing me, recording my every move with a disturbing precision. The further I read, the more my anxiety grew. Each entry was like a page out of my life, filled with intimate observations that could only have come from someone who was closely watching me. The entries chronicled everything from my commute to work, including the color of the car that cut me off one day, to my interactions with colleagues and even my habits at home. The specificity of the observations made it clear that the writer knew me intimately. I tried to rationalize the situation. Perhaps it was an old journal belonging to someone else that had somehow ended up on my shelf, but the detailed descriptions were too personal, too exact to belong to anyone but me. I flipped through the book, searching for clues about its origin. There were no names, no hints about who had written it, just a relentless series of notes that chronicled my life in excruciating detail. But desperate for answers, I contacted local bookstores and antique shops, hoping someone might recognize the book or provide some insight into its origins. None of the store owners or antique dealers could recall seeing a book like it. They suggested it might be a private journal that had been misplaced or sold by mistake, but no one could offer a concrete explanation. I even reached out to the police, thinking that the book might be part of a larger issue or a potential threat. The officers took a report and examined the book, but without any concrete evidence or leads, they were unable to offer much assistance. They assured me that it was likely an isolated incident, but their lack of answers did little to ease my growing paranoia. As the days went by, the book became a source of constant anxiety. I began to feel like my private moments were being intruded upon, as if someone was watching me and recording every detail of my life. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking for signs of someone following me or lurking nearby. Every sound, every shadow became a potential threat. I also noticed changes in my behavior. I became more secretive, avoiding discussions about my daily routines with friends and family. I was afraid of revealing any more details that might end up in the book, adding to the disturbing collection of notes. The sense of intrusion was overwhelming, and I found myself second-guessing my every action, worried that someone was keeping tabs on me. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to confront the book directly. I sat in my dimly lit living room, the book open on the coffee table in front of me. I read through the entries again, trying to find some pattern or clue that might explain its presence. The notes had a disjointed quality, jumping from one day to the next without any clear sequence, making it difficult to decipher any meaning beyond the surface level. As I continued to read, I noticed something unsettling. Some of the more recent entries seemed to predict events before they happened. For instance, there was a note about a phone call I was going to receive from a friend, mentioning a specific topic of conversation that had not yet occurred. The book seemed to anticipate my actions, adding a layer of eeriness to the already unsettling observations. With no answers in sight, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I carefully placed the book in a sealed box, hoping that removing it from my immediate environment might help alleviate the sense of unease. I stored the box in the attic, along with other forgotten items, and tried to put the book out of my mind. Despite my efforts to move on, the sense of intrusion lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that the book was a symbol of something deeper, a reflection of my own fears and anxieties about privacy and control. It served as a constant reminder that even the most mundane aspects of life could be subjected to scrutiny and observation. In the end, the book remained a mystery, an unsettling artifact of an unknown origin. The details it contained and the eerie way it seemed to follow my life left a lasting impression. It was a stark reminder that sometimes the most unsettling aspects of our lives are those that defy explanation, leaving us with more questions than answers and a lingering sense of vulnerability. Story 42. It began subtly, a postcard arriving in the mail with no return address, just a postmark from a town I didn't recognize. I thought little of it at first, assuming it was a mistake or a piece of junk mail. The card itself was innocuous enough, depicting a serene landscape with a handwritten message on the back: "You're doing well, but don't get too comfortable." The message puzzled me. It was vague, yet it struck a chord of discomfort. I shrugged it off, attributing it to a prank or a misdirected piece of mail. But as the weeks went by, the postcards continued to arrive, each one more unsettling than the last. The second postcard was postmarked from a different state. It featured a picture of a quaint cafe, and the message read, "I see you're still enjoying your coffee breaks. Watch your step." The detail about my coffee breaks was accurate. I often frequented a local cafe during my lunch hour. How someone knew about this habit was beyond me. The third postcard arrived with a picture of a library, and the message was even more disturbing: "Your favorite reading spot is under surveillance. Be careful who you trust." I was an avid reader, and the postcard's reference to my preferred library felt intrusive. I had not shared this detail with anyone, making the message all the more unsettling. I started to feel a creeping sense of paranoia. Each postcard was postmarked from different cities, places I had never visited or even mentioned to anyone. I tried to trace the origins of the postcards, starting with the postmarks, but each inquiry led to a dead end. The addresses were real, but the post office employees could provide no information about the senders. As the postcards kept arriving, the messages became increasingly personal. One card arrived with a picture of a park near my home, and the message read, "I know where you go to clear your head. You're not alone." Another showed a photo of my house from a distance, with the note, "I've been watching you from afar. Do you feel safe?" The fact that someone seemed to be tracking my movements and habits was deeply unsettling. I began to feel like I was under constant scrutiny, and the feeling of being watched grew more intense with each new postcard. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, checking over my shoulder and second-guessing every interaction. I contacted the local authorities and reported the postcards, but the police couldn't offer much help. The messages were cryptic and didn't explicitly threaten violence, so there was little they could do without more concrete evidence. They suggested I keep the postcards for any potential evidence and continue to document any unusual activities or encounters. In the meantime, I began to scrutinize every detail of my life, trying to identify anything that might have led someone to gather such personal information. I reviewed my social media profiles, looking for any posts that might have inadvertently revealed too much. I found nothing unusual, but the feeling of vulnerability lingered. The postcards continued to arrive, each one more invasive than the last. One depicted a photo of my workplace, with the message, "The people you trust are not who they seem." Another showed a close-up of a coffee cup from my favorite cafe, with the note, "Your daily ritual is being observed." The relentless nature of the postcards wore on me. I found it increasingly difficult to concentrate at work, and my personal life was becoming a source of anxiety. I began avoiding places I had previously frequented, hoping to reduce the chance of being observed. I also took extra precautions, such as altering my daily routines and varying my activities to avoid predictability. Despite these efforts, the postcards continued to arrive, and the sense of unease never fully dissipated. The unknown sender's ability to accurately describe my daily life left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. The feeling that someone was out there watching and documenting my every move became a constant presence in my thoughts. One particularly unsettling postcard arrived with a photo of a street I had walked down just days before. The message read, "I'm always one step behind. Your next move is crucial." The card had an eerie undertone, suggesting that the sender was not just observing but actively following me. The implications were chilling. The authorities continued to monitor the situation, but their investigations yielded no new leads. I began to fear that the sender's knowledge of my life might have come from someone I knew, an acquaintance or colleague who had taken a disturbing interest in me. This fear led me to scrutinize the people around me more closely, looking for signs of suspicious behavior. The postcards eventually stopped arriving, but the sense of unease lingered long after they ceased. I remained hyper-vigilant, always on edge, and reluctant to return to my old routines. The mystery of the postcards and the unsettling knowledge that someone had been watching and documenting my life left a lasting impact. The experience taught me a harsh lesson about privacy and the unsettling ways in which people can invade it. Despite the absence of tangible threats or immediate danger, the psychological impact of being watched and manipulated left me with a lingering sense of paranoia. I had learned to be more cautious about my personal information and to trust my instincts when it came to safeguarding my privacy. Story 43. It all started with a routine check of my email. I had just returned from work and was preparing to relax with a book when I noticed a new message in my inbox. The sender was unfamiliar, and the subject line was simply a string of numbers and letters that made no sense. I hesitated but decided to open it, curious despite my reservations. Inside, the email was a jumble of symbols and random characters, a complex code that appeared entirely unintelligible. There was no message body, just an encrypted block of text. My initial thought was that it was spam or some kind of phishing attempt. I deleted the email and moved on, but as the days passed, more of these strange, coded messages began to appear. Each new message was more elaborate and cryptic than the last. They contained increasingly complex strings of characters, each one tailored to my personal experiences and fears. One message referenced a vacation I had taken months earlier, while another alluded to a conversation I had had with a close friend. The specificity of the references was both unsettling and perplexing. It was as if someone had access to my personal life and was using it to craft these disturbing messages. I decided to investigate further. I attempted to decode the messages myself, using various online tools and decryption software. Each attempt proved fruitless. The codes were too intricate and sophisticated for any simple decryption method. I spent hours trying to make sense of the patterns, but they only seemed to grow more complex with each message. As the coded messages continued to arrive, my anxiety increased. The content of the messages, combined with their targeted nature, made me feel as though someone was watching me closely. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hidden meaning behind the codes, a message that was meant to reach me but remained just out of reach. I reached out to a few friends, hoping they could offer some insight. They were as baffled as I was and suggested I contact a cybersecurity expert. Desperate for answers, I took their advice and consulted with a professional. The expert reviewed the messages and attempted to decode them using advanced algorithms and cryptographic techniques, but even they struggled to make sense of the encrypted text. The expert confirmed that the codes were highly sophisticated, but they couldn't determine the origin or purpose behind them. They suggested that I take extra precautions with my online security, including changing passwords and enabling two-factor authentication. I followed their advice, but the messages kept coming, each one adding to my growing sense of dread. The emails began to include more personal details, references to past traumas, fears, and even private conversations I had thought were confidential. The feeling of being watched became more pronounced. It was as if someone had an intimate knowledge of my life and was using that information to instill fear and anxiety. One evening, as I sat at my computer, I received another coded email. This one was different, It contained a series of coordinates and a cryptic message that read, "The truth lies where shadows fall." The coordinates pointed to a location in a remote area outside the city. The message was ominous and unsettling, and I couldn't help but feel that it was a clue or a challenge of some sort. I debated whether or not to investigate the location, but the fear of what might be waiting for me held me back. The idea of confronting whatever was behind the messages was terrifying, but the constant feeling of being threatened was taking a toll on my mental health. I discussed the situation with a cybersecurity expert, who advised caution but didn't discourage me from pursuing it if I felt it was necessary. With a mixture of apprehension and determination, I decided to visit the coordinates. I arranged for a friend to accompany me for safety and set out to the remote location. The drive was long and eerie, the landscape growing increasingly desolate as we approached our destination. When we arrived, we found ourselves in a secluded area surrounded by dense woods and old, abandoned buildings. We searched the area, but we found nothing of significance, no hidden messages or clues, just the remnants of forgotten structures and overgrown vegetation. The sense of being watched persisted, but we couldn't find any tangible evidence of someone being there. The trip ended up being a fruitless endeavor, but it did little to ease my anxiety. Back home, the emails continued, but the content became more generic, less personalized. It was as if the sender had lost interest or had been satisfied with the fear they had already instilled. The coded messages slowed to a trickle and eventually stopped altogether. Despite this, the impact of the experience lingered. The fear of being watched and the anxiety from the coded messages had taken a significant toll on my well-being. I continued to be cautious about my online security and remained vigilant about my privacy. The experience served as a stark reminder of how easily our personal information can be accessed and used against us. Though the coded messages eventually ceased, the shadow they cast over my life remained. The unsettling feeling of being targeted and the eerie reminder of how much someone could know about me lingered long after the emails had stopped. The incident left me with a deeper understanding of the vulnerabilities we face in the digital age and the importance of safeguarding our personal information. Story 44. The autumn breeze was crisp and invigorating as I arrived home from a long day at work. It had been a typical Tuesday, filled with meetings and deadlines, and I was looking forward to the tranquility of my home. My bedroom, with its warm, inviting decor and plush bed, was my sanctuary. I liked to unwind there, away from the chaos of the outside world. As I opened the door to my bedroom, I was met with a sight that stopped me in my tracks. On the wall beside my bed, I saw a large, dirty handprint smeared against the white paint. The handprint was unmistakably human palm, and fingers clearly defined, but it was smudged and dark, as though it had been made with something grimy. My initial reaction was confusion followed by unease. I couldn't remember seeing it before, and it certainly wasn't something I'd have missed during my routine checks. I approached the wall cautiously, trying to make sense of this strange intrusion. The handprint was not only filthy but seemed almost embedded into the wall, as though it had seeped into the paint. I ran my fingers over it, but the print was smooth and flat. There was no texture to suggest that it was a stain on the surface. It was as if the handprint had become a part of the wall itself. I grabbed a cloth and some cleaning supplies, hoping to remove the handprint. I applied soap and water, scrubbing vigorously. To my growing frustration, the print remained stubbornly intact. It seemed to resist every effort to clean it, as if mocking my attempts. I tried various cleaning agents, bleach, vinegar, and even a stronger commercial cleaner, hoping to find something that would lift the print from the wall. But nothing worked. The handprint persisted, its presence growing more unsettling with each failed attempt. As I stood there, staring at the stubborn handprint, a wave of anxiety washed over me. The thought of someone, whether it be a person or something else, touching my wall without my knowledge was deeply disturbing. I had lived alone in this house for years and had always felt safe and secure. The idea that an intruder had been in my home touching my walls was a frightening prospect. I considered the possibility of a practical joke or a prank. Perhaps a friend had come over and decided to leave an eerie mark on my wall. But the more I thought about it, the less plausible it seemed. My closest friends were all aware of my aversion to unsettling experiences, and none of them had a motive for such a prank. Besides, the handprint's persistence and the difficulty in removing it suggested something more sinister. I decided to call a handyman to inspect the handprint and see if there was any explanation. When he arrived the next day, he examined the wall and tried to clean the handprint himself. He was equally baffled by the mark's resistance to cleaning. He suggested it could be a result of a chemical reaction or a defect in the paint, but none of his theories seemed to fully account for the handprint's eerie presence. As days turned into weeks, the handprint became a constant, unsettling feature of my bedroom. I adjusted my routine to avoid looking directly at it, but its presence remained a source of anxiety. I tried to distract myself by redecorating other parts of the house, hoping that focusing on something positive might ease my discomfort. I even hung a large painting over the handprint, but it did little to quell the feeling of unease. One night, while lying in bed, I heard a faint sound coming from the direction of the wall with the handprint. It was a soft, scratching noise, like something moving slowly across the surface. My heart raced as I sat up and listened, straining to hear any other sounds. The scratching continued intermittently, sending chills down my spine. I got out of bed and approached the wall, but the noise stopped as soon as I got close. I turned on the lights and inspected the area, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The sensation of being watched or listened to became a persistent companion. I would catch myself glancing nervously at the wall whenever I was in the room, and the sense of dread never completely left me. I started to sleep with the lights on and kept the door to my bedroom tightly closed. Desperate for answers, I consulted a local paranormal investigator, hoping that they might be able to provide some insight into the mysterious handprint. The investigator arrived with various tools and devices designed to detect unusual energy or spiritual activity. They conducted a thorough examination of my home, including the area around the handprint. The investigators' findings were inconclusive. They reported no unusual energy readings or signs of paranormal activity, leaving me with more questions than answers. The handprint remained a perplexing anomaly, a symbol of an invasion that defied logical explanation. The experience took a toll on my mental well-being. The constant sense of unease and the persistent reminder of the handprint left me feeling vulnerable and unsettled. I began to question my own sanity, wondering if the handprint was a figment of my imagination or a manifestation of my fears. Despite my efforts to ignore it, the handprint had become a symbol of an unknown presence that had intruded into my private space. Eventually, I decided to repaint the entire room, hoping that a fresh coat of paint might erase the memory of the handprint and provide some closure. As the new paint dried, I felt a small sense of relief. The handprint was gone, replaced by a clean, blank wall. But even after the repainting, the sense of violation lingered. The experience had left an indelible mark on my psyche, a reminder that even the most secure spaces could be breached by unseen forces. The handprint was gone, but the feeling of being watched and the unsettling memory of its presence remained with me, a ghostly echo of an intrusion that had no clear explanation. Story 45. It was a chilly October morning when the parcel arrived. The air was crisp, the leaves rustling outside my window as I sipped my coffee. I was in the midst of preparing for a busy day when I noticed the small, unmarked box resting on my doorstep. Its plain brown wrapping and lack of any return address immediately caught my attention. It was an unusual delivery, but given the sporadic nature of my job, I often received packages from various clients and businesses. I set the box aside, intending to open it later when I had more time. Later that evening, after a long day of meetings and errands, I finally sat down to investigate the mysterious parcel. I was alone in the house, the evening sun casting long shadows across the room as I carefully peeled away the packaging. Inside, nestled among crumpled newspaper, was a collection of photographs. The stack was held together by a simple rubber band, and as I removed it, a chill ran down my spine. The first few photos were of familiar scenes, landscapes, family gatherings, and a few candid shots of friends. However, as I flipped through the stack, I began to notice something unsettling. Some of the photographs were of me, but they were taken from angles that seemed impossibly intimate. There were shots of me sitting at my desk, captured through a window, and others of me walking down the street, as if someone had been following me. The real horror set in when I noticed that the photos had been altered. In some, unsettling shadows had been added, as if someone had tried to obscure or manipulate the image. Faces in the background were distorted, eyes and mouths stretched grotesquely. In others, strange figures were superimposed, a shadowy silhouette that seemed to loom ominously behind me, or distorted shapes that gave the impression of something watching me. I felt a wave of nausea as I continued to sort through the photos. There were pictures of my apartment, both interior and exterior, with additional eerie elements, strange symbols scrawled on the walls, and ghostly apparitions lingering in the background. The alterations were so meticulous that it was clear whoever sent these photos had a disturbing amount of access to my life. My immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Who could have done this? The photos seemed to be taken from various points in time, and the level of detail suggested a thorough and invasive surveillance. I searched for any clues in the parcel. There was nothing but the photographs and a small, plain note that read, "I'm closer than you think." I tried to calm my racing heart and think rationally. I examined the photos again, hoping to find some trace of the sender, an identifiable landmark, a distinctive feature in the background, or even a hint of a return address. But there was nothing. Each image seemed deliberately composed to unsettle and disturb, without offering any practical information. Feeling increasingly paranoid, I decided to take the photos to the police. I hoped that they might be able to trace the source or offer some guidance on how to handle the situation. I spent the next few hours organizing the photos and compiling a detailed account of the incident before heading to the station. The police were professional and attentive, but their initial response was more pragmatic than reassuring. They took the photographs as evidence and assured me they would investigate. However, they also made it clear that without more concrete information, such as fingerprints or specific details about the sender, it would be challenging to make progress. In the days that followed, I found it hard to relax. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the curtains seemed to amplify my anxiety. I started to second-guess every shadow and movement, convinced that someone was watching me. I kept the photographs in a safe place, locked away in a drawer, but the unsettling images remained imprinted on my mind. I also took precautions around the house, checking the locks on doors and windows more frequently and installing additional security measures. I began to notice things I hadn't before, such as strange cars parked outside my building or unfamiliar faces in my neighborhood. The paranoia crept into every aspect of my life, making it difficult to distinguish between genuine threats and my overactive imagination. Despite my efforts, the feeling of being watched never fully dissipated. I avoided going out alone and made sure to tell friends and family about the incident, though I could tell they were concerned and unsure how to help. The police contacted me occasionally with updates, but they had found no new leads, and the case remained open but unsolved. One particularly unsettling evening, as I was reviewing the photos again, I noticed something I had missed before. In one of the images showing my living room, there was a reflection in the glass of a picture frame, a blurry figure standing in the doorway. I hadn't noticed it initially, but now it seemed almost like a deliberate addition. The realization that someone might have been in my apartment without my knowledge was terrifying. I began to research similar incidents online, hoping to find some insight or advice from others who had experienced similar invasions of privacy. I came across disturbing stories of stalkers and digital harassment, each one a reminder of how vulnerable we can be to those with malicious intent. Months passed, and though the immediate fear subsided, the sense of invasion lingered. The police continued their investigation, but I had come to accept that the sender might never be identified. I tried to regain a sense of normalcy, though the experience had fundamentally changed my perception of safety and privacy. The photographs remained a haunting reminder of that unsettling period. They were a symbol of how easily our sense of security can be shattered, and how, despite our best efforts, there are things beyond our control. I kept the photos in a secure place, not as a source of comfort, but as a testament to the strange and unsettling realities that can disrupt our lives. Story 46. It started on an ordinary Tuesday morning. I was sipping coffee and catching up on emails when I noticed a new message in my inbox. The sender's address was a string of random characters, and there was no name or other identifying information. The subject line was blank, which struck me as odd, but curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the email. The content was unsettling. The email contained a single line of text. "I see you attached" were several photos taken from various angles around what looked like my apartment. The images showed me in different rooms, captured at moments I had no recollection of being photographed. There were no faces visible, just candid shots that made me feel incredibly exposed. I immediately checked my apartment for any signs of a break-in, but found nothing amiss. Panic set in. I attempted to trace the email address using various online tools, but every attempt led to dead ends. The account appeared to be a throwaway, with no real identifying information or way to contact the sender. I decided to report the email to the authorities, hoping they could track down the source. Officer Miller, who took my report, listened sympathetically but advised me that without more concrete information, it would be challenging to proceed. "Keep documenting everything," she said. "If this continues, we'll have a clearer picture of what's happening." The emails kept coming. They were always from the same untraceable address and contained more photos and increasingly disturbing details. The next email arrived with the subject line, "You're not alone." It included a photo of me walking my dog, taken from behind a tree in the park where I frequently walked. I had no idea someone had been following me, and the realization was chilling. The photos seemed to capture moments when I was alone, and the detail in them suggested someone had been watching me for a while. I started taking additional precautions. I changed my daily routine, altered my routes, and increased security around my apartment. I installed new locks, security cameras, and motion detectors. I even began varying my walking times and routes, hoping to throw off any potential observer. Despite these measures, the emails continued. The sense of being constantly watched was suffocating. In one email, the sender wrote, "I know your secrets." The message was accompanied by photos of my computer screen, taken while I was working from home. I was horrified by the invasion of my privacy and felt helpless as I watched my personal life become fodder for a stranger's unsettling game. The photos also included images of my bank statements and personal documents, further intensifying my anxiety. I consulted a cybersecurity expert, hoping they could help trace the source of the emails. Mr. Thompson, a skilled consultant, reviewed the emails and analyzed the metadata. His findings were grim. The sender is using sophisticated techniques to hide their tracks, he explained. They're utilizing a combination of anonymizing services and possibly compromised servers, making it nearly impossible to trace them directly. I felt a wave of despair. Despite my best efforts, the emails showed no signs of stopping. Each new message was a reminder of the invisible presence watching my every move. The invasion of privacy was beyond unsettling, it was psychologically debilitating. I struggled to focus on work, and my relationships began to suffer as I withdrew into a shell of fear and paranoia. One night, while working late, I received an email with the subject line "Your turn." It contained a photo of my empty apartment, taken from inside my living room window. The image was so clear that it made me feel as though the sender had been in my home. My heart raced as I checked every corner of my apartment, ensuring that no one had entered. The fear was overwhelming, and I could no longer shake the sense of dread that had taken over my life. With the situation spiraling, I sought advice from a therapist. Dr. Stevens, who specialized in trauma and anxiety, helped me navigate the emotional toll of the stalking. "You're dealing with a psychological assault," she said. "It's important to focus on self-care and regain a sense of control." Her support was invaluable, but the fear of the unknown continued to overshadow my daily life. I began to take additional steps to secure my personal information. I changed all my passwords, set up two-factor authentication on my accounts, and carefully monitored my online presence. Despite these efforts, the emails persisted, each one adding to the growing list of intrusions. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings and overly cautious about sharing any personal information. Months passed, and the frequency of the emails started to wane. While the emails became less frequent, the fear and anxiety persisted. The sender had succeeded in creating a pervasive sense of unease that lingered long after the last email arrived. The psychological impact of the invasion left me struggling to reclaim my sense of security and normalcy. Eventually, I decided to move to a new location, hoping that a change of environment might help alleviate the constant fear. I found a new apartment in a different neighborhood and took every precaution to secure it. The move marked a fresh start, but the memory of the emails and the invasion of my privacy continued to haunt me. The experience had taught me the importance of vigilance and the need to take control of my personal security. Even though the emails had ceased, the shadow of the ordeal remained a part of my life. I remained cautious, always aware of the potential for unseen threats. The ordeal had transformed me, leaving me with a deeper understanding of the fragility of privacy and the resilience required to overcome such invasions. Story 47. It began innocently enough, a vague, unsettling message that popped up on my phone one evening. I was scrolling through my messages when I saw a text from an unknown number that read, "I'm watching you." I was startled and unsure of what to make of it, so I quickly dismissed it as a prank or some kind of spam. The next day, I tried to find the message again to show a friend, but it had vanished. I checked my message history, but there was no trace of it. I chalked it up to a glitch or maybe an error. I wasn't too worried, figuring it was probably just a mistake or something that had been sent in error. However, the messages kept coming. They would arrive at random times, often late at night or during moments when I was least expecting them. Each time they were more threatening. "I know where you are. You can't hide soon. You'll regret it." The content was always unsettling, and each message seemed to play on my deepest fears. I tried to take screenshots of the messages to show others, but the moment I attempted to capture the screen, the messages would disappear before I could save them. It was as if my phone had a mind of its own, erasing the evidence before I could act on it. My heart raced every time a new message arrived, only to vanish in a matter of seconds. The feeling of being constantly watched and manipulated began to wear on me. I felt like I was being toyed with, and the lack of evidence made it even more unnerving. I started to question my own sanity. Was I imagining things? Was I losing my grip on reality? In an attempt to regain control, I reached out to my phone provider. I explained the situation and asked if there were any issues with my account. They assured me that everything seemed to be in order on their end and suggested that I perform a factory reset to see if that would resolve the problem. Reluctantly, I agreed, hoping that it would fix the issue. I backed up my important data and performed the reset, wiping my phone clean. After the reset, I reinstalled my apps and restored my data, eager to see if the strange messages would stop. For a few days, there was a brief respite. I felt a sense of relief, thinking that the reset had resolved the issue. But then, the messages started again. This time, they were even more disturbing. They would arrive while I was in the middle of something, making it impossible to capture or document them. The messages seemed to come at moments when I was most vulnerable, while I was alone at night, or when I was least prepared to deal with them. I grew increasingly paranoid, avoiding being alone as much as possible and staying in well-lit areas. I became hyper-vigilant, constantly checking my phone and scanning my surroundings for any signs of intrusion or surveillance. The fear of receiving another message was almost overwhelming. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I received another message. This time I was ready. I had set up a secondary camera on my phone to record the screen. The moment the message appeared, I quickly activated the camera and captured a few frames before the message disappeared. My hands were shaking as I tried to focus the camera, but I managed to get some footage of the message. "Your time is running out." With the footage in hand, I felt a glimmer of hope. I contacted the police, providing them with the recorded evidence and explaining the situation. The officers took the footage seriously and assured me that they would investigate. They advised me to continue documenting any further messages and to be cautious about my personal safety. Despite their reassurance, the fear continued to gnaw at me. I became increasingly isolated, avoiding social interactions and retreating into my home. My anxiety mounted, and I found it difficult to focus on anything other than the unsettling messages. The constant anticipation of the next threat left me on edge, and I struggled to maintain a sense of normalcy. Weeks passed, and the messages seemed to taper off. I hoped that the police investigation had made some progress or that the sender had lost interest. I still received occasional messages, but they were less frequent and seemed to be less threatening. I felt a sense of cautious relief, though the fear lingered in the back of my mind. Then one day I received a final message. "You've been warned." After that, the messages stopped completely. The relief was palpable, but the experience had left me with lingering anxiety and distrust. I continued to keep a close eye on my phone and remained cautious about my surroundings. Looking back, I'm still haunted by the feeling of being watched and manipulated. The messages were never fully explained, and the sense of vulnerability and paranoia they instilled in me lingered long after they stopped. The experience taught me to be vigilant and to trust my instincts, but it also left me with a deep sense of unease about the unseen threats that can lurk in the digital age. In the end, I learned to be more cautious with my personal information and to take steps to protect my privacy. Though the messages had stopped, the experience had left an indelible mark on my psyche. I continue to remain vigilant, hoping that I will never have to face such an unsettling and inexplicable situation again. Story 48. It all began on an ordinary Tuesday morning. I was still groggy from sleep when my phone buzzed with a new message. As I rubbed my eyes and reached for my phone, I noticed the message was from a contact I didn't recognize. The name was a jumble of letters and numbers, and there was no profile picture, only a blank avatar. Curious, I opened the message. It was a single line of text. "I see you're heading to the coffee shop today." My heart skipped a beat. I had indeed planned to go to the coffee shop, but how could this stranger know that? The message was vague, but the fact that it mentioned something so specific made it unsettling. I quickly dismissed it as a prank or a mistake and blocked the contact. I tried to move on with my day, but the eerie feeling lingered. When I checked my phone later, I saw another message from a different account with a similar cryptic tone. Looks like you're spending the evening at home. Hope it's relaxing. It was clear that this new contact had somehow learned about my activities. Panicked, I blocked this second contact as well. But the messages didn't stop. Over the next few days, I received a barrage of messages from different accounts. Each message seemed to know something about my daily routine, where I was going, what I was doing, and even what time I was likely to be home. You left your lights on, one message read. I saw you at the grocery store yesterday, read another. I grew increasingly alarmed. Each new account seemed to pop up as soon as I blocked the previous one. They were relentless, their messages a constant intrusion into my private life. I tried reporting the accounts to the app support team, but each time the support process seemed to be slow and ineffective. The messages kept coming, each one more unsettling than the last. My anxiety mounted with every new notification. The feeling of being monitored was overwhelming. It wasn't just the messages that bothered me, it was the knowledge that someone was keeping a close watch on my every move. I began to feel paranoid, constantly checking over my shoulder and avoiding any activities that could give away my location. One evening, I received a particularly chilling message. I know you're home alone tonight. I wonder if you're afraid. I tried to shake off the fear, telling myself that it was probably someone with too much time on their hands, but the message struck a nerve. I couldn't ignore the fact that whoever was sending these messages seemed to be following me in real time. Desperate to regain control, I took steps to protect my privacy. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication, and even consulted with a cybersecurity expert to ensure my devices were secure. I considered reporting the harassment to the authorities, but with no concrete evidence of who was behind the messages, I wasn't sure how much help they could provide. Despite my efforts, the messages continued. They grew more personal and intrusive, touching on aspects of my life that no one should know. I saw you talking to your friend at the park today. Is everything okay? One message read. I felt like a puppet on strings, manipulated by someone who knew far too much about me. The constant bombardment began to take a toll on my mental health. I found it hard to focus on work, and my sleep was plagued by nightmares of being watched and followed. The once safe confines of my home no longer felt secure. I avoided going out and stopped using public Wi-Fi to prevent any further breaches. Then came the message that made my blood run cold. I'm outside your house. I can see your lights through the window. I panicked, rushing to the windows and peering outside. There was no one in sight, but the thought that someone might be lurking just beyond my view was terrifying. I locked all the doors and windows, checking multiple times before I could calm down. I decided to install security cameras around my property, hoping they would provide some peace of mind and perhaps capture any potential intruders. The cameras provided me with a sense of security, but they also served as a constant reminder of the invasion I was experiencing. Every time I reviewed the footage, I looked for any sign of a figure or movement that might confirm my fears. Weeks went by, and the messages remained a persistent, nagging presence in my life. I became more reclusive, rarely leaving the house and avoiding social interactions. The isolation only made the experience more intense. Each new message felt like a personal affront, a violation of my privacy and safety. One day, the messages suddenly stopped. The accounts that had been sending them disappeared, and for the first time in months, I felt a glimmer of relief. I was cautious but hopeful that the ordeal was over. I continued to monitor my security systems and remained vigilant, but the absence of the intrusive messages was a welcome change. Despite the cessation of the messages, The experience left a lasting impact. I remained wary of new contacts and unfamiliar messages, always on edge when my phone buzzed with a notification. The sense of being watched never fully went away, and I struggled to reclaim my sense of normalcy and safety. The ordeal taught me a valuable lesson about privacy and the vulnerability that comes with modern technology. Even as the messages ceased, I remained vigilant, determined to protect myself from any future invasions of my privacy. The experience had been a stark reminder of how easily one's personal space can be breached, and how important it is to safeguard one's digital life. Story 49. It was a routine day at the office. The hum of fluorescent lights and the rhythmic clicking of keyboards filled the open-plan workspace. I was busy with a project, absorbed in the ebb and flow of emails and deadlines, when a package was delivered to my desk. It was unmarked and plain, wrapped in brown paper with no label or return address. I frowned, puzzled by its mysterious appearance. I hesitated before opening it, but curiosity got the better of me. I carefully peeled away the wrapping, revealing a small black box. Inside, nestled in a bed of white packing material, was a recording device. A sticky note was attached to it, scrawled in a hurried, shaky hand, "I know your secrets." My heart raced as I stared at the note. The device seemed to taunt me, its presence an unsettling intrusion into my personal life. I picked it up, examining it closely. There was no obvious way to view the contents. It was just a plain device with a single button and a small screen. I took the box and the device to my boss, explaining the situation. She was equally perplexed and concerned, and we decided to contact the authorities. The police arrived promptly, taking the device and the package for further examination. They assured me that they would investigate and try to trace the origin of the package. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and paranoia. The idea that someone had been spying on me at work was deeply unsettling. I couldn't focus on my tasks, and I found myself jumping at every little noise or shadow. My colleagues noticed my unease but were unsure how to address it. They tried to offer support, but the feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. The police kept me updated on their progress. They had managed to extract the footage from the recording device and were analyzing it for any clues. In the meantime, I tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy. I was on high alert, constantly checking my surroundings and questioning everyone who entered the office building. One afternoon, the detective in charge of my case called me into the conference room. The walls seemed to close in as I sat across from him, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. He handed me a folder containing screenshots from the footage. I looked through them, my blood running cold. The images were taken from a camera placed on my desk. They showed me working, talking on the phone, and interacting with colleagues. The footage was recent, capturing my daily routine with alarming detail. There were no explicit threats or messages, just the eerie realization that someone had been monitoring my every move. The detective explained that they had traced the package to a shipping company but had hit a dead end there. The sender's details were fake, and there were no leads to follow. It was clear that the package had been carefully anonymized to avoid detection. The investigation left me feeling like I was living in a thriller novel, my life now a subject of scrutiny. The police advised me to be cautious and to ensure my personal security. They suggested installing security cameras at home and being vigilant about my surroundings. The advice was practical, but it did little to ease the paranoia that had taken hold of me. As the weeks passed, I continued to grapple with the lingering fear. The footage from the device had been returned to me as evidence, but the sense of invasion persisted. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even in the safety of my own home. The idea that someone had access to my most private moments left me feeling exposed and anxious. I decided to take additional precautions. I changed all my passwords, installed a new security system at home, and even hired a private investigator to look into any potential threats. I wanted to regain a sense of control and security, but the experience had taken a toll on my mental well-being. I found myself constantly on edge, unable to fully relax. Despite the measures I took, the fear of being watched lingered. The recording device had served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that lurk in our lives, and it took time for me to rebuild my sense of safety. The authorities eventually closed the case due to a lack of evidence, but the impact of the intrusion remained. In the end, the experience taught me a harsh lesson about privacy and security. It underscored the importance of being vigilant and proactive in safeguarding one's personal space. While the mystery of the unmarked package was never fully resolved, I learned to navigate the world with a heightened sense of awareness. Though the unsettling incident eventually faded into the background of my life, the sense of vulnerability and the reminder of life's unpredictable nature remained with me. It was a reminder that even in our everyday routines, we are not always as safe as we believe, and the shadows of our world can sometimes reveal unsettling truths. Story 50. The first time I saw him, it was just a fleeting glimpse, a shadowy figure standing across the street, partially obscured by the trees lining the edge of my neighborhood. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, or perhaps a passerby who had caught my attention momentarily. But as days passed, I noticed him again, always lingering in the background, his presence becoming increasingly unsettling. He was always there, but never in a way that would allow me to get a good look at him. Each time I glanced his way, he seemed to melt into the surroundings, his silhouette blending with the trees or disappearing behind parked cars. It was as if he had an uncanny ability to remain just out of reach, always visible but never accessible. At first I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence. Maybe he was a new resident, or someone with a legitimate reason to be in the neighborhood. But as the days turned into weeks, his presence became a constant source of anxiety. No matter where I went or what I did, I had the unsettling sensation that he was watching me, his eyes trained on my every move. My attempts to confront him only seemed to escalate the situation. One afternoon, driven by a growing sense of unease, I decided to approach him. I noticed him standing by the corner of my street, just beyond the reach of my porch light. As I walked towards him, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination, he suddenly vanished, as though he had evaporated into thin air. The street was empty, and I found myself standing alone, confused and alarmed. I tried to rationalize the experience. Perhaps he had seen me coming and decided to leave, or maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But the feeling of being observed persisted. I began to feel like a character in a twisted game, where my every action was monitored by an unseen player. The once familiar streets of my neighborhood now felt foreign and threatening, a stage for an unsettling drama I couldn't quite understand. As the weeks continued, his behavior became more brazen. I would catch glimpses of him from my window, standing in different locations but always within view. Then, sometimes he would appear at odd hours late at night or early in the morning, further intensifying the feeling that he was deliberately monitoring me. I would check to make sure my doors were locked, and I became hyper-aware of every sound and movement in my house. The more I tried to avoid him, the more his presence seemed to taunt me. I started seeing him in my peripheral vision, a fleeting shadow that would disappear when I turned my head. It felt as though he was playing a cruel game, testing my nerves and my sense of safety. One evening, I decided to take a different approach. I enlisted the help of a neighbor, Mrs. Hawkins, who had lived in the area for decades and knew everyone. I described the man and his peculiar behavior, hoping she might have some insight or recognize him. She listened intently but seemed puzzled, unable to identify him or recall anyone matching his description. Her lack of recognition only heightened my unease, making me wonder if I was the only one experiencing this strange phenomenon. In an effort to gather more information, I began documenting his appearances. I noted the times and locations where I saw him, hoping to identify any patterns or reasons for his behavior. The more I observed, the more I noticed his consistency. He would always be there, watching from a distance, never approaching but always present. One particularly unsettling incident occurred when I saw him standing in my backyard. I was in the kitchen, preparing dinner, when I glanced out the window and saw him peering through the fence. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone to call the police, but by the time they arrived, he was nowhere to be found. The officers conducted a brief search but found no trace of him. They assured me they would keep an eye on the area but left with no concrete answers. The constant surveillance took a toll on my mental health. I struggled with sleepless nights, my mind racing with thoughts of what might happen next. The feeling of being constantly watched eroded my sense of security and peace. My once cozy home became a prison, with every creak of the floorboards or rustle of the curtains amplifying my anxiety. In my desperation, I tried to catch him on camera. I set up a series of security cameras around my property, hoping to capture evidence of his presence. I meticulously reviewed the footage each day, searching for any sign of the elusive figure. However, the cameras never seemed to capture anything significant, only the occasional shadow or movement that could easily be attributed to passing cars or animals. One evening, while reviewing the footage, I noticed something chilling. In the background of one of the recordings, there was a brief moment where the figure appeared just a flicker of movement, barely visible. It was enough to confirm my fears, but it also deepened the mystery. Why was he always just out of reach, never close enough to be clearly identified? The surveillance continued, but the psychological strain of living under constant observation was beginning to wear me down. I reached out to a private investigator, hoping that a professional could offer a solution. The investigator took my case seriously and conducted a thorough investigation, but despite his efforts, he found no conclusive evidence or leads about the man's identity or motives. Months passed, and the figure's appearances became less frequent. The once constant presence in my neighborhood dwindled, leaving me with a lingering sense of dread and unease. The mystery of the watcher remained unresolved, and though the intensity of his presence had faded, the psychological impact remained. The experience left me with a heightened awareness of my surroundings and a profound sense of vulnerability. The knowledge that someone had been watching me, seemingly without reason or explanation, left an indelible mark on my life. My once safe neighborhood was forever tainted by the specter of the watcher, and though the shadow had receded, the memories of his unsettling presence continued to haunt me.